Good morning and welcome everybody to the launch of the America's Pledge report. It was a product of the two gentlemen who are behind me, Mayor Bloomberg and Governor Brown, who came together last year and began to work on a project called Fulfilling America's Pledge. As I think you all know, this is a project which began in the wake of the Trump administration's decision to pull out of the Paris Accord. Many things flowed from that terrible announcement, including an upswelling of states and private sector entities and cities and NGOs, universities, all reaffirming their commitment to helping to bring America within reach of our Paris goals. This report actually documents how that can be done. And so without further ado, I want to turn the podium over to the ambassador for the UN to cities, Michael Bloomberg.
Well, Mary, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for that kind introduction and all your great work keeping the U.S. moving forward in the fight against climate change. Let me also thank Governor Brown for being the driving force behind this summit and for bringing so many people from around the world together. I think it's impossible to overstate the effect that the governor has had and the hard work that he has done over the years. It is a great contribution not just to California and not just the United States, but to the world. He's done an incredible job, and I think he will be long remembered as one of the state's most visionary and successful governors, and his legacy on climate change will be a big part of that. So San Francisco really is the perfect place to host this event, and since the media attention on climate change tends to focus on the political fights in Washington, let me just step back and put this in perspective a little bit. Since 2000, the U.S. has reduced carbon emissions more than any other large nation. And in that process, it is a process that has continued since the 2016 election. Last year, U.S. emissions fell to the lowest levels in 25 years, and there are two main reasons for that. The first is that coal plants continue to close, despite the administration's efforts to prop them up. And over the last 6 years, more than half of all U.S. coal plants have closed or made plans to. And they are being closed at the same rate, maybe even a touch faster, under President Trump than they did under President Obama. People are demanding cleaner and cheaper energy. And the second reason is that cities, states, and businesses are taking action to reduce their emissions because it saves them money, it promotes health, and it supports growth. Indianapolis, for example, switched thousands of streetlights to LEDs, which is one of the things that help cut emissions by 17%. Orlando is aiming at 100% clean energy and is finding creative ways to get there, like installing solar panels on thousands of stormwater collection ponds. Georgetown, Texas, is running on nearly 100% clean power, and dozens more cities are on the way. So while the spotlight is on Washington, the real action is happening outside the Beltway in both red and blue states. This really is a bottom-up and locally led movement because the people and the companies that do business in America understand it is their interest, both short-term from an economic point of view and long-term so that we have a future. We certainly have a long ways to go, and that's why we're here. But there is every reason to be optimistic about what we can accomplish, and today we have some very good news. After the White House announced its intention to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement last year, leaders from across the country and from both parties came forward to say, we're still in. Bloomberg Philanthropies, I'm happy to say, teaming up with Governor Brown, are trying to bring all of them together under the banner of America's Pledge, and we're glad to have Mary serving as our vice chair. Today, we're here to announce that this bottoms-up movement is on a path that will put us within striking distance of the goal the U.S. set in Paris, even with zero support from our federal government over the next few years. That goal was a 26% reduction by 2025, and I'm happy to say we're already halfway there, and I believe we will make that goal. Keep in mind how big this movement is. America's Pledge is now tracking more than 3,000 cities, states, businesses, and universities who are committed to helping the U.S. reach its goal. The group includes cities and states that are home to more than half of the U.S. population. If the group were a country, it would have the world's third largest economy, behind only China and the overall United States. So we have enormous economic clout. We have the market forces at our back, and we have public opinion on our side. So I like our chances. Now, just about every other nation in the Paris Agreement, just like every other nation in the Paris Agreement, we are measuring the progress in that group and reporting it to the United Nations so that the world can hold us accountable. We've always said if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Numbers tell the story, and we are committed to letting the world know what we're doing here in America and trying to help others around the world do the same thing. If we can follow each other, the competitive pressures will get us to where we want to go. Last year, we submitted our first report to the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Bonn, Germany. And this morning, we're releasing our latest report. It shows that the U.S. is already about halfway to the Paris goal and outlines a set of 10 legally and politically feasible actions that the United States cities, states, and businesses can begin taking today to speed our progress. I'm also happy to report that our bottoms-up approach is spreading. For instance, over 200 Japanese cities, businesses, nonprofits, and universities launched an effort just like America's Pledge to aggregate their efforts called the Japanese Climate Initiative. Just last month, a new coalition was launched in Mexico. Now, that's not to say that the federal government's actions don't matter. By the EPA's own estimates, its new rules on power plants will result in at least 1,400 more premature deaths from air pollution every single year. That really is a disgrace. Just think about it. 1,400 babies are going to die prematurely because of some simple actions that were needlessly taken by the EPA. Americans shouldn't stand for it, and we should vote out of office anyone who refuses to acknowledge that climate change is a reality that is already here. Denying science just isn't a very smart thing to do. And that's one reason I've decided to get so involved in the midterm elections and to try to turn the House over to the Democratic Party. The Republicans in Washington have had years to show that they could lead on this issue, and they have failed. So over the next 6 weeks, I'll be supporting candidates who will take action on climate change and other issues, including gun violence. I'm sure you read in the papers this morning, there was another mass shooting that happened yesterday, this time in Southern California. I've always believed we owe it to the survivors to do everything we can to save lives and spare other people from having to deal with the pain they're feeling. And I know Governor Brown feels exactly the same way. As strong as he's been on climate change, he's also been committed to common sense gun laws. He's made California a national leader on both issues. There's still much more to do, but we're going in the right direction, and so is California. So I want to thank him for his leadership, Jerry, thank you, and for working with us to put this summit together. Let me now turn the floor over to Governor Jerry Brown.
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone for being here, being part of this summit. It's quite an undertaking, but the cause is certainly worthy of every effort that we can put together. I want to say that it's true. States, cities, businesses, universities, nonprofits, they're all showing the way with real commitment and real action on climate. We're getting it done, but we have a very tall mountain to climb. In California, I did recently sign the 100% renewable energy in the electricity market by 2045. At the same time, I signed an executive order that calls for a net zero carbon emissions throughout the whole economy by 2045. That's the most ambitious goal of anywhere in the world. And coming in the 5th largest economy in the world makes it very significant. Doesn't mean we're there yet, but the history has been governors first sign executive orders, then they become law, and then the action unfolds over the many years that follow. So that's where we are. It's a big challenge. Climate change is still not at the top of the political issue I don't think, in any country, but we're putting it there. And we have to constantly raise our ambition, because the threat of climate change is real as anything else we deal with, but it's more diffuse, it's more remote, and it only builds up over time. And in unexpected ways, when tipping points are passed, catastrophic outcomes could occur. And the great challenge is to be able to take action before one of these catastrophic occurrences. That's what takes imagination, takes political mobilization, and this America's Pledge is doing precisely that. We are in a state coming from Washington that is truly insane. Releasing more methane instead of taking it out as fast as we can really makes no sense. The short-lived climate pollutants that don't stay in the atmosphere that long, but are many, many more times more heat-trapping, those are the gases, those are the emissions to pull out first, and that is the policy of California. So the Trump proposal to relax the controls on methane emissions is truly damaging, makes no sense, and just again underscores how important it is to have states and cities and businesses and universities all pull together to do as much as we can. This report shows we're getting a large part of the way to the goal. But even when we get to the goal, we have so much further to go. And that's why we need not only states turning around in their policy, but we need the people in Washington finally getting the message that climate change is real, and it's up to us to do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, the mayor and the governor have agreed to take some questions, so I'll moderate them. If I can see people, I will call on you. Starting over here.
Questions for Governor Brown. Right now, protesters are standing outside calling this a hypocrisy, saying California hasn't done enough to curb drilling in this state. Can we expect any announcements to that effect?
What was your last point?
Protesters outside are saying,
I heard the first part.
can we expect any announcements talking about curbing drilling in California?
Look, as Mayor Bloomberg says, this is a 10-point, 10 dimensions where we're looking. There's no one-off here where you just do one thing. There's no one thing. There's many, many things. California, with the leadership of our Air Resources Board under Mary Nichols, has released a scoping plan that covers the whole range of emissions, from oil to transportation, to trucks, to housing, commercial, agriculture, cement, battery storage, you name it, it's there. So my plan is an integrated plan built up over time that is subject to review on a regular basis. And we welcome any suggestions people have. But I believe California has the most far-reaching plan to deal with emissions as well as oil consumption and production. Our goal is a 45% reduction in oil production as well as consumption. And we have the actual method of getting there. And that's what I think is very important. If there are other ways we can even make it better, I will. But make no doubt about it, there is no place in the world that has a more integrated, comprehensive, effective plan to reduce carbon emissions from all sources.
Mary, let me add.
Please do.
America's a wonderful country. Here we've got environmentalists protesting an environmental conference. It reminds me of people who want to build a wall along the Mexican border to keep people out from a country that we go to for vacations. Something's crazy here.
Thank you. All right, in the front row, yes.
Thank you very much. Marlo Hood with Agence France Presse. Question for Governor Brown. Regarding your executive order for calling for net zero carbon emissions throughout the entire economy, what weight does that carry in terms of actual policy implications? And is that something that you would have preferred to see in legislation?
Well, it's a very ambitious move. And looking back at how California got to where it is, the laws, the Global Warming Solutions Act, the laws on vehicle emission standards, they always start with executive moves that are then codified by legislative action, or actually votes by the people. So this is extremely ambitious. We need technological changes that don't exist yet. We need battery storage to improve dramatically. We need new kinds of fuels, new kinds of transportation, better building programs, different land use patterns, different lifestyle choices that people make. So this is a transformation that is called for that we will get to. And each of those little elements will become laws over time. But we got to start somewhere. And this is the boldest move that I have seen, certainly anywhere in the United States.
Go ahead.
Governor Brown, you had taken a trip right after the U.S. pulled out of the Paris Agreement to China to both show commitment, but also you had signed an agreement as a state with a federal authority, the federal government, which was unprecedented. Are you also planning to increase the cooperation across the Pacific on clean air and carbon emissions? Because that is the region of South Asia and Southeast Asia where the highest carbon emissions in the world. And if that region doesn't turn soon, Paris goals will be very hard to reach because emissions cross oceans.
Yes, our own Air Board has worked with the Chinese on the development of their carbon trading systems and building regulations. So we will continue that partnership with China, with some of the subnational jurisdictions. And we're counting a lot on China. China is promoting the zero-emission vehicles in a very, very important way. It is the biggest market. And if the biggest market would keep ratcheting up the requirement for electric cars, hydrogen cars, the American auto industry will have to do that. So China and the 13 states that follow California are united in our efforts. So we'll continue the partnerships. We certainly need much greater ambition by India. There's a lot of things that can be done. So yeah, there's everywhere you look, there's a challenge. That's why I use the metaphor, we're at the base camp of Mount Everest, and we're looking up to say, there's where we got to go. It's about that difficult.
I might just mention that there's a side event going on with the sponsorship of the Natural Resources Defense Council and some other groups that brought together a number of Indian mayors and businesses and NGOs commenting on specific actions that they have taken and making commitments to do more, which is exactly, of course, what we hope this summit would engender. And that's, in fact, what seems to be happening is that representatives of a number of different regions have come to talk about what it is they can do. And I know Mayor Bloomberg has been traveling the world and meeting with many of them and has also been able to secure some specific actions in terms of cities buying zero-emission buses or decarbonizing their electricity systems. And this is where the reductions that will make up our efforts are really going to have to come from.
My name is Justice Bedu from Joy News, Ghana, West Africa. This week, the Secretary General spoke about how important it was for richer, more industrialized countries to support poorer, vulnerable countries that are paying the price for the pollution in the world, and rally them on how important it was for them to go on that path. My question is to Mr. Bloomberg on his role on the UN climate change agenda. What exactly beyond the talk and then the rally for them to do this is the UN going to do to ensure that there's action beyond the words in ensuring this is done?
Well, the UN can only do what its members let it do, and it does have the Security Council, which unfortunately blocks some kinds of things that the vast majority of countries would like to do. It is true that the bigger, more developed countries, more industrialized, create more pollution, although there are less industrialized countries just because of their scale that create an enormous amount of pollution, namely China and India. I think it's unrealistic to think that lots of big countries are going to go and support every small country in every one of their efforts. The good news is that if one country does one little thing to reduce greenhouse gases, everybody around the world benefits. It's also true that if one country doesn't, everybody around the world suffers. So we really are in this together. But if you just had the United States and China and India and a few of the Western European countries dramatically reducing the greenhouse gases, which they could do just by cutting out coal, all the other things help. But coal is such a big part of the problem if you can get them to do it. China is trying, although they still are building new coal-fired power plants in other parts of their country, but the pollution in the big cities, I think, scared them into doing something. India is much more problematic because of the way the country works, where there's no one central government that has the power the way of central government in America or China has. But they are working on us. And I think you also got to be careful in what you ask for. In India, they have a program to make all cars electric. That's a great idea. It will reduce the amount of pollution that cars generate. Unfortunately, if you generate the electricity that you're using to charge the batteries in those electric cars, if you generate it from coal, then net on balance, you're worse off. So there's no simple solutions to some of these problems. They're long-term. We have enormous industrial pressures and infrastructure that we're not going to wipe out overnight. Nevertheless, just think about this. If there's the remotest chance that the world could come to an end, it's pretty nonsensical to take all the prophylactic actions that you can just in case. You don't have to have a guarantee. And let me also say that for all these countries, you can easily show that it is in industry and individuals' best interest to be environmentally friendly. I can just tell you, when my company recruits people out of universities around this country, the kids all ask, what are you doing for the environment? It is a very big selling point. And companies will tell you their employees want to work for an environmentally friendly company. And their customers want to buy from an environmentally friendly company. But most importantly, the investors, the big pools of money, the pension funds and college endowments, those kinds of pools of money want their monies to be invested socially responsibly. And so when a big institution that manages money, let's say a BlackRock or a Fidelity, somebody like that, comes in to talk to your company about the next quarter earnings, right at the top of the list of the things they care about is, what are you doing for the environment? Because their investors are demanding it. So this is a win-win-win, but there's also pressure to make sure you go ahead for companies and for individuals who want to see their electricity bills go down and want to see their kids not have to go to the hospital with an asthma attack or not have the doctor say you've been drinking bad water and you've got stomach cancer.
We'll take 2 more questions.
Yeah, I want to just add a note to that. I think you were pointing to the problem of finance and where's the money to help in the transition in a lot of poorer countries. I would say there's a lot of money out there. Politically, it's hard to get hold of it. So there is private sector investment, there are pension fund investments, but it will take some government guarantees and it will take government money. Now, in the United States, the Congress just appropriated $715 billion for the defense budget. If you look at the weapons budget worldwide, it's over $1 trillion. So with a little bit of conversion, we could generate the funds to invest in those places that lack the capital to do what's needed. So what we need to do is to move the political will to a higher level, and we can generate the funds.
Governor Brown, how do you think historians will remember President Trump on climate and the environment?
Looking for a colorful quote.
Well, it all depends, how long he's around and how much damage he can do. What seems to me one of the 3 latest acts of his on reducing regulation of coal and subsidizing it, sabotaging and trying to end the Obama Clean Power Plan, and then trying to destroy the California vehicle standards, which also include electric vehicles, and then his move on methane, all together, that's a major assault on the well-being of the people of California and America and the world. It borders on not only insanity, but criminality. The way we're going to get climate warming under control is, first of all, to reduce the short-term pollutants that cause far more pollution than CO2. And that's methane. That's a big part of it. And there's black carbon or soot, and then there's these hydrofluorocarbons. We've got to get at those. So when Trump says, in effect, we like more methane going into the air, that is highly destructive, very highly destructive. So I think he'll be remembered on the path he's now, I don't know, liar, criminal, fool. Pick your choice.
Hi, I have another question for Governor Brown. What are the specific steps you would like to see energy agencies in California and lawmakers take in the near term to accelerate the transition away from natural gas generation and underground natural gas storage?
Well, I'd like to see a regional grid so that we can really make our renewable electricity efficient. We want to have renewable energy, but we want to make sure it's reliable, so when you turn the lights on, they go on, and that it's an affordable price. And the way you have to do that is to pick the most cost-effective strategies first as you work forward. And the regional grid is crucial. Investments in battery technology and storage, which California has already embarked upon. We already have 1,000 megawatts of storage, have to go further in that direction, and there may be other things like pump storage, so that when we get this intermittent power, particularly in days where the sun's shining, it's not very warm out, so people aren't using their air conditioning, we have a lot of wasted energy. If we can't sell that energy, then the cost of solar goes up. But if we have storage, if we can share it with the surrounding states, and if we can have millions of electric cars that tap into the grid at the right hours when it's otherwise not being used, and when you have a lot of surplus solar, we can get it all done. So just from this recitation, you can see that we have many elements to put together. And I've described a few of those that I think are important. Storage, grid, electric cars, and we can't do it all by ourselves. We need other states, and we need China to step up its ambition. So Detroit and the other automakers of the world come to the conclusion they not only have to make electric cars, they got to advertise them, they got to sell them, and they should not further make us dependent on the fossil fuel engine.
Great, thank you. Do we have copies?
Hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm your host, Rajesh Mirchandani, and over the next couple of days, and with your help, we're going to be bringing the summit to the world. Hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm your host, Rajesh Mirchandani, and over the next couple of days, and with your help, we're going to be bringing the summit to the world and the world to the summit. This event is bringing together more than 4,000 climate champions from all over the world and from all sectors. We have world leaders here, we have regional leaders, we have dozens of city mayors, we have business leaders, we have scientists, entrepreneurs, non-profit groups and youth activists and their advocates as well. It's celebrating and showcasing action and ambition to protect our planet at all levels and trying to send a very strong signal and a message to our governments that, hey, hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action. Hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm your host, Rajesh Mirchandani, and over the next couple of days, and with your help, we're going to be bringing the summit to the world and the world to the summit. This event is bringing together more than 4,000 climate champions from all over the world and from all sectors. We have world leaders here, we have regional leaders, we have dozens of city mayors, we have business leaders, we have scientists, entrepreneurs, non-profit groups and youth activists and their advocates as well. It's celebrating and showcasing action and ambition to protect our planet at all levels and trying to send a very strong signal and a message to our governments that, hey, we're stepping up, you need to step up as well. We're just about to hand over to the main stage here at the Moscone Center in San Francisco, but let me just give you a little sense of where we are. You can see people milling around all over here. These are some of the more than 600 journalists accredited to cover this summit. They come from countries as far apart as China, Brazil, Australia, and pretty much all points in between as well. And I think this is probably my favorite part of the whole building. This is the Step Up World studio, so come on in. Let me show you around. If you step in, you'll see we have a lounge area where people are going to be waiting before they go on stage. Dr. Jane Goodall's going to be here. Aidan Gallagher, teen TV star and climate advocate, is going to be here as well. California Governor Jerry Brown, 3 world leaders. They're all coming to talk to us here on Step Up World. Beyond that, you can see the green wall. That's our digital social wall. That's where we want to get you involved in the conversation. Let's break the internet with this. Talk to us on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. Use the hashtags StepUp2018 and GCAS2018. We'll remind you of those throughout our programs. Come with me. Let me show you around the studio. Technical area here. Say hello to our camera guys. Hi guys, good morning. You can see we've got a chef table because we're actually going to have a live cooking demonstration so we can all learn some practical tips about how we can cook more sustainably. And if we take you through the studio area, we'll be talking to guests. Morning, guys. Let's take you back over here, because if one guy knows what's going on at the Global Climate Action Summit, it's this guy, Jeff Wexler. He's the Chief Operating Officer. Jeff, I know you're really busy right now, so thank you for sparing us a couple of minutes.
Of course.
This is a summit that is celebrating action at the level below national governments, what we call subnational action.
Sure.
What is the message that you hope this summit will send to national governments?
That the ambition focused on combating climate change is real and achievable. And the commitments that are being made here are being made by governors and mayors and corporate CEOs representing 6 different continents, and that the appeal we have here display a really broad and diverse scope.
And this is happening now. In a couple of weeks, we'll be the UN General Assembly. And then earlier this week, the UN Secretary General, in a major speech, laid out the context about saying that climate change is running faster than we are. He's actually announced that he'll be hosting a major climate summit in 2019 at the level of heads of state. So what do you hope that this summit hands off to those summits and beyond?
Sure. So we're hoping that national governments pay attention to the commitments made here, that they realize that the commitments made here are real, that they are substantive, and they are achievable, and that the work that needs to be done by everyone, and that they can take that forward to 2020 and well beyond.
Okay, Jeff Wexler, thank you very much. I know you're busy, so we're going to let you go. Thanks for talking to us, Jeff, here on Step Up World. Now, one thing we said we wanted to do is to bring the summit to the world and the world to the summit. So let's do a little bit of that right now. We put together a video by some of our global climate trailblazers. Check it out.
Developing a project in Quito, Ecuador's capital. I want to reintroduce native plants within the city. The idea is to use green roofs to increase the green spaces. We want to achieve a biodiversity increase within the city and also increase the resilience. I think it's really important to live in a world where we live in harmony with nature. It's really important that citizens step up and start thinking what we can do within the city for creating a more suitable place for living with nature. I think we have to step up and start thinking how we can create habitat for other species to live with us.
I was born and grew up on the island, and ever since I was little, I love to spend time at the ocean. The ocean is my favorite place in nature. I am helping families in Kiribati to grow their healthy and nutritious vegetables using hydroponic. Our land is made of coral, and the soil is not good, so the majority of us are unable to grow our own food. I am doing this to help every family on the islands, especially my home, Kiribati. I am calling upon big industrious countries who operate big machines to please do not be greedy for money. Rather find a sustainable solution where you serve the need of others and at the same time you benefit the environment and make enough money. I know it's hard, but it's possible.
I'm Liliana Jaramillo, founder of Nativus.
My name is Eritai Katebui and I'm the co-founder of the MEL Project.
This is my call to action.
This is my call to action.
It's time to step up, world.
It's time to step up, world.
Those were some of our global climate trailblazers telling us a little bit about what they're doing to protect their part of the planet. I'm Rajesh Merchandani, and you're watching Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. When the action on the main stage is over, in about 3 hours' time, join us for a full hour of Step Up World, packed with guests, including world leaders like the Prime Minister of Barbados, scientists like Dr. Jane Goodall, former UN climate leader Christiana Figueres, and TV star and teenage climate champion Aidan Gallagher. They'll all be here. Send us your questions for them as well, because we want you to be part of the conversation. Use those hashtags, StepUp2018 and GCAS2018. It's going to be a really busy, fun-packed, informative and important couple of days. So let's not hold things up any further. Let's hand you now over to the main stage here at the Moscone Center in San Francisco for the beginning of the Global Climate Action Summit.
sunrise? What about rain? What about all the things that you said we were to gain? What about killing fields? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said were yours were mine? Did you ever even notice all the blood was shed before? Did you ever even notice the crying earth, the weeping shores? What have we done to the world? Look what we've done. What about all the peace that you pledged your only son? What about killing fields? Is there a time? What about all the dreams that you said were yours were mine? Did you ever even notice all the children dead from war? Did you ever even notice the crying earth, the one
Please welcome Canyon Sayers Roods.
Mishmin Tuhis, Khan Rakat Canyon, Coyote Woman, Sayers Roods. I come from Indian Canyon Nation and the Ramaytush Ohlone Association. Welcome to Ohlone territory. I am a sky protector, and I am so very humbled and honored that you acknowledge Indigenous protocol. It's so very important to recognize the Indigenous peoples, histories of these spaces and places. that we occupy in today's post-colonial settler society. It's so very important that we recognize that we have a responsibility to the earth. Indigenous peoples have been stewards of the land for thousands and thousands of years, and I am honored to be present here, that you acknowledge that. I am here to offer a grandmother's song. My mother and my grandmother believe that when song, ceremony, and dancing stops, so does the earth. I too believe that. I would like to offer this grandmother's song to honor our grandmothers, their grandmothers, and in all Mother Earth, for without them and without her, we would not be here. We share this time and space together for a reason, so it's with that humility, that gratitude, and that present-mindedness that I welcome you here to Ohlone territory. Moi moi o kawana, moi moi o ka, moi moi no, moi moi o ka, moi moi o nei ayo kanale, moi moi ayo kanale, moi moi o kawana, moi moi o ka, moi moi no, moi moi o ka, moi moi o nei ayo kanale, moi moi ayo kanale, moi moi o kawana, moi moi o ka, moi moi no, moi moi o ka, moi moi o nei ayo kanale, moi moi ayo kanale. Oh, can I hear a good oh to send that out in a good way? Oh, thank you so very much. We have a responsibility to the earth. We need to ensure the safety. I'm going to say don't support carbon trading. Please keep the fossil fuels in the soil. Honor our Mother Earth, our Father Sky, and our next generations. Oh!
Please welcome our Master of Ceremonies, the Head of Communications for Bloomberg, Linda Douglas.
Well, hello and welcome to the Global Climate Action Summit. I am honored and humbled to be here in San Francisco with such extraordinary leaders from around the world. These are leaders from every sector, every industry, business, government, technology, philanthropy, entrepreneurs and artists, inventors, investors, scientists and students, all united by a common goal, the goal of protecting the people who live on our planet by confronting the existential threat of climate change. Now, we're off to an auspicious start. On Saturday, tens of thousands of citizens around the world marched to demand greater climate action to fulfill the promises made 3 years ago in Paris. Our task, as you well know, becomes more urgent every day. This summer, temperatures once again reached record highs. People are dying as wildfires burn their houses to the ground. They are starving as droughts destroy their crops. Hurricanes and other disasters have claimed thousands of lives, displacing entire populations, causing billions and billions of dollars in damage. And of course, at this very moment, Hurricane Florence is bearing down on the eastern seaboard, and already 1.5 million people have been told to evacuate their homes. Florence is set to bring 50% more rainfall due to human-induced climate change. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Olivia is sweeping across Hawaii. And since the start of the hurricane season, this is an astonishing number, there have been 8 other named storms in the Atlantic and 14 more in the Pacific. And Here in California, more than a dozen different wildfires are tearing across the state. So now is not the time for us to rest. This year marks the halfway point between the adoption of the Paris Agreement and 2020, a critical moment when carbon emissions must peak if we are to avoid the very worst effects of climate change. By mid-century, we must be carbon neutral. Now, these are ambitious goals, but the speakers that you're going to be hearing from over the next few days are working hard to achieve them. It won't be easy, and the solutions won't be perfect. We are learning by doing as we undertake a more radical shift in our global economy than has ever been previously undertaken. We will make mistakes, we're going to see some failures along the way, but we cannot and we will not back away from this fight. So all of you here today and all of you watching around the world are proof that we will not back away from this fight. Now please join me in welcoming someone who is heading the way right here in San Francisco, the newly elected mayor of San Francisco, London Breed.
Hello, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to San Francisco for this incredible Global Climate Action Summit. We are united here today to take action on the defining issue of our time, protecting our environment and fighting against climate change. This is an issue that is bigger than one city, one region, or country. The choices and commitments we make over the next few days and our sustained cooperation will determine if we are able to leave a better future for the next generation. California has long been a leader on climate action, and San Francisco has been at the forefront of those efforts. Since 1990, we have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 30% and cut our landfill disposal in half, all while growing our economy by 111%. We are proof that you can have a strong and growing economy while advancing ambitious environmental policies. We were the first major city to ban single-use plastic bags, and I pushed legislation to establish the nation's strongest styrofoam ban and enact drug take-back policies, which had kept 40 tons of prescription medication out of our bay and landfills. And our 100% renewable energy program, Clean Power SF, has reduced and resulted in greenhouse gas reductions equivalent to taking 17,000 cars off our roads. By the year 2030, we are committed to 4 major initiatives here in San Francisco: cutting our landfill waste in half, decarbonizing all new buildings, achieving 100% renewable energy, and continuing to issue more green bonds to finance critical infrastructure that's desperately needed to combat climate change. Today, thank you. Today, I ask you to join us. The impacts of climate change are not constrained by borders, and our actions shouldn't be either. Let's send the world a bold message of action, unity, and determination. Together, we can go further to protect our planet and our people for generations to come. Thank you all so much for being here, and enjoy your time in San Francisco.
It's been said that if we change the way we look at things, the things we look at change. To gain a fresh perspective, to seek a new vantage point, to walk in another's shoes, we have to first be willing to change our minds.
I really wish that everyone could see the world the way that I've had a chance to see it.
We all know that people don't change, right? But wait, some do. Astronauts are the chosen few of us who know what it's like to survive without the basic but vital comforts our planet provides. Their reward? A sneak peek at the big picture.
When you're floating above the Earth, you see many different examples of how our desire for natural resources is changing the planet, and not always in a good way.
Right now, humans are pumping CO2 into our atmosphere, and there isn't enough time for the Earth's air conditioning system to correct the problem.
Launched into space at over 17,000 miles per hour, they look down and discover how rare, how delicate, how perfectly calibrated the Earth really is.
Of all the changes that we're making to the Earth, I think it's changes to the atmosphere that we should be the most worried about.
The planet is getting hotter. How much hotter? That depends on us.
Those who have touched the void return with a global passport. Not an American, a Canadian, a Russian, an Earthling.
Our rock, our planet, is important to us. It's special and it's unique because it's our home.
We're all crewmates on the same ship.
Now that's a new perspective. How connected and accountable we are to each other. And what a responsibility we have to take care of the only place any of us here will ever live.
We can get a lot smarter because we can learn a lot more from the previous generations.
When I was on the space station, looking back at the planet, it gave me a profound appreciation in what we take for granted.
We may not all have the luxury of observing our world from among the stars, but a day is coming when the void of space may seem like a more hospitable option than a planet at war with itself and with us. Fortune may favor the bold, but wisdom seeks those who find power in humility.
It just really gives you a sense of how special this place is where we live.
So, do we have what it takes? Is it possible to give our astronauts an even better view from above? One that proves that here on the ground, we were bold, we were resolute, and we were willing? Willing not only to change our minds, but to change our world for the better. I'm Robert Redford. Welcome to the Global Climate Action Summit.
Well, the view from space helps us understand the magnitude of the challenge that we are up against. But while our planet looks peaceful from above, for people in many parts of the world, climate change is a daily reality that threatens their lives and threatens their way of life. The people you're about to hear from now know this better than almost anyone because they have seen the devastating effects firsthand. They know what's at stake, and they know what it will take to meet the challenges head-on. Our first speaker is a pioneer, the first female Prime Minister of Barbados. She is on the front lines of the fight to save her country and other island nations from the devastation of climate change. Please welcome Prime Minister Mia Mottley.
Good morning, everyone. The very existence of my island nation and that of my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, their nations, is threatened as we speak today. I almost didn't make it here today. Indeed, as we speak, Tropical Storm Isaac is landing upon Dominica, St. Lucia, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. This is the 4th storm or hurricane in 3 years that is hitting Dominica as we speak. Barbados escaped the ravages of the 2017 hurricane season, the costliest on record in the Caribbean. A season with multiple Category 5 hurricanes in the same year. Unprecedented. It caused the utter devastation and complete evacuation of an island that has been inhabited for thousands of years. I refer to Barbuda. Unprecedented. And that's at 1 degree of warming. The world is currently on a path to well over 3 degrees of warming by the time a child born today reaches old age, even if the countries meet the commitments made in the first round of the nationally determined contributions. We were lucky in 2017, Barbados that is. We were lucky today. But is it fair and is it equitable that the livelihoods of our people are dependent now upon us staying lucky? Even if we avoid an extreme weather event, our ports, our hotels, our restaurants, our electricity generating stations, our main hospital, the only one, along with the majority of our other coastal infrastructure, are threatened by the insidious and accelerating rate of sea level rise. Coral reefs, our greatest economic asset after our human capital, are already dying. Things that I saw as a child, cobblers, sea eggs, we no longer see. Our reefs will dissolve as the oceans become more acidic. And even as we do that, we are facing and confronting daily now, as I speak, the threat of sargassum weed, which threatens the livelihood of our hotels, our workers, and our coasts. Our dry seasons are getting longer. Our droughts are more common. 3 years ago, 7 of the 11 parishes in my nation had difficulty accessing water. Access to fresh water is becoming a constraint on further economic development for a country that is already defined as water-stressed. Indeed, the cost of desalination water is more than 10 times that of our current cost of water, and we seek to do so as the 3rd most indebted country in the entire world. Dengue, chikungunya, and Zika-bearing mosquitoes are breeding faster and regrettably biting more people. Barbados, like many other countries around the world, is already experiencing the adverse impacts of climate change. And we are not content to wait for others to act. Barbados is a proud nation, long respected for punching way above its weight. We have been a world leader in solar hot water technology for almost 50 years, and now we intend to be one of the first examples of how carbon neutrality and climate resilience can be achieved across an entire economy. We intend to reassert ourselves on every international front we can engage to combat climate change, because we are in a fight for our own existence. Indeed, it is for that reason that we have set 2030 as the target for us to have a fossil fuel-free economy. The world has lost, all of us have lost momentum since Paris in 2015. And although the rate of increase has slowed, we've not yet peaked our global emissions. But we must do so by 2020. We really cannot afford to wait any longer. There's much work to be done. An affordable and predictable climate finance, believe you me, is greatly needed, especially for small island states whose vulnerability is in front of you today as I speak. The Green Climate Fund must be adequately replenished, for it is our only hope in many instances, and access to these funds need to be streamlined. Our country, Barbados, is graduated from borrowing from the World Bank. because we are deemed to be a middle-income country because of our per capita income. And yet, had that hurricane hit us today, our conversation and our reality would be completely different. But we relish simply to wallow in definitions made in rooms thousands of miles away from our reality. The agreements and goals that arose out of the week in Paris cannot be forgotten or cast aside. Not anymore. The next round of nationally determined contributions will seal our fate, for better or for worse. And to the citizens of the world I speak now, not to the governments. This is our battle. You see the evidence before our very eyes. We see it, we feel it. We don't have the power to change the small things that we do, always. But there's some things that we can change. We can change how we save water. We can turn off the tap each time we brush our teeth. We can change how we save energy. We can turn off the lights and the air conditioners as we leave rooms. We can change our oceans. And ensure that which we put in it is not to pollute it like straws and plastics. And if each one does this, then we can save our world, because many hands make light work. With the technology today, we can see each other whenever and wherever we choose, across borders, across regions, across races. For our climate knows no boundaries and respects no class, but it will respect numbers, as politicians do. It will respect numbers acting in concert. It will respect thousands and millions of people acting together, not just to change our minds, but to transform how we live, to save our world. I look to everyone in this room to act, but I look to everyone who hears my voice to act. For my country, for our region, for our island nations in the Caribbean and the Pacific, for vulnerable communities everywhere. Our future and the future of generations yet to come is at stake. And if we wait any longer, it will be far too late to save it. My friends across the world, the time for talk is past. This is truly the time for action. Not just the action of leaders and governments, but the actions of you and you and you and you and you and me. Thank you. Blessings.
Please welcome Dana Tizia-Tram and Francisca Oliveira de Lima Costa.
Olá a todos, é um prazer imenso estar aqui. Eu estou aqui trazendo a voz dos povos indígenas do mundo. Aqueles que não puderam estar aqui hoje presente nessa conferência tão importante, com tanta responsabilidade para com cada um de nós. Quero dizer a todos que nós, povos indígenas, sempre cuidamos da floresta. Se hoje existe floresta em pé, floresta tropical no mundo, é porque nós, povos indígenas, sempre cuidamos da floresta. Porque nós acreditamos que a floresta, ela é tudo para nós. E eu vim trazer um recado que se o homem não repensar o seu jeito de usar a terra, de usar a floresta, com as suas ambições, nós vamos sofrer muito ainda. O problema das mudanças do clima não é um problema só dos povos indígenas, do rico, do pobre, do grande, do pequeno. É um problema nosso, que nós vamos ter que enfrentar esse grande desafio. E aqui nós precisamos sair com compromisso firmado, com parceria séria. e incluir os povos indígenas nessa pauta, porque quem cuida da floresta somos nós que estamos lá, a população tradicional, quem estamos cuidando da floresta para o planeta, para o clima e para o mundo. O mundo está doente, mas ainda tem solução, se nós, o homem como um todo, puder repensar o jeito de usar a floresta. Vocês precisam olhar para os povos indígenas. Nós, povos indígenas, não podemos aparecer aqui só para fazer uma fala bonita, mas, na prática, as coisas têm que acontecer de verdade, porque nós estamos ajudando, nós estamos lá na ponta, mas nós é quem sofre as consequências muito mais do que vocês, com a perca da alimentação, com as mudanças do tempo, que vocês chamam as mudanças do clima, nós chamamos mudanças do tempo, mudanças de calendário. Nós precisamos unir força, porque está acontecendo isso, foi o próprio homem que criou. O homem criou esse dano. Empreendimento cria impacto. Grandes hidrelétricas, estrada, que vocês acham que é desenvolvimento, entre aspas, para nós é destruimento, é destruir a nossa floresta, a nossa vida. Então, eu trouxe essa mensagem em nome dos povos indígenas, com muita responsabilidade, e aqui fazendo um apelo para todos nós, porque todos nós estamos sofrendo as consequências e vamos sofrer ainda mais se nós não sairmos daqui com esse compromisso firmado e botar na prática para acontecer as coisas que nós estamos firmando aqui. Era isso que eu queria trazer, essa mensagem em nome dos povos indígenas do mundo.
Bangwinzi Shilaknai. My name is Dana Tija Tram, Bundak Wichin from Old Crow, 80 miles north of the Arctic Circle. My people's oral history, stretching back over 28,000 years, teaches us that we are intrinsically tied to the land, the air, waters, and animals. Today, the rights of my people to continue our ways of life are in jeopardy as never before. We face the dual connected threats of climate change and the oil drilling that fuels it. Our sensitive region is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet. The permafrost under our feet is melting while oil companies pump chemicals into it to prolong their operations. As it warms, the permafrost releases earth-altering amounts of methane and mercury. Now the sacred lands of my people, the pristine calving grounds of the largest land animal migration left on Earth, the porcupine caribou herd, are being eminently threatened by the same industry responsible for this warming. Without consulting us, the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge is slated to endure intensive seismic exploration beginning this winter as the first step in wholesale oil and gas development. Even the weight of the vehicles scar this sensitive landscape beyond recognition. These lands and waters are our very bodies, the caribou and migrating animals, our lifeblood. My people are committed to a future where fossil fuels do not ruin our Earth. In my village, we are constructing a solar farm of 2,000 panels, the largest such project in the Arctic North. This is just the beginning in reestablishing our ancient balance with our lands through sustainable technologies. But we cannot do this alone. The world must understand that none of us are separated from this planet, each other, or what is happening today. Respect for Indigenous rights is key to stemming and reversing climate change, that the disregard of our people is the disregard of this planet and even themselves. These are the teachings of my ancestors and elders, people who still remember these ancient truths. And for that, I give you thanks for listening today. Masit Cho.
Please welcome Johan Rockström and Christiana Figueres.
Hello, I'm Cristiana Figueres, and this is my very good friend, Johan Rockström. We're here not only to again welcome you to the Global Climate Action Summit, but we're here to tell you a story. It is a story of the journey that we're already on of exponential transformation, already evolving right there in front of us. However, before we start the story, why don't you tell us, why is exponential transformation actually necessary, Johan?
It starts with the big picture. After 50 years of rising human pressures on Earth, we have reached a saturation point. We reached a point in 2018 where Mother Earth is sending social and economic invoices in the form of extreme events across the entire world, right as we speak, seeing in the front of us, causing tremendous impacts across the entire planet. The scientific message is very clear. Things are changing faster than we had predicted. The unprecedented, the largest ever observed forest fires in California, all the way to forest fires, droughts, and water scarcity and tropical heat, even in the Arctic, most likely connected to the slowdown of the Arctic vortex caused by the amplified melting of Arctic ice, influencing the jet stream, which is causing and locking high-pressure temperatures in Northern Europe, all the way to the droughts and temperature rise in Australia, leading to floods in Pakistan, the unprecedented floods in Kerala, with a need to reinvest in the entire state, all the way to unprecedented events from floods, droughts across the entire planet. We see the impacts in terms of warming oceans that are absorbing so much of our impacts, with now coral bleaching, acidification across all oceans on the planet, with 30% of the Great Barrier Reef, the world's largest coral reef system, having crossed an irreversible tipping point. This is the big picture that we're seeing in front of us today. But the even bigger picture is our 100-year journey. A 100-year journey where what was normal 100 years back and what was then the extreme events is now becoming our new normal, where we're seeing across all continents the rising temperatures leading to very significant impacts across the entire social and economic fabric that we all depend on. In fact, can you believe it? We've now reached 1 degree Celsius warming on planet Earth, the highest temperature on Earth since the last ice age. We are at the point, at the edge, where we need to start transformations. But there's an even bigger picture, which is the rising scientific evidence that the Earth system has only stayed below 2 degrees so far, thanks to the resilience of the Earth system. We have 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions taken up in oceans and land. Earth remains still our best friend, but we're learning that there are tipping points all the way from the risk of losing methane from thawing permafrost to the degradation of the jet stream, the thermohaline, whole energy exchange in the oceans. And we have so much evidence today that these tipping points are what regulates our ability to have what we so much depend on, a self-cooling planet, and avoiding crossing a tipping point when Earth would potentially move irreversibly towards a self-amplifying warming temperature. Just a few months back, we summarized this science from all the tipping points we have, from the risk of the Amazon rainforest flipping over irreversibly to become a savanna, showing that already at 2 degrees Celsius, we may be crossing a planetary threshold where we could enter an irreversible journey towards a hothouse Earth.
So, Johan, are we condemned to a hothouse Earth?
Well, the good news is that Earth remains resilient. It's still dominated by self-cooling feedbacks, despite our unsustainable behavior across all sectors in society. So we still have the opportunity of transforming towards a decarbonized future well below 2 degrees Celsius, aiming at 1.5. The Paris Agreement has unprecedented scientific support. The pathway we need to follow when translating Paris is very clear. We need to bend the curve of emissions no later than 2020, in 2 years' time, and then following a pace of decarbonization, roughly at 67% reduction in emissions every year, which translates to a Gordon Moore type innovation pathway that we've called the Global Carbon Law. If we can cut emissions by half every decade, we can take us to Paris. and that this is the transformation pathway that can take us to the decarbonized world economy by 2050. We need to transform the food system from being the single largest source of emissions to becoming a single largest sink of emissions, an agricultural revolution. We need, whether we like it or not, we need to recognize the need to have carbon capture and storage and biological capture and storage, but we also need to maintain the carbon sinks in natural ecosystems. And all of this, dear friends, if we can decarbonize according to the carbon law, transform food systems, keep resilient ecosystems, we have a 66% chance of staying under 2 degrees Celsius. This is a global transformation. It is an exponential journey.
So let's just understand what exponential actually means, because frankly, we're not used to thinking exponentially, right? So if I take more or less 37 steps in a linear fashion, that will be the length of this fantastic stage, more or less. 37 steps linearly. Now, if we think about these steps in exponential fashion, and we think actually we're going to be exponential by 2, so then we would take 1 step, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, then 32. We get the picture, right? You can do the math as well as I. Well, you have fundamentally different results. So if we start here today and we take 20 exponential steps, we will be in LA. If we take 23 exponential steps, we will be in New York. If we take 26, we will be back in LA because we have gone all around the planet. If we take 30 exponential steps, we will be on the moon. And if we take 37, we will be on Mars. That is the difference between linear and exponential. That is the difference between linear progress and exponential progress when we think about climate change. So from Mars, let's come back to Earth and see, are we actually on an exponential path? Well, Johan and I would like today to put forward that we actually are on an exponential path, at least in some sectors. Let's begin with what we have seen in renewable energy. There we have definitely seen 10 years ago, let's be frank, renewable energy was a boutique operation. But now with the growth of both solar and wind, we have gone to a doubling of renewable energy every 5.5 years. That means if we continue that trend, exponential trend, we will actually be pretty safely, even discounting for all the challenges that we're going to have, we're going to be pretty safely at 50% renewable energy by 2030. Something that would have been unthinkable just 10 years ago, and definitely the evidence for exponential progress. Now let's look to the latest exciting news that we all read in newspapers every day, which is what is happening in electric vehicles. Quite exciting. Frankly, 10 years ago, electric vehicles were science fiction. Now, we have every major car company already putting forward their electric models for all of their old internal combustion engine models, and we have a growing number of countries that are setting dates for banning the sale of new vehicles if they are internal combustion, i.e. regulating that all new vehicles will have to be electric. Currently, the uptick in electric vehicles is actually following market path. But once these policies come into effect, we will have electric vehicles in the market following an exponential path just through the combination of market forces and policies. Then we have, let's look at the green finance sector, a very exciting sector, just on green bonds. Now let's remember that we know that in order to transform the global economy, we need to invest at least $1 trillion every year into green infrastructure. And just on green bonds, one of the financial instruments, where have we gone? We have gone from where we were, practically unheard of instrument, certainly 10 years ago, to now already an exponential curve, which if followed up until up until 2021, we will be at $1 trillion just with green bonds. Another exponential curve that we're beginning to see is the divestment movement. Started in 2013, and by now, we're already at $6 trillion with exponential curves to look forward to. And then carbon pricing, yet another financial instrument to accelerate low carbon economic growth. The going word on the street is that carbon pricing is not occurring. Not true. You can see how much is actually already occurring in certainly in terms of countries, but also in terms of coverage of greenhouse gases, with more news to come very soon. So across the green finance sector, with different instruments, with different takes, we are starting to see the exponential curve moving forward. That, of course, means that companies are now able to take science-based targets, and we have there, again, an uptick in companies taking science-based targets, which means zero net by 2050. And stay tuned for a very exciting announcement that will come today that will take us beyond where we are right now at this moment of 476 companies. All of this together means that countries are actually able to peak emissions. And by 2020, we know that we will have 53 countries who will have been able to peak their greenhouse gas emissions while increasing their GDP, i.e., we are beginning to disassociate the two curves of economic growth and GHG growth, which is exactly what is called for in the Paris Agreement. So, Johan.
Where are we heading?
I have to be frank with you. Hold on. I have to be frank with you because everything that I have said is all well and good, but it only covers a few sectors, right? So what happens with the other sectors?
Well, you know, it's almost like it puts us in a point of schizophrenia because there's never been reason to be so nervous as today, based on the scientific necessity, but there's never been so much reason to be hopeful given the exponential rise of journeys in the right direction that we're seeing. So when Hurricane Florence is now about to hit North Carolina, and we know that this is very likely actually associated, it's an unnatural path due to the weakening of the jet stream, we also see all these positives. What we are releasing here today is for the first time the Exponential Climate Action Roadmap, building on the empirical evidence that you just presented, Christiana, and looking at the next 12 years. What is the roadmap and opportunity we have to cut emissions by half by 2030 over the next 12 years, following the global carbon law that can take us to Paris. And this maps out, with the best evidence we have, the 30 solutions which are scalable, which are potentially beneficial, both socially and economically, across all sectors in society. This covers the whole transport, energy, buildings. It is a careful walkthrough of all the mapping that have been done from private sector, from policy, from countries around the world, to see what is realistically achievable, wedge by wedge, scale by scale. And what we find is that, yes, we can reach 50% electricity coming from solar and wind by 2030 on the current trajectories. And most excitingly, perhaps, is that when we come at food consumption and land use, we even hear, which is the dark horse, as we all know, that the final battleground, whether we'll reach Paris, is not only about decarbonizing the energy system, it's also about a transformation to sustainable and healthy food systems. And then even here, the solutions are in place. We have the technologies and we can succeed. Minimizing food waste, investing in sustainable intensification, recycling resources, getting new energy balances in our ecosystem management and landscapes. This just shows that we are on path to success.
So to support this transformation, this exponential transformation, as you know, all nations came together in 2015 in Paris and agreed to a common path toward the decarbonization of the global economy. We, in the meantime, have taken that path, and we are building the moments between now and 2020 to ensure that we're keeping track of the exponential progress that we're seeing and, in fact, increasing that exponential progress. But 2020 is only 2 minutes from now. And over the next few months in preparation for 2020, when countries must come together again to assess what they have been able to do, what the private sector has done, what investment has done, what technologies have moved forward. They will have to come together to the table to step up their national ambition once again, because there is in the Paris Agreement a 5-year cycle, which we call the ratchet mechanism, in which every 5 years countries need to upgrade and update their aspirations based on the reality that they see and the projections that they believe are going to be possible. 2020 is the year, the first year in which these countries must come to the table and increase the ambition, but it is also the year in which science has told us it is the very last moment that we have to actually be able to bend the curve of emissions, which currently is still increasing, bend the curve of greenhouse gas emissions, and begin the radical descent that we must follow in order to stay safely under 2 degrees. So we have heard today from Johan that this exponential transformation is necessary. We have seen that, at least in some sectors, it is already exponential. And we have just heard from Johan that it is achievable. The moment has come to move from knowing that it is achievable to actually achieving it. And that is what we're gathered here to do over these 2 days. You have been invited to a summit. It is a summit, but it is not only a summit. This is actually an invitation for all of you to join the journey of exponential transformation, for you to assess where are you on that exponential curve, how can you contribute to the next uptick, and how can you reach out to everyone else, to peers, to colleagues, to supply chain, to encourage them to change their mindset from linear to exponential. Because the world, the future of the world, is one that we must co-create based on radical collaboration among all of us. Because the consequences of either doing so or not doing so are not just for us, they are for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
As host mayor of the 2015 Paris Agreement, she helped bring together leaders from cities, states, business, and civil society to strengthen that historic deal. Today, she represents not only her own city of Paris, but a coalition of 96 cities that are home to 700 million people and 1/4 of the global economy. Please welcome Mayor Anne Hidalgo.
Let me tell you a story. The story of a European citizen, mother of 3, and mayor of one of the biggest cities in the world, who recently brought a case before the European Court to defend the right of her fellow citizens to breathe. It all started in 2015 with the Dieselgate, a case of fraud that led the European Commission to review an environment law to give a sort of license to pollute. The origin of this case, the manipulation of results by a major car maker to pass the test of compliance to pollution standards. Instead of punishing the cheaters, Europe only changed the rules. As mayor of Paris, fighting to ensure that my city breathes, I could not allow that. Against the advice of many people, but with the support of thousands of citizens and joined by my colleagues, the mayor of Brussels and Madrid, I decided to challenge the Commission decision. I was then told that in order to do so, I needed to be directly and personally affected. Directly and personally affected. As a mayor, I'm directly and personally affected by air pollution. I am because, as a mayor, it is my responsibility to protect the citizens. I always keep in mind the mandate they gave me. I act on behalf of Parisians with their trust and defending their interests. I am directly and personally affected when hospitals report to me an increasing number of children suffering from asthma. I'm directly and personally affected when doctors challenge me on air pollution, which is causing new cancers every year. I'm directly and personally affected when I witness that the most vulnerable ones are strongly impacted by climate change, therefore increasing inequalities. I am directly and personally affected because I don't want to face my children one day when they ask me, "Why didn't you do anything?" It is an emergency. We will not die from pollution tomorrow. We are already dying today. I don't know what the ruling of the European Court will be. I'm waiting for the decision. I don't know if we'll lean toward the truth or the lies, the future of the past, citizen or lobbies. But I know that we, mayors, dear friends, dear colleague, governor, dear Governor Brown, local governments, we are directly and personally affected. We are legitimate to act, for it is the question of health. We are best placed to defend them and to enable them to breathe. The Paris Agreement is an invitation to do so. Our house is burning and we look elsewhere. This announcement was made by former President Chirac at the opening of the Earth Summit in 2002. Our house is burning now, literally. It is about time to act. Thank you for your attention.
Please welcome anchor and executive producer, Bloomberg Technology, Emily Chang.
Hi, everyone. That's better. Thank you so much for being here today. We all know that mitigating climate change has to be a national priority, and more often than not, the real work that we're seeing is being done from the ground up, whether it's cities or states or businesses or civil society advocating for action, implementing policies, making big investments. So even where national leadership may be falling short, we've got champions leading the fight on the ground to fulfill the promises that were made in Paris, and we are here to celebrate their actions. So I'm pleased to introduce some of those leaders right now. We've got the governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, who's demonstrated the power that states can have as climate actors. He has recommitted to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and put the state on track towards 100% clean energy by 2050. Yeah. Hanna Gronkiewicz-Waltz became mayor of Warsaw in 2006, and since that time, she has championed new programs to make Warsaw a green metropolis, including revamping their transportation network. And Poland, of course, is going to be the host of COP24 this December. I know a lot of you will be there. It is not just about state and local governments leading the charge. They are often challenged to set even bigger goals by civil society organizations like Oxfam International. To keep the rest of us on track, we have Winnie Byanyima, Oxfam's executive director, who is a renowned expert on the intersection of climate change, gender, and poverty. She also has some fascinating on-the-ground stories that she will be sharing with us. And companies around the world are starting to understand the importance of these issues too and take action. So really excited to have Kevin Johnson here, the CEO of Starbucks. He was on the board for 10 years. He's been CEO since last year, and he's led, as many of you know, some really bold commitments to social impact, including the recent announcement that Starbucks will eliminate the waste and hazard of plastic straws globally by 2020. My mom, your biggest strawberry acai drinker, is still getting used to this, but she's on board. And last but not least, we've got one of the biggest players who led the negotiation in Paris on behalf of the Obama White House, Brian Deese. He's now the head of BlackRock's Sustainable Investing Group. He leads their efforts to engage on socially conscious investments and aligning that with their portfolio and values. So the challenges may be different for all of these parties, but the goal is the same, and that is decarbonization. All right. So, Brian, I thought I would start with you. Since you were there on the ground in Paris, leading, an important player in leading the negotiations for the Obama administration. What was your reaction to the current administration pulling out, and what do you think the real impact of that has been?
Well, I think that there is a certain physics to politics. And so, as inexplicable as that decision was, I think for people around the world, and particularly for people who worked closely on it, what I think is equally or more notable is that action has had an equal and opposite reaction. You've seen that by countries around the world. If you took us back to Paris and you asked us, where would we be 2.5 years in with this sort of global compact on climate change, if you could predict the unexpected events like Brexit and like the election in the United States, I think you look at where we are today and be quite optimistic that every country, every major economy outside the United States has not only recommitted to the Paris Agreement, but committed to the idea that what Paris stood for is irreversible. We see the action that's happening at the state and local level. And we see that in the investing world as well. Asset owners in the last 18 months have increasingly been interested in these set of issues. And there's an irony that, in fact, I think it took the Trump administration to really bring a unifying force to the American private sector to be in favor of climate action. And so I think those are it's the equal and opposite reaction that I tend to focus on.
So let's talk about the galvanization, the positive side of the galvanization of that. I'd like to hear from all of you what you think your biggest accomplishment has been since Paris. So, Governor Murphy, I'll start with you.
First of all, thrilled to be here. I want to thank Governor Brown and the hosts for this extraordinary convening. I succeeded a guy who was anti-climate policy, and we are obviously in the midst, as Brian has said, of an administration which is historically bad. So New Jersey's a pretty proud progressive state. So we've taken, yeah. I have to say I had a conversation with Governor Brown right after I got elected to get advice, and we talked about climate mostly. And I said to him on the call, I wanted New Jersey to be the California of the East Coast. And one of my Jersey buddies showing great Jersey attitude said, Murph, you got to go stronger. You got to say we're going to succeed so much. California is going to be the Jersey of the West Coast. But we have a vision for a 100% clean energy economy by the year 2050. A big piece of that is offshore wind. And if you said to me, what's the one thing that I'd really love to sort of anchor with you today, is we've laid out a vision for 3,500 megawatts offshore by 2030 in offshore wind. New Jersey's really well situated, not just the wind currents, but also the plates and the depths. And I'm proud to say that our Board of Public Utilities this coming Monday is going to consider the first round of solicitations for 1,100 megawatts. So this is actually going to happen. And I'm going to ask them to put in place, again, announcing today in the year 2020 and 2022, the incremental in each year's case, 1,200 megawatts, another 1,200 megawatts. So this is going to happen. So it's not just wind, it's solar, it's community solar, it's a huge environmental justice program, and boy, all of this creates jobs and makes us healthier and gives us better lives.
All right. Mayor Gronkiewicz, well, cities have a huge role to play here. You know, talk to us about the role that Warsaw is playing, and you also have something to announce today.
I think that in the case of Central Europe, especially these countries which are after communist period, we started quite late in comparison to the developed world, because I can say that in realistic terms we started to think and to elaborate and to face the challenge of change of climate when we became the member of the EU, which in the case of Poland is 2004. And I think that the cities and the mayors, they play a very important role. I should confess that even stronger than the government, and we do our job. What I mean by doing our job, I mean we change the buses, we introduce electric buses, we change the tramways, we are constructing subways. It's the case of Warsaw. Because of different history, as I mentioned already in the beginning, we started a little bit late. But we are very much determined, and what is the most important in our case, I think, is the education and the awareness of the subject of the issue. So you have to educate the schools, the children, students, they should know what's going about, yes? Fortunately, in our case, we have education on the high level. This was the one thing which was important in the previous system and very much highlighted. And so it's going not so bad. But what is also important, we coordinate different stakeholders. These are also universities, business. We have a special arrangement with the Polytechnic School in Warsaw, with Warsaw Economic School. We are working at the moment for the air pollution monitoring. So this is an example. What is also very important is different events, and I can show. We have, for example, Partnership for Climate. We have Picnic with Climate. Many people come. Also, and because they like picnic, yes. So you have to find a way to the people, to the public. Also, Energy Days, and also Annual European Mobility Week. And I'm always doing this week check by the media if I go by bus, if I go by train, if I go by car. So this is the action which we undertake, just to make people more and more aware with the issue. And but what is for us important, apart from our task and activity among our committees? I give you one quick example. For example, we have so-called participatory budgets. It means people, they get some money, they can do what they want. And now they decided that it's one of the group in one district that they would like to have more monitoring of air pollution. So it was their own decision. For us, it's also important the cooperation in the international cooperation, because we are active in C40, in ICLEI, in universities, and we share our knowledge with other, of course, capital cities, not only capital cities, but we participate, of course, in Paris, in Chicago, in Berlin, London, Lisbon, Milan. This is for us very helpful.
Now, Winnie, you do a lot of your work in the Global South, where a large percentage of global emissions are projected, and I'm wondering if you can share with us some of the dangerous and disastrous impacts you are seeing on the ground, and talk about what we can do to act more aggressively.
Well, thanks, Emily. And first, to thank Governor Brown for this invitation to join this panel on behalf of Global Civil Society, on behalf of Oxfam, my organization. You know, climate change is a political challenge, not a technical challenge. That's my starting point. Why? It's an issue of justice. Thank you. It's an issue of justice and fairness. If I think about my uncle who lives in a village in Uganda and is a farmer, it would take him 129 years to emit the same amount of carbon dioxide as an average American citizen emits in 1 year. 129 years. So, the climate crisis was caused by the emissions of rich people, but it is poor people who are hit hardest. And so, what excites me is really that we're seeing that in spite of that, the pendulum of climate action is swinging towards developing countries. They are not just sitting down watching, they are acting. Here are some examples. The Climate Vulnerable Forum, 50 countries, poorest countries, least developed countries, small islands, have committed to have 100% renewable energy by 2050. This is their commitment. They are holding a virtual climate summit in November. That's leadership. China and India today, their investment in renewable energies is the highest world over and is rising fastest. That's China and India. South Africa is among the top 10 countries that are deploying utility-scale solar power. South Africa. So that's leadership. And so I'm optimistic, but I also know, as the scientists said here, that we need to do more. It's simply not enough. And that's why we at Oxfam are now calling for an end to the use of coal worldwide. Yes. Yes. We are saying that there shouldn't be another coal plant installed in the world today, and that the existing ones should be phased out as fast as possible. That's our position on coal. We've done an estimate, my last point, we've estimated that for every dollar invested in coal in Asia, that dollar will cause $10 of climate change damage in that region alone. Yeah. So what do you call that? You call it economics of self-harm. We can't do that. So we're calling for the end of coal. We are excited about the momentum that has been generated because climate change is a political issue. It's an issue of people power. We need people power, and that's why we're so excited by the marches.
So, Kevin, Starbucks has a lot of constituencies. Obviously, you've got coffee growers, you've got customers who love their straws, you've got shareholders. How do you balance where to invest your time, your energy, and your money towards sustainability, given that you are a for-profit company with all of these obligations?
Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here today. And, as you point out, what would a publicly traded company like Starbucks, be doing at a conference like this? Well, certainly, as we've grown over the decades, we now have nearly 29,000 Starbucks stores in 78 countries, over 330,000 Starbucks partners who proudly wear the green apron, serving 100 million customers a week. And we are a company that, in the fabric of our mission, our culture, and our values, is the belief that the pursuit of profit is not in conflict with the pursuit of doing good. We are a company that started a journey years ago where one of our social impact pillars is sustainability. And we're a company that has put a stake in the ground that is working to make coffee the first sustainable agricultural product in the world. We're doing that in partnership. We're doing that in partnership with the public sector and with NGOs like Conservation International, and we're working on behalf of coffee farmers around the world to make coffee a sustainable agricultural product. We've extended that to provide greener cups in our stores. And we've made announcements. We introduced a recyclable cup years ago, but we realized that many municipalities can't afford or don't have the facilities to recycle all those cups. And so earlier this year, we announced the Greener Cup Challenge in partnership with the World Wildlife Foundation and the work that we're doing in partnership with Closed Loop Partners to find new solutions, innovative solutions that we will open source to all. We then built upon that over the years, where we have built more LEED stores than any other business in the world. We've woven LEED criteria into our store development process, and we've taken it not just within the United States, but we've taken it around the world. And so you put all that together, sustainability is one of the pillars of our social impact agenda. And we're here today to announce how we're going to extend our commitment even further.
Tell us.
Well, today we're announcing that in addition to the journey that we've been on, we now have launched what we call a greener store framework. In addition to building stores with LEED criteria and LEED certification, we're now extending it to how we operate those stores. Things that really focus on renewable energy that's used in our stores, water stewardship, the things that we're doing to better manage and reduce waste. And it's all driven with the aspiration to be the #1 company in the world with a sustainable platform from origin, working with farmers, the entire supply chain, to the stores and the actual end product that we deliver. And so we're very excited about the opportunity that brings.
All right. Brian, as Kevin said, making money shouldn't be at odds with, creating a better planet for us and future generations. That said, do investors really value sustainability, and do you believe it actually is a competitive advantage? Can you make more money by investing sustainably or investing in sustainable efforts, or are those two things at odds?
So at BlackRock, we're an asset manager, which means our mission, our purpose is to protect and grow the value of our clients' assets, most of which are invested for the long term, and most of which are invested for long-term goals like retirement. And so our goal in that context is to look forward at risks and opportunities and be better at anticipating those on behalf of our clients. And in that context, the first point I would make, consistent with what Kevin said, is that sustainable investing is no longer a nice to do. It's no longer an exercise in trading value for values. And it's increasingly becoming core to that mission of providing a better future for the clients that we serve. I think that when we talk about climate change in particular, I think that in too many parts of the investing world, there has been this view that the risks of climate are real, but they are too long-term. They are too hard to measure. They are too uncertain to really build into an investment strategy. And I think that the second point I would make is that the facts and the data have well made that view obsolete. And so I think that the opportunity and the responsibility on all of us in the investing community is to up our game and to get better at understanding those risks, measuring those risks, pricing those risks, and then using them to deliver better outcomes. And at BlackRock, we're committed to doing our part on that front. And so, we're doing a number of things. First, we engage directly with companies that have the most material risks associated with climate change. And we expect them to both disclose those risks and have a plan to address those. And we sent letters to 120 of those companies this year to ask them that the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure put out a framework. What are they doing to put that in practice in their own companies? Second, we can build in the cutting-edge physical risk data about climate change into our own investment processes. And we believe that the data and the science has accelerated to a point that we can provide a much clearer picture, not just at the city level or even the street level, but down to the individual structure level of what those risks are. And we can connect those back to the assets that we own, the securities that we own. That makes us better investors, but it also has the impact of driving change throughout the investment ecosystem, the insurance ecosystem, if we more effectively price those risks. And third, from an investment perspective, climate change is not just about risk. It's also about opportunity. You listen to what Kevin's doing. Kevin is finding commercial opportunities to try to reinforce the Starbucks purpose by putting his money where his mouth is and your company's money where your mouth is. And so we believe we can more effectively deliver for investors a holistic view of, are companies ready for this low carbon transition? Are they prepared to capture the opportunities as well as mitigate those risks? And then allow investors to align their capital with companies that are more prepared for the low carbon transition. They can do well by doing good. And the last thing that I would, the last thing that I would say is that ultimately, as a investor, the other big opportunity that we can't ignore is the capital needs to transition the world's infrastructure to a low carbon world. That the energy infrastructure and the transportation infrastructure globally need to transition. And we at BlackRock we've invested $5 billion into renewable wind and solar assets, and we are committed to seeing the challenge of the capital that needs to flow, not just into wind and solar, but into the global low carbon infrastructure transition. Seeing that challenge as an opportunity and stepping into that challenge and saying, how can we give investors the opportunity to invest in that transition in a way that will generate commercial returns, but that will help deploy capital into frontier economies and frontier technologies. And we're ready to step up and do that.
Good job.
Governor Murphy, we've got another hurricane barreling towards the East Coast. It took New Jersey a long time to recover from Hurricane Sandy, and there's a belief that climate change made the hurricane more powerful. There were big economic losses there. How do you see the clean energy economy that you are trying to build contributing to economic growth? This idea of doing well by doing good.
Yes. By the way, there's a fascinating discussion, and I think one reaction I'm having up here is that the likes of all of us will have never mattered more. Whether you're a governor, in my case, a mayor running one of the world's premier NGOs, a for-profit CEO, an investor, given what the hand we've been dealt, we will have never mattered more. I think 100 years from now, folks will look back and say the folks like the group gathered today, we changed history, and that's the reason why we've gathered here today. And there's a lot of myth busting. So you've got both in the corporate side and the investment side this question of you can do good or do well. That's also a reality in politics, that if you're for climate change, you must be against economic growth. And that's a myth that we must be vigilant in completely shattering, because in fact, it's a 1 + 1 = 3 opportunity. I mentioned in passing, this is a huge job creator, union jobs more often than not. You think through that offshore wind historic opportunity we have, that's thousands of jobs. That's direct input into our economic growth. You look at, we were having, some of us, a discussion earlier today. Look at the health disparities that we have. Winnie made the very compelling point that the poorest among us pay the biggest price. If you look at rates of asthma in kids in Newark and Elizabeth, New Jersey, who have proximity to the big ports and the trucks that go in and out, and you look at the rates that are multiples of the rates elsewhere in our state or elsewhere in our country, and you can imagine a better future where you get that back into line. You have an enormous benefit, not just to those individuals, but to society more generally, or to disparities in life expectancy, which are shockingly wide depending on the communities in which you live. Again, if we can get at that collectively, that is a huge contributor, not just to society and those individuals, but to economic growth. So this is, it's jobs, it's better health outcomes, it's a better quality of life, and this notion that you can either do good or do well, but you can't do both. We have to collectively commit that we're going to shatter that once and for all.
Now, clearly this is something that we're all going to do together, whether it's the investment community or the government or cities or civil society or corporations. So what is the one thing you will do, and I'll have our last three panelists here answer this question. How do you see committing to work together with other organizations, with other constituencies to get to this end goal that we all believe in?
I think that in the case of Warsaw, citizens are more educated than it was before, so they push us. They wanted to have everything immediately, but we don't have so money to do everything at the same moment. So, for example, so we do different things which are the most important, and of course they are also sponsored by the EU with the EU funds, because EU offers the funds mainly for the environment, which is, I think, very positive and very important. So, for example, we have probably one of the most modern wastewater treatment plants, which was very costly because it was about $1 million, and half of this was sponsored by the EU. So if you come one day to Warsaw, I can show you. It's really the modern, because it's the newest, you know, and of course the standards had to be fulfilled. With the incinerator, which uses the energy from the waste, so it's very important for the environment. So we try to as I said, to combine and to gather together business and also research. We would like also to make energy efficient buildings as the city municipal housing. We are now we adopted the soon Warsaw standard building, which is at first it will be for the municipal, because we don't have a law which can enforce. As a city, we don't have government can do it, enforce the residential areas, which is not our own. I think what is also very important to preserve the green spaces. In Warsaw, we have about 30% is green, so we are lucky from this point of view. When you land, you can see from the plane that's probably one of the most, except maybe Nordic countries, one of the most green capital city in this part of Europe. And what is very important, we have, of course, the river, and the other side of river, the so-called the right side. On the left side, you have different things which you can use, different kinds of facilities. It's I would say, modernized, but it's completely green, the other side of the river, and we can do your jogging, people bike, whatever you do. So this is very unusual. I remember one of the Asians group who visited us, they said, how much money did you spend to keep it? And in first, we were lucky we didn't change it, so it's very natural. So I think that this is the way how we try to do. And of course, what is very important in our case, as I mentioned in the beginning, is the transportation. Because transportation is cheaper year after year, which is not the case in many countries, because we invested a lot but now we reduce the price of the tickets. And it's the same, by the way, with water supply. I just wrote a letter and sent to the citizens that they will pay since now 14% less than last year's. This is the way how we manage.
We're out of time, so Winnie and Kevin, I want to give you the last word, but please keep it brief. How do you see collaborating with other constituencies to have the greatest impact? What do you see as the greatest opportunity to collaborate and also have a great impact?
I think the most important thing to do for us in civil society, definitely, is to challenge the economic model that has resulted in climate change. Because climate change, it's one symptom of a broken economy. Extreme inequality is another symptom of a broken economy. We have an economy that obscures the cost of economic activity to the environment. And the same economy also hides the contributions of ordinary people, particularly women, of caring for children, caring for people, caring for the sick. That is also not counted in the economy. And we have an economy then that counts narrowly economic activity, leaves out the most important things like looking after environment, looking after people. I could say bluntly, if I were to put it bluntly, that this economy trashes the environment and trashes people, ordinary people, especially women. So for us, the most important thing will be to work with business people to look for alternative models that share value with ordinary people, that rely less on fossil fuels. It will be to work with governments and cities to look for ways to support ordinary, poor, vulnerable people to adapt to climate change. It will be about going on the streets and demonstrating people power so that politicians can organize our economies differently. So I hope you'll join us on the street. Wear a T-shirt and yeah, we all put on our T-shirts and go to that house, you know the one I mean.
Kevin, there's the challenge.
Look,
how does Starbucks rise to it, and how should other companies?
I'll just build on Winnie's comments. You know, I think, look, if you look at this problem on a global basis, it can be so overwhelming that it can become discouraging. If you look at this problem through, you know, your silo, you could say, you know, what can I do? The only way to look at this problem, in my opinion, is say, am I partnering with other like-minded public sector, NGOs, and businesses to make progress? And it is that progress, you know, momentum will build momentum, and optimism is a force multiplier. And so the work we do in partnership with NGOs, with public sector, with other businesses to, you know, around sustainability is the only way that I think we can solve this problem.
All right.
Well said.
Thank you to all of you for the work you're doing, for being here. Really appreciate you sharing your thoughts today. Thank you.
Please welcome I.G. Patel Professor of Economics and Government at the London School of Economics, Lord Nicholas Stern.
Thank you. My argument is simple. The transition to the zero-carbon economy is the inclusive growth story of the 21st century. Let me explain. The world economy must grow over the next 15 to 20 years in order to overcome poverty. To avoid dangerous climate change, that means implementing the Paris Agreement, Emissions must peak as soon as possible and be cut by at least 30% in the next 15 years. Otherwise, we risk halting and reversing economic development and forcing hundreds of millions of people to move, with real risks of severe and extended conflict. Thus, it is clear that we need a new type of growth if we're to radically reduce carbon and move to net zero emissions as close to 2050 as possible. And we're in a hurry to establish this new type of growth because infrastructure will double in the next 15 years and the world economy will double in the next 20. We must not lock in old and dirty technologies. The good news, as we lay out in the new report by the New Climate Economy, is that the transition to the zero emissions economy is the growth story of this century. This is a still stronger statement than the case made in the Stern Review in 2006 that the costs of inaction exceed the costs of action. We can now see a bigger story, one of innovation, discovery, investment, and growth. And it's a much more attractive form of growth, with cities where we can move and breathe and ecosystems that are robust and fruitful. The report sets out what we must do in 5 key sectors: clean energy, smarter urban development, sustainable land use, wise water management, and the circular and resource-efficient economy. And it sets out the policies that can deliver both growth and the necessary emissions reductions. First, price carbon and mandate carbon disclosure. Second, accelerate investment in sustainable infrastructure. Third, foster private sector innovation. And fourth, ensure a just transition with people at the center. The benefits are many, as the graphic behind me shows, including not only stronger growth, but also 65 million jobs by 2030. That's what inclusive means, or one of the things that inclusive means. But delay is very dangerous. The new growth story is in our hands. Now is the time to decide, to act, and the time for leadership. But to get global results, we know that action has to happen from the ground up. That's the story of this summit. And to look at this in more detail, please welcome Director of Data-Driven Yale, Dr. Angel Xu. Thank you very much.
It's not just national governments that are clamoring for this kind of future. Non-state actors, cities, states, and regions, and companies are setting their sights just as high, and often even higher. Many cities and companies have pledged to limit their emissions to support the goals of the Paris Agreement. Added all together, our latest findings show that these thousands of city, state, and region and company pledges are leading to measurable emissions reductions in the order of 1.5 to 2.2 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent over national government policies in 2030. This is roughly equivalent to double Canada's yearly total emissions. But they can't just deliver on the Paris goals alone. We need everyone working together, from cities, states, and regions, and companies alongside countries. Reaching this full potential of emissions reductions is possible if all of these actors achieve their ambitious reduction goals across all sectors. Global emissions could fall by 1/3 in 2030, putting the Paris Agreement goals closer within reach. Particularly in the land use and the non-energy sectors, there is so much untapped potential that we could harness. So the next step is to scale up our commitments and enlist the full support of national governments. Every one of us has a play to make these commitments a reality. Thank you.
Well, as you've just heard, climate change presents not only a threat, but an opportunity to invigorate our societies and economies at a global scale, as we've seen proof of the critical role that states and regions and cities and businesses and investors and citizens will all play in the push for a climate-safe future. And now in the next segment, we're going to hear about some of the areas where progress is being made. And to kick us off, let's hear from a special guest. Now, this guest is a hero on the silver screen and also a hero in the fight against climate change.
I'm doing this video right here in Budapest. As a matter of fact, Hero Square. And the reason for this is very simple, because you are heroes, environmental heroes. The legislature #1 in California for passing SB 100. The governor of California, Jerry Brown, for signing SB 100. And all of you are heroes, because you're fighting for a clean environment, for a clean world, the green world. I love that. Now, I'm doing here a science fiction movie, and that's why I cannot be with you. I'm doing Terminator 6. But what you are doing is not science fiction. I only play a hero here, but you are the true action heroes. Hasta la vista, baby.
And our thanks to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, there are lots of ways to be a hero in the fight against climate change. And one of the big ones is driving the transition away from fossil fuels. Coal has powered the world, but now there are cleaner and healthier fuels to provide energy for the country and for the world. Here's a case in point, an interesting case in point. Last year, the Kentucky Coal Mining Museum did something unexpected. It switched to solar power. Not for political reasons, but to save money. So if we take the right steps now, we will hear many more stories like this in the years to come. The Powering Past Coal Alliance is working to ensure that we do hear many more of these good news stories. The Alliance represents over 50 countries, regions, and businesses working to move us all beyond fossil fuels for good. And now it's my pleasure to introduce some of the people who are working to power past coal. Shane Rattenberry, the Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability of the Australia Capital Territory, Catherine McKenna, the Canadian Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and the UK's Special Representative for Climate Change, Nick Bridges.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Around the world, we burn over 5 billion tonnes of coal every year. For every tonne of coal we burn, we release over 2.5 tonnes of carbon dioxide, which gets trapped in our atmosphere, warming the planet. Burning coal releases hazardous pollutants and toxic chemicals, black carbon and sulphides that cause asthma and cardiovascular disease, waste that turns streams as acidic as vinegar. Coal causes over 800,000 premature deaths worldwide every year. Recognising these impacts, the Powering Past Coal Alliance was created to envision a way forward beyond coal. In the Australian Capital Territory, where I am the Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability, we are providing an example of moving beyond coal. We are on track to achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2020 in just 18 months' time. We are proof positive that the switch to renewables can happen now. Thank you. Yes. Today I am pleased to announce that the Australian Capital Territory, along with 9 other additional jurisdictions, are joining the Powering Past Coal Alliance. I would like to particularly acknowledge the climate leadership of Canada and the United Kingdom through the development of this alliance. The mission of the alliance is to replace coal power with renewable energy sources. In partnership with Bloomberg Philanthropies, we're developing case studies and best practice to guide the transition, and we're bringing together governments, businesses and other partners to help organisations accelerate this change. Today I'm excited to announce the new members of our coalition: Wales, Connecticut, Hawaii, New York State, Minnesota, the Balearic Islands and the cities of Rotterdam, Honolulu, and Los Angeles. Give them all a big round of applause. Well done, everybody. As we work together to end our reliance on coal power, we can reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, and create jobs, all at the same time. And in many parts of the world, including Australia, it is now cheaper to build a new wind or solar farm than it is to build a new coal-fired power plant. We can help workers pursue these opportunities and create a more vibrant and more sustainable economy. And now, let's take a look at how we're going to do it.
Renewable energy is cost competitive to coal. So there's really no longer any reason to be using coal.
We want to cement that trajectory towards a renewable future and making sure that the rate of coal plant closures increases between now and 2030. Tourism is a huge industry in Washington. With Centralia, the initial focus was on visibility and SO2. Because one of the main attractions to people going to Mount Rainier is they want to be able to see the mountain.
We had to figure out a way to shut down a plant that's key to the power grid between Seattle and Portland. The community's interest, starts with Bob Gunther going, wait a minute, that's my job.
All the tax base that has built our infrastructure in the last 40 years because of this plant, it's been very significant.
We said to the company, we will let you sell your coal product as long as you agree to a near-term shutdown.
2020, there'll be some workers affected, and in 2025, other workers are affected.
It was so important to be able to have a glide path for the community to get ready for the eventual shutdown of the power plant.
TransAlta agreed to provide $55 million in transition funds in 3 categories: energy efficiency, community and economic development, and clean energy technologies.
It really can be a win-win to reduce these large air pollution sources. We're economically developing, we're reducing the air pollution, and we're getting healthier.
For communities anywhere in the world facing a coal plant closure, it's worth the effort to invest in the communication and the dialogue.
Because it sort of comes down to environment, labor, business opportunity combined, help the business get to clean, help the community stay whole, and you can get it done.
And now, the president of AFL-CIO, Richard Trumka.
Good morning. I want to thank you to Governor Brown for inviting me to say a few words on behalf of the 12.5 million working men and women who belong to the 55 unions of the AFL-CIO. I'm a coal miner by trade, actually a third-generation coal miner by trade. Now that might seem unusual at a summit like this, but I learned something about science in the mine. When the boss told us to ignore the deadly hazards of the job, that sagging timber overhead, that black lung cough, science told us the truth. And today, again, science tells us the truth, that climate change threatens our workers, our jobs, and our economy. And that's why the labor movement supports bold, comprehensive action to fight climate change. And that's why we support continued progress on vehicle tailpipe standards. and why we passed a strong climate resolution at our last convention. And that's why we continue to support the Paris Agreement. So make no mistake, this is a tough issue for us. But in the labor movement, we're used to tough issues and hard choices. We're prepared to do the right thing for our people and our planet, and we know that this fight can and must be about investing in a better, more inclusive, more just future, and about creating good jobs and good lives for working families. So I ask each one of you, does your plan for fighting climate change ask more from a sick, retired coal miner than it does from you or your family? If it does, then you need to think again. See, climate strategies that leave coal miners' pension funds bankrupt and power plant workers unemployed and construction workers making less than they do now, plans that devastate communities today while offering vague community promises about the future, they're more than unjust. They fundamentally undermine the power of the political coalition needed to address the climate crisis. Our enemies use these plans to divide us. They point to them to feed a politics of division and fear that threatens our entire democracy. And I understand that many are frustrated with the pace of action on climate change. But simply demanding that plants, industries, and projects be stopped or shut down with no plan for the people who are put out of work, no call for shared sacrifice, and no dialogue or solidarity with those whose lives and communities are dependent on carbon-based fuel, that poisons the political well and slows meaningful action on climate change. See, it's not good enough to simply call for an end to carbon emissions. We have a responsibility to think thoughtfully and strategically about how to actually make that change. And as a labor movement, we're ready to move faster. So what does that require? Well, it requires people like you and people like me sitting down to figure out how we fund and invest in technology and workers and communities that can build a sustainable economy of broadly shared prosperity. California is showing us the way. Under Governor Brown's leadership, unions and employers and government have come together to fight climate change and create good jobs by attaching labor standards to climate policies. And in the San Joaquin Valley alone, right here in California, oil country, there have been over 4,000 megawatts worth of new clean energy projects in the last 2 decades. 15 million job hours of union work at union wages with union benefits made possible. And new paid sick leave and workers' compensation laws combined with strong collective bargaining agreements help keep our members healthy and safe in the entire process. See, that's what it looks like when we partner to fight against climate change and for good jobs. This is a remarkable time for collective action. Teachers from West Virginia to Arizona Workers in transportation, journalism, energy, and more are really coming together for a voice on the job. The popularity of unions recently hit a 15-year high, and we're just getting started. You see, we can bring that energy and that momentum to the fight against climate change. I say, let's join together. Let's get the job done, and let's do it the right way. Thank you very much.
The Napa Sonoma fire. Not only did it impact people's lives, it impacted the entire environment around us. It demonstrated what can happen very quickly to an entire community. And that is an experience that we just don't want to see going on around the country and around the world.
Climate change is here, it's happening, it's real. All we have to do is look around at the weather phenomena. We're constantly setting records across the globe. Hottest days, hottest years, hottest average temperatures. It's impacting all of us.
It's hard to imagine a dimension of human health that climate change doesn't touch. It deepens poverty. It threatens our food and water supply. It tears people from their homes. It makes large parts of the world uninhabitable. If you care about climate change, you have to care about health. And if you care about health, you have to care about climate change.
As a pediatrician, my job is not only to take care of the children that I'm seeing in my practice, but also to advocate for a healthy environment for the children I'm taking care of. The health effects of climate change disproportionately affect children, people of color, people living in poverty, the elderly, people living with chronic disease. And as climate change worsens, the health outcomes caused by climate change in these populations will worsen as well.
There's been a coalition of hospital systems all around the world working to address the environmental footprint, especially the climate footprint of healthcare, so that the mission of healthcare is actually expanding to go beyond treating individual patients to supporting healthier communities and healthier planet.
I think this is where we have the real opportunity of creating public-private partnerships. And it's that synergy that I think will help us to really get at this problem and work on it together towards resolutions.
I truly believe that if our policymakers and the public were able to understand better that climate change is an urgent human health issue, we'd be able to get to where we need to be to act on climate as a society.
We need to take steps because this is impacting all of our health.
Not everybody cares about energy. Not everybody cares about climate change, but everybody cares about health. It's personal.
Climate change is fundamentally a global health issue.
It's about health.
It's all about health.
It's about health, and we have the power to change the dynamic to advocate for health on behalf of all people.
Please welcome Chairman and CEO, Kaiser Permanente, Bernard J. Tyson.
Hello. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and spend a few minutes with you. I'd like to start by saying, on behalf of Kaiser Permanente, what a privilege it is to be a part of working with many others to solve something in this world. I also want to say to our guests who are not from the Bay Area, whether you are from outside of California or outside of the United States, while you're in San Francisco, hopefully you will not need it, but should something happen, you're welcome at Kaiser Permanente. So we're very clear as an organization that there's an intersection between the environment and total health. Kaiser Permanente is very much focused on what we call total health, the mind, the body, and the spirit. We also know that there are circumstances that affects a person's health. How you eat, how you sleep, how you manage stress. Those are some examples. We also are aware how the environment directly affects a person's health. And that is the intersection in which Kaiser Permanente is involved. We believe that we can make a difference in the climate. We believe that we can help others to deal with the effects of the climate changes that are going on. We know from our work, we know from the studies, we know from the heat maps, that when these natural disasters happen, it affects the health of individuals. It affects the mental health. It affects the breathing. It affects the lungs. It affects parts of the body. So we're committed to being a part of the solution. Earlier this week, we announced that we now have put additional agreements in place to achieve our commitment of being carbon neutral by the end of 2020. It was recommended that I wait until today to make that announcement, but I was too excited, so we did that on Monday. So now I had to repeat it to you. Each and every one of us could make a difference. Kaiser Permanente is demonstrating that. We have over 75 million square feet of space around the United States in which we provide care and coverage and total health. So it is possible, and we're on our way with our wind farms and with our solar and with our battery systems. We believe that we can achieve this. We are already about 30% towards that carbon neutrality goal. So we're committed, and we're privileged to be here and to be a part of this. And when I first started to really get engaged with this and had the opportunity to go to Paris and be a part of that, in one of the panels, I made a statement. I said, I'm very new at this, and I am very new at this. And later on, I'll be more sophisticated about it. And I'm a little more sophisticated given the wonderful team of experts that work at Kaiser Permanente that's educating us every single day. But I ended by saying, but just the idea of doing something to make the earth better is just a really good place to be. So I'm down with Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
At Salesforce, we believe that business is a platform for change. That's why we've built a clean, carbon-neutral cloud, operate as a net zero company, and will reach 100% renewable energy by 2022. So when it came time to build a new headquarters, we went big, really big. But in terms of its footprint, the Salesforce Tower is tiny. It's on track to be double LEED Platinum certified and sources 100% renewable energy. It outperforms city energy guidelines by more than 20%. Will feature the largest blackwater system of its kind in North America, saving 30,000 gallons of water a day. And the Salesforce Ohana working inside it, they're spending thousands of hours volunteering in the environment each year. Because the business of business is to make the world a better place.
And now, Chairman and CEO of Salesforce, Mark Benioff.
Wow, it's great to be here. Welcome to San Francisco, everybody. Good morning. Is everybody having a good time here? Amazing day. Well, good morning, everybody, and to Governor Brown, Vice President Gore, to all of our co-chairs, the UN Foundation delegates, friends from around the world. As a native San Franciscan, I'm thrilled to join Mayor Breed and the people of our city in welcoming you here to our incredible hometown. I hope you're having a good time. All of us in San Francisco, all of us at Salesforce, my wife, Lynn, and I, we're deeply honored. We're deeply honored to be your partner in this historic gathering. And we're here today because climate change threatens to impact every continent, every country, every community, and every human being. We're here because the worst effects of climate change will be endured by the poorest and most vulnerable among us. And this is a matter of equality and justice. And we're here because even with the historic commitments that were made in Paris, the amazing commitments that were made in Paris, even with the new commitments at this summit, and it's a great summit, it is not enough. We are still not on track to meet these targets. And soon the impacts of climate can be irreversible. This is a make or break moment. That is why we are here, and that is why we all have to do much, much more. It's up to our generation to act and to act now. The threat is so big and so multidimensional, it cannot be solved by anyone, any person, any government, any scientific community, any business, any citizen alone. All of us must work together. We have to create this and do this in a multi-stakeholder way. We have to continue multi-stakeholder dialogues just like this. We have to turn it into multi-stakeholder action. And we need to all come together in one grand coalition. This is critical for our future. With the tremendous resources at our disposal, I truly believe that the businesses, companies like mine, can be one of the greatest platforms for change, including in this incredible fight against climate change. Now, as the CEO of a tech company, I'm very excited, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm excited because we have an extraordinary opportunity to harness the amazing technologies of this fourth industrial revolution that now surrounds us. Big data, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, incredible advancements in the biosciences like CRISPR and others, and use them for good in the fight for a healthier planet. And here today, I want to challenge people like me, CEOs, people like Bernard, who we just heard from, in the United States and around the world, to recognize the business of business is not simply making money. The business of business is improving the state of the world. The business of business is to make the world a better place. And I challenge CEOs to see that taking action on climate change is a competitive advantage, because today's customers, our investors, our employees, all of our stakeholders, and especially our millennial employees, they want to be associated with companies that take the lead on sustainability. And the spirit of innovation that has transformed our world and is transforming our world with this fourth industrial revolution, it must also be harnessed now to save our planet. These technologies have been given to us as a gift, and now we need to harness these technologies to accomplish our goals. But each and every one of us has to step up much, much further. And every CEO has to step up. And many, many times there's an opportunity right in our own backyard. Living here in California, living here in San Francisco, I can tell you I'm so passionate about our environment, but also I'm on our ocean. I can see the incredible changes that are happening in our oceans. The health of our oceans and the health of our societies, as all of us know, are deeply linked. But today, our oceans and societies are threatened by overfishing, pollution, climate change, acidification, coral bleaching. Yet just look at what's possible when we bring all of our stakeholders together. You look at the World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland, the Friends of Ocean Action, a network of scientists, entrepreneurs, researchers, businesses, advocates who have come together and helped the G7 prioritize oceans for the very first time in this year's June summit. Or the Ocean Research Center at the University of California right here in Santa Barbara bringing together the brightest minds in the basic science to find incredible new solutions to these problems. Or look at what just happened here in San Francisco this weekend. Look at Boyan Slat's ocean cleanup all the way from Amsterdam, which last week launched its first system from right here in San Francisco to clean up all that plastic in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. This is what's exciting. Incredible people, incredible technology, entrepreneurs taking risks, going to the next level, looking for new ideas, new concepts, new notions, new innovations. It's all around us. Look at the new research expedition in Northwest Hawaii that we are in partnership with my good friend, you're going to hear from Brian Schatz, our senator, which is going to help us better understand and protect our oceans. Or look at what just happened in the last 2 days at Salesforce, where we did the Ocean Hack, where we brought in incredible technologists and entrepreneurs and venture capitalists and businesses and governments for looking for new ways to heal the ocean. This is the progress that's possible when we bring all of our stakeholders together, all of our stakeholders, and especially CEOs. Just as every CEO has to step up, every organization and company has to step up as well. Now, you all know, and I know, we need to see a broad decarbonization of our economy, sector by sector. This is critical for our future. I'm excited to announce today that Salesforce is partnering with Mission 2020 to create an alliance of 21 major technology companies just like us that are going to decarbonize and that will harness the power of the fourth industrial revolution to reduce emissions across all of our economic sectors. We're calling it the Step Up Declaration. The Step Up Declaration because we're stepping up with the tangible commitments to reach a climate turning point by 2020. And we want all of you, we want every company to join us. Now let me be specific. Salesforce Tower is not far from here. You probably all saw it on the way in from the airport. It's already powered by 100% renewable energy. It's already one of the most sustainable buildings in the world. It's supposed to be an example of what is possible in the future using all these new technologies. In fact, all of our offices established after 2020 will meet the highest LEED standards for efficiency. And we need every company to fully embrace all of these green building practices. Salesforce operates today as a net zero company. Today, we operate with net zero greenhouse gas emissions, delivering a clean, carbon neutral cloud for all of our customers worldwide. And we need every company in our industry in cloud computing to commit now to having net zero clouds. Just as we have committed to being 100% renewable by 2022, we need every company to go with us to be 100% renewable. And we can do it. It's all right in front of us. It's easy and straightforward, and all we have to do is decide. Now is the time. Today, Salesforce is also announcing that we'll establish new science-based targets to reduce our emissions even further, and we'll encourage our suppliers and our partners to do the same, because every business has the opportunity to not only do this themselves, but to motivate across their entire supply chain. Every company can motivate across their entire ecosystem. We all have that leverage. You've seen us use that leverage when we went to Indiana, and we can use our economic might to change the laws where there was discrimination against the LGBTQ community. We can use that same power to change those laws in favor of this new incredible world that we are all seeking. Now, finally, every employee has to step up. At Salesforce, we've always embraced our 1-1-1 model, donating 1% of our equity, 1% of our time, 1% of our product to nonprofits and communities. Many of the NGOs and nonprofits who are here, including some of the great ones that we all know, like the Sierra Club, amazing, or Greenpeace, use Salesforce to run their operations. And that is so meaningful to us because for over 20 years, we've given hundreds of millions of dollars to nonprofits and NGOs as part of our charter. We've provided our technology for free now to over 30,000 nonprofits and NGOs. And because every Salesforce employee gets seven paid days off a year to volunteer, our employees also have given more than 3 million hours to worthy causes, including and dominantly by EarthForce. Thousands of our employees give their time and their energy and their technology capabilities to fight climate change every single day. Now, I share this because every company can join our Pledge 1% movement and unleash the power within them to help create this climate change problem. How are we going to do that? We're going to get all of our employees focused on healing our planet. Every company can give their employees paid time off to volunteer, and every company can have an EarthForce, and every company can have employees to give their time to help the environment. This is how businesses can truly step up. That's how we can rise to this moment. This is how we can spark this change of transformation. This is how we can decarbonize the entire global economy. And that's how, as part of a grand coalition, we can not only take action ourselves, we can inspire all nations to act as well. So on behalf of everyone at Salesforce, we're excited to be your partner. We're excited and inspired by the difference we can make together to build a world that's cleaner and healthier for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Francisco. Thank you, Governor Brown, for this amazing summit, and let's have an amazing event. Thank you very much.
Well, we've heard from remarkable innovators in business and industry. These are people who are pushing the limits in every field, from healthcare to the workplace to the marketplace. And by the way, downstairs you'll find even more examples of this kind of exciting, innovative progress in the Climate Innovation Showcase. Again, that's downstairs. But the private sector doesn't have a monopoly on innovation. All around the world, we are seeing governments step up to provide solutions and to push forward bold ideas on climate. Let's hear now from some of those leaders.
And now, please join me in welcoming the Prime Minister of Fiji, Frank Bainimarama.
Bula Vinaka, and good morning to you all. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to speak today to the national and regional leaders in the room and around the world. We all know that the levels of ambition in our national plans need to be ramped up because we are not on track to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. That's why this year of Talanoa is so important. The Talanoas are being held around the world, are producing thousands of good ideas and a torrent of valuable information that can put us back on track. Yesterday, we had a very productive Talanoa here in San Francisco with the representatives of regional government, business and civil society, truly a microcosm of the grand coalition we are harnessing on the global level. As you've probably heard, Talanoa is a Pacific way of sharing stories, but it's not just talk. Talanoa is storytelling for a purpose, and the stories we've heard in yesterday's Talanoa and the scores of others that have taken place around the world aren't just talk. They are tools, tools that can be used by political leaders to increase climate action at the national level. The stories of what is happening in cities, in boardrooms, in places of worship and schools, and in local communities provide political leaders with the arsenal we need to increase ambition. These stories speak of the urgency for action, but also show us the wealth of possibility offered by new innovations and solutions. One of the simple and ironic truths about climate change is that the more we want everything to stay the same, the more we are going to have to change. Loss of land, degradation of our oceans, certain effects of warming, extreme weather and other certain effects of warming will rob us of community, culture, and livelihood. so there's no hiding from the consequences. But there are ways to help shape our own destiny. We need to help people embrace the hope. So my fellow leaders, I can only say this. We were elected to lead, not to pander, not to follow, and certainly not to hold up a wet finger to the wind. So let's lead. Let's marshal our forces and move to the front, because as we say in the military, you cannot lead from the rear. Ask yourself, if I could solve this climate crisis, knowing that it would come at the cost of my political career, would I do it? As far as I'm concerned, there is only one answer. Thank you.
Now coming to the stage, Minister for the Environment, the Netherlands, Stintje van Veldhoven, and President and CEO, Port of Rotterdam Authority, Allard Kastelein.
Good morning. It's really wonderful to be here. And I'm happy to share the stage with the Port of Rotterdam Authority. Our new action program reflects the ambition of the Netherlands. We brought Paris home, into the heart of our national policy, but also into the hearts of businesses, cities, and other non-state partners. Together, we have the ambition to reduce by 50% our greenhouse gases in 2030. And this is a huge challenge. And that means that we are transitioning in our entire economy. We are innovating our industry. We are reforming our energy supply, closing down our coal-fired power plants before 2030. We are building the world's biggest offshore wind farm, and all new cars will be zero emission from 2030. And when we talk about all this, there's still one point missing. This world is going to 10 billion people, and those 10 billion people will be using a lot of resources. So when we want to tackle climate change, we need to look beyond the energy question and address resources. And that is why the Netherlands is committing to halving our resources use by 2030. We want to be a completely circular economy by 2050, a no-waste economy. Thank you so much. A no-waste economy that reuses raw materials, making new concrete from old concrete, new plastics from old plastics. This is an action summit because we need to deliver, and the Netherlands is very much committed to do so. 1 year ago, we committed on ports, and that is why I'm very happy to be here today with Allard Kastelein, who's going to tell you what the Port of Rotterdam is committed to do. Thank you so much.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The port industrial area in Rotterdam actually is accountable for some 20% of the total Dutch emissions. Hence, the Port of Rotterdam is keenly supporting our government's activities by investing in energy efficiency, carbon capture, and circular economy initiatives. Ports are an essential infrastructure in order to efficiently move products, raw materials, goods around the world to and from countries. Together, the shipping industry and ports are accountable for a significant amount of greenhouse gases. You could compare total emissions to the emission profile of a country like Germany. So the Port of Rotterdam has decided to take action. And I'm very pleased today to announce the launch of the Global Port Climate Action Program, where we have reached out to other leading ports around the world to collaborate, to create a coalition of the willing to address climate change issues and to decarbonize the maritime sector. And I'm pleased to confirm that the ports of Los Angeles, LA, Vancouver, Hamburg, Antwerp, Barcelona have joined so far. We will focus our efforts on increasing the efficiency of the supply chain by using data technology. We will increase the uptake of renewable shore-to-power and shore-to-ship facilities. We will enable further development of decarbonized maritime fuels. We will want to decarbonize all import cargo handling facilities. And we wish to collaborate with the legislator and regulator in order to come up with global or regional appropriate aspirational policies and regulations and legislation. We are reaching out to other ports to join our efforts. We believe that by addressing and calling upon the shipping industry and ports to join us, we can truly make a difference and can make it happen. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the European Commissioner for Climate Action and Energy, Minister Miguel Arias Cañete.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this summit is about taking ambition to the next level. How can we do this? I would like to outline 3 building blocks. The first is commitment, maintaining and stepping up our efforts. The European Union is deeply committed to the Paris Agreement, to the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient future, and we are delivering. We have completed our framework of laws and support mechanisms to meet our Paris pledge, to cut emissions domestically by at least 40% by 2030 and bring clean energy to our citizens. And putting a price on carbon is working. The European Union already has a good track record in the capping emissions for economic growth for the past decades. We are also deeply committed to helping others make the transition, especially the most vulnerable. The European Union will continue to show leadership and to step up international cooperation and support to partners worldwide. That brings me to my second point, cooperation. We have to meet the global challenge together. So I am very pleased to announce today that Governor Brown and I have agreed to enhance our cooperation on carbon markets to contribute to putting the Paris goals into action. I am convinced that the experience and leadership of both California and the European Union can help boost opportunities and ambition in these key areas. We are going to step up exchange on our cap and trade programs to bring our market closer and ensure real progress on emissions. Last year, we committed to hold regular dialogue on the design and implementation of our carbon markets. We have now agreed to enhance this collaboration on key carbon pricing topics, including on investments, technologies, competitiveness, or action in revenues. We will also work with others at national and subnational levels to develop, implement, and strengthen cap and trade systems. Since last year, a major player, China, has joined the carbon market community. It's a powerful signal that an economy of the size of China chooses to establish a carbon pricing mechanism. Let's pursue that momentum through various channels, be it bilaterally or through regional and multilateral initiatives. The third ingredient for taking ambition to the next level is a clear vision of the future for long-term decarbonization of our economies. The European Union wants to take the lead on this, so right now we are developing a long-term strategy for reducing Europe's emissions. We have promised to present a first proposal on this strategy before this year's United Nations Climate Summit in Poland. It will be a strategy of economic and sectorial transformation to bring our carbon footprint to zero by 2050, to make our economy more competitive, more resilient, and more modern, to show a concrete example on how the goals of the Paris Agreement can be achieved together with social and economic development. We hope our action can help and inspire others to make their own long-term plans for doing their fair share towards the vital Paris objectives. This summit shows the power and potential of everyone working together. We can only meet the unprecedented climate challenge and reap the rewards of the clean energy transformation by moving forward together. Thank you very much.
Join me in greeting a special representative on climate change affairs for China, Mr. Shi Jianhua, as well as the president, Ningxia Baofeng Energy Group, Deng Yanbao.
大家好，很高兴参加全球气候行动峰会。习近平主席让我转达他的口信，他祝贺峰会成功的举行，赞赏加州政府和布朗州长在推动全球应对气候变化和中美务实合作方面所做的贡献。中国政府将继续积极地参与应对气候变化的国际合作，致力为推动全球可持续发展做出积极的贡献。气候变化这一威胁全人类生存发展和子孙后代福祉的全球性挑战越来越紧迫，已经变为现实。世界各国没有谁能够独善其身，全球命运与共，各国必须合作实现共赢，以实际行动来落实公约和巴黎协定，推动全球绿色、低碳、零碳的转型，构建人类命运共同体。习近平主席多次强调，应对气候变化不是别人让我们做，而是我们自己要做，是中国可持续发展的内在需要，也是负责任大国的应有担当。我们努力走符合中国国情的绿色、低碳、循环发展道路，采取了优化产业结构、节能和提高能源的利用效率，发展非化石能源，增加森林碳汇，建设全国碳排放交易市场等一系列的举措，已经取得了显著的成效。2017年，中国单位 GDP 的二氧化碳排放比2005年下降了46%，相当于减少二氧化碳的排放40多亿吨，已经超过了2020年碳强度下降40%到45%的上限目标。也就是说，我们提前3年完成了2020年的减排任务。非化石能源占一次能源的比重已经达到了13.8%。2017年底，中国的可再生能源的发电装机容量已经达到6.5亿千瓦。我们在2017年投入了1267亿美金，用于可再生能源的发展。我们已经连续6年在全球可再生能源的投资居第1位。在此期间，我们已经淘汰了高排放的煤炭机组1.3亿千瓦，煤炭占一次能源的比重已经由72%降低到60%。森林蓄积量2015年已经达到了151亿立方米，也已经超额完成了2020年森林蓄积量的目标。全国的碳市场在试点的基础上，已经于2017年底全面启动。首先涵盖了发电行业，纳入了1700多家企业，它的交易量达到30亿吨，也是全世界最大的碳市场。我们气候变化的南南合作继续深入开展，已经与29个发展中国家开展了合作，签署了合作备忘录。下一步，我们将首先和各国一起努力，确保今年的卡托维茨气候大会取得成功。我们在国内将加大现有政策实施的力度，并在科技创新、碳市场、 绿色金融、气候立法、气候变化与环境污染防治协同治理方面，以及南南合作等各个方面，采取进一步的措施，确保100%的兑现中国对外承诺的应对气候变化的目标，争取在2030年左右达到排放的峰值，而且呢，要争取尽早的达峰。按照我们的这个预期，到2030年，我们所采取的这些措施会增加6900万人的就业。中国的地方政府、企业、公益组织、研究机构一直采取积极有力的行动。目前已经有将近100个城市提出了达峰的目标，一些企业成立了低碳联盟，践行低碳发展。中国的一些基金会、公益组织、研究机构在本次峰会上已经启动了气候变化全球行动的这么一个倡议，要积极地筹措资金、技术和智慧，支持中国政府落实应对气候变化的目标，开展气候变化的南南合作，建设绿色的一带一路，并希望号召动员中国社会各界和全球社会携手来落实巴黎协定和可持续发展的目标。各位同事，中方赞赏加州政府在清洁能源、环境保护等领域的行动和成就，愿与世界各国加强合作，共同为推进全球生态文明建设清洁美丽的世界做出更大的贡献。下面呢，我请我的一个同事，中国的一位企业家、慈善家党彦宝先生，他领导的企业在积极地推进产业转型升级，为能源行业绿色、低碳、零碳和可持续发展做出了有益的实践和重要的贡献。他的慈善基金会也成为中国非公募基金会年度公益支出的前2名，为帮助中国西北部的脱贫做出了重要贡献。接下来呢，他将和大家分享中国的企业家、慈善家在气候变化方面他们的一些探索。谢谢大家。
尊敬的各位嘉宾，大家好，我是来自于中国西部宁夏的党彦宝，很荣幸代表气候变化行动中国企业家和慈善家的在此发言。应对气候变化是全球面临重大的挑战，也是全人类共同的使命。近年来，世界各国都在为此付出不懈的努力。中国作为负责任的大国，在全球气候治理和可持续发展方面做出了积极的贡献，目前已成为世界节能和利用新能源、可再生能源的第一大国。企业作为社会的一份子，守护共同的家园，是我们应尽的责任和义务。我的企业宝丰集团始终响应国家的战略部署，依托科技的创新，不断探索转型升级的路径，打造循环经济产业的体系，投资建成了1个 G 的太阳能发电，逐步用新能源替代化石能源，同时在光伏板下面种植枸杞， 进行荒漠化的生态治理，实现了绿色低碳的发展。未来，我们将再用10年的时间，建成6个 G 的太阳能发电，发展新能源制氢的技术，再用氢加二氧化碳制造甲醇，实现氢气代替天然气、石油、煤炭等化石燃料，并使企业彻底的告别用化石的能源时代，真正走出一条资源节约、环境友好的可持续发展之路。我们的实践和创新只是中国千万家企业的缩影。今天能够在这里与各国环保和慈善界的领袖进行沟通、交流、学习全球，尤其是加州的经验做法，我们倍感荣幸，也深受责任的重大、使命的光荣。我们将把这些成功的经验带回中国，与更多的企业一起分享，共同提高。我也承诺将拿出我企业的部分利润，用于应对气候变化的更多实践中，同时也真心希望能够与国际社会各界各条战线有识之士共同携手，联合行动，为应对气候变化做出新的实践，守护好人类赖以生存的美好家园。谢谢大家。
And now I'd like to introduce a woman who knows how to fight tough battles. She knows the value of compromise, and she certainly knows the art of politics better than almost anyone. In her 30 years representing San Francisco in the United States Congress, she has been a champion for environmental causes and has been an absolutely powerful advocate for climate action in America and around the world. So please welcome the Minority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning. Thank you, Linda Douglas, for your kind introduction. Thank you for your tremendous leadership as a representative of our country in the media and in the world. It's an honor to be here with so many of you this morning, to join in welcoming so many global leaders to our city of San Francisco and to our golden state of California. We are proud of our tradition of being a hotbed of bipartisan environmental fervor, a place where John Muir established the Sierra Club in 1892. And it was another Bay Area leader, David Brower, who established the League of Conservation Voters. For us, combating global warming is not an issue, it is an ethic, it is a value, and it is imperative that we act upon that value. For this reason, when I was Speaker, the priority of addressing global warming and energy independence was my flagship issue. Based on our values, informed by science, and inspired by the work of Vice President Al Gore, we created the Select Committee on Energy Independence and Global Warming, led by now Senator Ed Markey. Despite what is happening in Washington now, I am ever hopeful, because then, working with Republicans, we passed the Energy Independence and Security Act signed by President Bush, charting a new path to clean energy, reducing emissions, increasing the use of renewables, and holding polluters accountable for environmental disasters, among other key priorities. Under President Obama, we went on to pass the Waxman-Markey American Clean Energy and Security Act in the House, but we were stopped in the Senate by the coal industry. For this and other reasons, I am so grateful to Michael Bloomberg's Beyond Coal initiative, working with the Sierra Club. It is so essential. As Californians, we are exceptionally proud of our Governor, Jerry Brown, for his decades. Thank you. For his decades of leadership as an early visionary, a brilliant strategist, and a persistent champion to preserve the planet for future generations. Decades ago, he recognized early that we must act swiftly, boldly, and collectively in the face of a grim future, one of rising oceans. He was early on the oceans issue. Savage wildfires and extreme and unpredictable weather patterns that devastate communities and destabilize our world. This conference, and thank you all for being here, this conference is a manifestation of Governor Brown's determination to confront one of the most urgent and serious crises the world has ever faced. Thank you, Governor Brown. To confront the climate challenge, we must think globally, organize locally, and act personally. And that means understanding how to engage everyone in the solution at every level of society, across all ethnic and community lines, including our indigenous people. For them, land is a gift from God and their ancestors who rest there, a sacred place with which they need to interact if they are to maintain their identity and values. And we must also engage our young people, because the future and this planet's future belongs to them. I'm so pleased that this is a top issue for millennials in the United States of America. Michael Bloomberg, our co-chair, it's an honor for me to bring forward Michael Bloomberg. He understands the public sector, the private sector, and the nonprofit sector, and how to harness the power of all three to drive progress. As UN Special Envoy for Climate Action, he has turbocharged the efforts of governments, businesses, and civil society to set ambitious targets and then to meet them. As mayor of New York, he advanced cutting-edge initiatives that slashed emissions and that set the gold standard for our nation. As a business leader, he appreciates the power of private capital to combat the global climate crisis. As a philanthropist, his generosity has been a magnet for other philanthropists to inform the public of what the climate crisis means to them in their lives. As an author and producer, he is building public support for action and bringing the crisis to the forefront of our national and global conversation. This is very important because when you say climate, sometimes people think that's something into the future or very esoteric, but the fact is it's about clean air, clean water that our children and grandchildren breathe and drink. In closing, I again want to thank and recognize the leadership of Governor Jerry Brown, who just this week, who set California on the path to carbon-free economy by 2045. We're so blessed with our co-chairs. Thank you, Jerry Brown. I also now want to acknowledge the extraordinary leadership across all sectors in our society. Michael Bloomberg. Thank you, Chairman Michael Bloomberg. And what's important, many things that the mayor has done, but one of the important things is to connect this issue to people and for them to see the connection of this value, this ethic, this imperative in their lives. So now we're going to give you a preview of Michael's new film called Paris to Pittsburgh. Let's watch the clip. Thank you all very much.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. I was elected to represent the citizens of Pittsburgh, not Paris.
Pittsburgh? Now, what was upsetting about that, and that alliteration, was a stereotype of our past. But Pittsburgh is poised and ready to lead in the 21st century.
We're seeing cities and states and companies and individuals saying we are still in, even with the president pulling us out of one of the most important treaties, when every other major country in the world has said we are going to come together and commit to dealing with climate change.
I continue to be shocked at how close the water is encroaching just onto the beach. Sea level rise is completely apparent in Miami.
We had 6.5 foot of water on the main level of the house for over a week. Stuff that was in our bedroom wound up in the garage, and stuff that was in the garage, I imagine that's way down in Louisiana now.
The storms are becoming stronger in Puerto Rico. The worst thing is to think that that reality will repeat.
Not a lot survived that fire in Ventura County. It burned so hot that everything just liquefied. To not be able to save anything was just really hard.
If we're going to avoid breaching catastrophic levels of warming, we need to be putting our foot on the renewable energy acceleration pedal.
The transformation towards a renewable energy future is the greatest economic opportunity of the 21st century.
Businesses have lined up to say we're still committing to the Paris Accord because it's good for their bottom line.
My daughter Faith, she made the decision that wind was where she wanted to be. This is an opportunity that hasn't been available in America for a long, long time.
The solar industry is offering that second chance opportunity to individuals like myself. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, you have a role to play here.
And if we look at it as an American Marshall Plan, we can exceed the goals of the Paris Agreement.
This is the start of us taking control of our future.
We have the right to a future. We have the right to these basic necessities that we need to live. We, the people, need to take action. Our lives are at stake here.
Please welcome the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy for Climate Action, the founder of Bloomberg Philanthropies, and the 108th Mayor of New York City, Michael Bloomberg.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, good morning, whatever it is, depending on where you come from. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Okay. Only in America could you have environmentalists protesting an environmental conference. Anyways, thank you all for coming, and I did want to thank Nancy in particular for her leadership and her good work on this issue over the years. And I hope you all enjoyed the trailer for our film, Paris to Pittsburgh. It will air on the National Geographic Channel in December, so mark your calendars.
and I think it'll be just as popular as From the Ashes, the movie we made about coal. I also wanted to thank Governor Brown for bringing us together today in a city and state that have been leaders on climate change for a very long time, and Governor Brown and Congresswoman Pelosi both deserve an awful lot of credit for that. Yes, you can applaud. Now, California is a great example of how fighting climate change and growing the economy grow hand in hand, and that's something we also saw in New York City. We created a record number of jobs while at the same time reducing our carbon footprint by 19%. And I know many of you have had similar experiences in your own cities and countries, and we appreciate the distance many of you traveled to be here today. Governor Brown and I began talking about this summit last year, after the Trump administration announced its intention to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. Obviously, neither of us were happy about that, to say the least. Climate change is a global challenge, and Washington ought to be leading from the front. We also knew many people around the world would conclude wrongly that America was walking away from climate action. Nothing could be further from the truth. And that's the message of this film, and it's why we are here today. We want the world to know that Americans are more determined than ever to make progress on climate, and we are making progress right now, a lot of progress. In fact, we are making just as much progress under this administration as we did under the last. Well, it's not for sale, but that's okay. Give them a second, let them have their say. Way to go. You wouldn't know that from reading the headlines that we aren't making progress, that we are making progress, because the headline focuses on the political fights in Washington. But the real action is happening in cities, states, and the private sector. And the good news is those groups are positioning the United States to uphold our end of the Paris Agreement, no matter what happens in Washington. The fact is, in the United States, the decisions that have been the most influential over greenhouse gas emissions are not made by the federal government. These decisions are made by mayors and governors and corporate executives and individuals for their own homes who want to deliver cheaper energy, more jobs, clean air, and lead healthier lives. They are made by CEOs who want to save money on energy costs and capitalize on new business opportunities generated by advanced technology. And they are made by citizens who want to breathe the fresh air and drink clean water that otherwise would make them sick. Because of all of these groups, over the last decade, the U.S. has cut its carbon emissions more than any other large nation in the world. Last year, with no help from Washington whatsoever, U.S. emissions fell to their lowest levels in 25 years. Yes, you're going to applaud? You can applaud because you were part of the reason that happened. You made it happen. The story of how and why that reduction is happening is being written in communities across America, and it's a story that just doesn't get told enough. Let me give you one example. Over the last 6 years, more than half of all U.S. coal-fired power plants have been closed or made plans to do so. That's 273 coal-fired power plants out of 530. And I'm happy to say, since the 2016 election, coal-fired power plant closures have continued at the same rate, despite the administration's effort to prop up the industry with subsidies. And the reason is, again, simple. Washington isn't in charge of America's energy production. Consumers are, and the new technology is delivering exactly what they want, energy that is cheaper and cleaner than coal. Washington can't stop. Yes, you can applaud. Washington can't stop the decline of coal, and it can't keep America from fulfilling the commitment we made in Paris. Over the past year, yes, you can applaud again if you want. I'm always happy to get applause. Over the past year, thousands of U.S. cities, states, and businesses, universities, and others have reaffirmed their support for the Paris Agreement. And together, their work is being supported by an initiative created by Governor Brown and Bloomberg Philanthropies called America's Pledge. America's Pledge aggregates all the climate actions being taken by all the groups that have declared their support for the Paris Agreement. To put the size of that group in perspective, it represents more than half of the U.S. population. If it were a country, it would have the world's third largest economy, behind only China and the overall United States. In other words, if Washington drops out of the Paris Agreement, the group of Americans committed to it would represent more economic might than any other country still in the agreement other than China. Now, the Paris Agreement wasn't only about commitments, it was also about accountability. And through America's Pledge, we're upholding that end of the deal as well. By measuring the progress that the U.S. is making cutting emissions and reporting that to the United Nations, just like every other nation is doing under the Paris Agreement. We submitted our first report at the UN's last climate conference in Germany. This morning, we released our latest report and announced some very encouraging news from it. The report, which is based on rigorous data collected and analyzed, shows that the United States is nearly halfway to our Paris goal of cutting emissions by at least 26% by the year 2025. And it outlines the steps that public, private, and nonprofit organizations can take to help our country reach that mark. Every day, we're getting closer. Just let me give you a few examples. Indianapolis has cut emissions by around 17% through actions like changing thousands of streetlights to LEDs. Georgetown, Texas is running on nearly 100% clean energy, and dozens of more cities are on the way. Bloomberg is one of the many American companies committed to reaching that same goal, and we're on track to get there by 2025. And in the meantime, we're improving our energy efficiency by about 50%. A coalition of Western states with Republican and Democratic governors are working together to build electric vehicle charging stations. And progress like this, small steps, but steps that add up to big things, are playing out around the country. Now, that doesn't mean what happens in Washington isn't important. It is. We need more federal leadership, and that's one reason why I've gotten so involved in this year's midterm elections. Thank you. Now, I've never been a partisan guy. I've been a Democrat, a Republican, and an independent, so I know something about partisan politics. But Republicans in Washington have had years to take on the issue, and they have stuck their heads in the sand. We need a new direction in Washington, so I'm supporting Democrats in their bid to take over the House of Representatives. Now, that won't on its own break the deadlock, but it will send a message that members of Congress better start taking this issue seriously, or the American public will send them packing. Until we get leadership in Washington, the report we're releasing this morning can serve as a blueprint for national climate action driven by the bottom up. It's also a blueprint that other countries can use to make their own bottom-up progress, and that's exactly what's starting to happen. The Japanese Climate Initiative is a coalition of businesses, cities, and regional governments working to accelerate progress there. Another new coalition of non-state groups was launched in Mexico just last month, and we're hopeful that groups in more countries will embrace this approach in the months and years ahead. Remember, the goals nations set at Paris were just the beginning. They have to keep aiming higher, and they increasingly recognize how important cities, states, and businesses are in that work. Through our foundation, we'll help them harness the power of these groups and drive progress. Now, we have a lot of work to do, of course. Every week seems to bring fresh evidence of the emergency of climate change, from rising sea levels to record-setting storms and wildfires. So this year, Bloomberg Philanthropies challenged the 100 biggest U.S. cities to create ambitious proposals to cut emissions from the two biggest sources, transportation and buildings. And over the course of this fall, we'll announce the winners starting tomorrow. We're also helping states create plans to get more energy from clean sources. And we will keep working with the Beyond Coal campaign to reduce our reliance on coal-fired power plants. Now, we could do a lot more, a lot faster with support from the federal government. Instead, the administration is inflicting real harm on America. According to the EPA's own estimate, the new coal pollution rules it just proposed would lead to at least 1,400 more premature deaths each year. I doubt those rules will ever go into effect because cities and states are fighting back, just as they have against all of Washington's attempts to reverse our progress. And California, I'm happy to say, is leading a group of states that are resisting federal rollbacks of fuel efficiency standards for vehicle rollbacks that neither automakers nor consumers want. Other states are sending their own rules to reduce methane leaks from oil and gas operations, and cities all around the country are cutting carbon emissions through energy efficiency, which brings savings to residents. We're going to keep fighting, and we're going to keep winning. To the non-Americans in this room, I would say thank you for not giving up on us. We're going to get there. I'm convinced of that. And we're going to do it no matter what obstacles Washington tries to throw in our way. So everyone here, keep up all the great work you've been doing. And I look forward to seeing new efforts and partnerships come out of this forum that will keep us on the path to victory in the fight against climate change. All the best. We're going to win. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, today we've heard about climate impacts, but we've also heard about the hard-fought progress that's being made. With the leadership of everybody here in this room, we can continue to work to create an era where clean energy is the new normal, an era where millions of people who live and work around the world will do so in a pollution-free economy. All of us will benefit collectively by making climate action a priority, because when we pursue a clean energy economy, we can also provide people with pathways out of poverty and access to a better quality of life. And one of the leaders who has helped us in the world here to understand the connection between poverty and climate change is Van Jones. Let's take a look at some of his work.
The one thing that we all need to be focused on is building a green economy that is strong enough to lift millions of people out of poverty.
One of the biggest problems is around the high cost of living and the low quality of life. Green up.
All across the country, power plants are poisoning our communities, and they think it's okay. It's not okay.
Poverty and pollution. These issues traditionally have been seen as so big, they have to be tackled separately. What we now understand is that these issues are so interconnected that they can't actually be solved unless they are tackled together.
It is hard to learn if you can't breathe.
We're seeing the struggle on families' faces to pay for medical bills for pollution-related disease.
There's a better technology out there that's not powered by pollution. It's powered by solutions.
We really need to make sure that the solutions are aggressive and accelerating us to a clean energy future.
We have a responsibility to spread the good news about sustainability.
This power plant switched away from coal to benefit the air of the community that we're standing in right now.
We have seen that solar makes a huge difference.
Things like affordable housing by transit-oriented development, man pools for migrant farm workers,
green economy jobs, home weatherization,
electric vehicles. Put our kids on buses going forward to a clean energy future. Let's create some jobs for people who are creating these new smart batteries and stuff.
We're actually investing in a new economy for communities that have been underinvested in for so long.
Communities of color are actually hit hardest, first and worst often when it comes to pollution.
I've been having more asthma attacks because high pollution.
Climate change is having impacts in different ways.
It gets very hot, so I had to keep my AC running, and that's when my bill got extremely high.
We just continue living and keep struggling.
Join Green for All, where we're addressing poverty and pollution at the same time.
Let's build a more sustainable future with good jobs, better health, and a good environment. We're right!
Hello. I am honored to be here. We are going to have an extraordinary panel. But please give a round of applause to the young people who make Green for All work. All for Green, Green for All. Let's hear it for Green for All. I love the young folks we work with every day. Our challenge is to fight pollution and poverty at the same time. We think that you can create more work, more wealth, and better health with a green economy than you ever will with a gray, pollution-based economy. And we're going to hear from some of the best people in the world about how to get that done. So I'm going to walk to my chair, and as I do, I want you to give a round of applause to Mayor Sylvester Turner from Houston, Catherine McKenna, who's the Minister of Environment and Climate Change from Canada, Anand Mahindra with the Mahindra Group, and Alexandra Paltz from L'Oreal. Bring them all out. Let's go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all can keep clapping. These are pretty amazing folks. Elected officials from two countries and business leaders from 2 countries. First, I just want to say we don't have a lot of hope often in the world right now with all the challenges. And you, all of you, in your respective roles, are some of the most hope-generating leaders that we have. And you're kind of crazy in that you are willing to not only take on the climate crisis, but you're willing to do it in ways that make sense from a governance point of view, from a business point of view. And we just want to hear from you how you're doing it. So I want to start with you. We have Anand Mahindra here. Now, your group is a $20.7 billion group. That's a lot of money, even in this room, okay? So help me understand why you've decided to be so charitable. I'm sure you're losing a lot of money in this clean energy economy. Can you talk to us a little bit about all the money that you're losing and why you're willing to lose?
I hope my analysts didn't hear you. We're actually making money, which is the point I'm going to make. But how did this start, Van? You know, it all does start with the heart. I'm a newly minted grandfather, so I do care about my grandson's future. And this might come as shocking news to some, but business people are human beings too. We have the same emotions. But the interesting thing I found was that as we moved from the heart, and then of course governments get in the picture and nudge you to do things, then you have your brand enhancement, which is a goal. But we found serendipitously that everything we tried to do to help the planet made money for us. We started, let's say, simply LED lighting, a 1-year payback. We said we should be in solar power because my corporate communications team said, take a stand on something. And then some maverick engineer in our company goes and creates a solar business, and today we are the largest solar developers in India. And making money, by the way, Van. So it's not about giving away money. My message in the last few years has been very simply this. This is not only about saving the planet, this is the biggest business opportunity of the next decades. So if anyone wants to move away from climate change, leave the arena to us, and to see business and the good of the planet converge, we're very happy. We get more mileage for ourselves. And how do we get this traction? How do we continue to make our businesses look for innovation here? That's where the science-based targets came up, and Christiana spoke about that in the morning. So in Davos in January, I issued a call globally to increase the number of companies that were going to commit to science-based targets. Science-based targets basically are if you set targets which will allow you to align with the Paris Agreement target of limiting warming to 2 degrees centigrade. And if you do that, you will be making progress together. So I issued that call, and I'm happy to say that since that time, since January, there's been a 39% increase. Christiana put up a figure of 476 companies that have already signed up. It's 488 as we speak right now. So I'm delighted, and I want to congratulate all the companies in the world. Combined $10 trillion of market cap in these 488 companies committing.
Amazing. I love the fact that you tried to do it for charitable reasons and couldn't help making money. You actually wound up making money despite yourself. Let's go from corporates to governance and to the government sector. You're in Canada.
I am.
Well, technically you're in San Francisco.
Not right now.
but you're in Canada. You're rolling out a pretty aggressive plan that I think ordinary people can understand. Can you talk a little bit about what you're trying to get done in Canada?
So there's a number of things. If you're going to tackle climate change, you have to take action across the board, across sectors. One of the things we're doing, it sounds really wonky, is putting a price on pollution. And the reason you need to do this is because polluting is not free. I was just in the high Arctic in Canada a few days ago with Inuit, our indigenous peoples there, and they're seeing huge impacts of climate change, including on their country food. So this is a food that they rely on is disappearing. We have huge forest fires across the west of Canada. We had extreme heat where people are dying. And as I like to put it, I mean, by not taking action on pollution, by not putting a cost on it, you're passing on the biggest debt ever to future generations. And I've got 3 kids, and we can't do that. And so putting a price on pollution is something that's really important, recognizing that there's a cost. And when I'm a politician, right? I have to knock on doors, and I have to convince people that what we're doing makes sense. And there are other politicians that want to knock on doors and say what we're doing doesn't recognize that people need jobs. You can do both. And so having a cost on pollution is important because what it does is businesses innovate. Polluters pay, of course, but businesses will innovate, they'll find clean solutions, and they'll do exactly what Anand said, that they will take advantage of the $23 trillion opportunity of clean growth, and also we will do what we have to do, which we need to be serious about climate action, and we need to leave a more sustainable planet to our kids.
Well, look, I wish more politicians talk like you. That's a strong case. But this is getting weird because you're talking about making money, you're talking about innovation, and at L'Oreal, you have also found a different way to talk about this entire issue. Talk to us about at L'Oreal, which is such an aspirational company, how you're coming at this whole question.
Yes, thank you. Good morning so far to everybody. Thank you for having me. I think, well, at L'Oreal, we have achieved a minus 73% carbon reduction in our operations.
Say that again. Wait, I don't think people heard. Say it one more time.
Since 2005, we have reduced our carbon emission in our operations by 73%.
73.
Yeah. While our production raised by 33%. And I think so we are the living proof that business growth and sustainability go perfectly hand in hand. And that's actually something we question a lot when we still have to talk about that, but it seems quite obvious that what is dangerous to company and to business is not sustainability, but is climate change and the consequences. How can we imagine to do good business in the world that is coming up if we do not work on another model? But I would like to say how I think part of our success story is that we changed a little bit the narrative around sustainability. What is sustainability? When we talk about sustainability, we very often talk about the catastrophes that climate change is going to bring. But the solutions that we propose sound very often like punishments. They sound like not doing something, not being able to lead a prosperous life and so on. And actually, no, a sustainable lifestyle, the sustainable world that is going to come up if we do what is necessary to do, that's going also to be a beautiful and aspirational lifestyle. That's the world we want to live in. And I think we have to have a positive narrative. And that's what we are trying to do at L'Oreal. We said when we work about sustainability is as aspirational, as beautiful as when we work on our products. It is as glamorous, as desirable. And that brought all employees on board. And I think this is also the way how we will mobilize society more.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Let me ask you something. You said backstage something that really I had never heard anybody say before, and I've been in this field for a long time. Somebody said there's a scarcity versus prosperity kind of mindset. And you said something about scarcity that I hadn't thought about in terms of the status quo actually leading to scarcity. Can you just say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, scarcity for us is going to world that we are heading to if we are not working on climate change, as water scarcity for our clients, water scarcity for our consumers. We are not going to be able to do business in a society that is going to be completely destroyed, where we are going to have conflict. So the question is, how can business still question this, and how can we have still to talk about that sustainability is good for business?
Awesome. Give her a round of applause. When you think about L'Oreal, I think the number 2 in the world performer when it comes to carbon. That's pretty amazing stuff. But now, we have a song in the United States, which of these things is not like the other? You are the mayor of Houston, a city in Texas. Houston is the energy capital of the world. I think the protesters were probably trying to find you. What is the mayor of Houston, Texas doing at a green conference? You got hit by a big storm. How's your city doing, and why are you so committed to climate solutions in Houston, Texas?
Because the mayor of Houston, Texas, believes that climate change is real, believe in the science. That's true. The city of Houston is a part of the C40 cities. I also co-chair, along with Mayor Garcetti, the climate mayors of the United States Conference of Mayors. We believe in the Paris Agreement, and as a result, over 400 mayors in the United States have signed on that we are going to do everything that we can to fulfill the tenements of the Paris Agreement. And if you don't lead at the top, mayors will lead from where we are. And that includes places like Houston, Texas. And then the reality is, Van, bear in mind, in the last 3 years, the city of Houston has faced 3 500-year floods. 3 500-year floods in the last 3 years.
Wow.
It is clear. It was a question of whether or not I was going to be able to make it to this conference, because there was a system that was forming in the Gulf. And it's not about whether it's a hurricane anymore. You can have a major rain event just from a system that starts. Harvey was a game changer. And I think what we've all learned is that sustainability and resilience go hand in hand. And you can be the energy capital of the world, and at the same time, you can recognize that we need to do a lot to address the climate change for the future, not only of our city, but other cities across the globe. So it's real. And yeah, I'm the energy, it's the energy capital of the world, but the city of Houston is the #1 municipality in the United States on the utilization of green energy, green power in the United States. 80% of our energy for the city of Houston is wind, 10% is solar. Wow. On Earth Day, we just entered into a power purchase agreement. We increased our solar consumption from 30 megawatts to 50. We reduced the contracted price by 8%. And over 20 years, we will be saving the city of Houston $40 million. Green power is energy power, and literally, for communities that have been ignored and overlooked for decades in our city, we are transforming and revitalizing communities through the use of green energy. So you can be the energy capital, and at the same time, you can believe in climate change and make some things happen.
Well, I guess you needed a round of applause for that. In the 2 minutes that we have left, I want to just come back to you, because that seems like a pretty good sales pitch on green stuff in a red state. But you have to push up against some pretty tough opposition. You're talking about putting a price on pollution, et cetera. How do you sell this message in Canada?
So it always comes back to people. You can't be talking like an economist or someone who's fancy. You have to think about someone who's just trying to put food on the table, get their kids to activities, and is worried about paying their bills. And that's why we talk about why this is good for the middle class, that this is good for people, that there are going to be economic opportunities, there are great jobs. Here we have great Canadian companies that are selling clean solutions across the board, but it's hard. And the one thing I would say as a politician, and I actually am saying this genuinely, we need support. We need support of business leaders like this. because transitions take time. We've been on fossil fuels for a really long time. We've all benefited from them, and making our way out of them is hard. But a losing proposition is not supporting governments that are trying to do hard things. It is hard. Like every day, I have people who say what we're doing is wrong, that we don't understand, that you're just going to lose jobs. When we have here business leaders who are saying, of course this is a huge economic opportunity. These are the jobs of the future. These are the jobs our kids are going to have, or kids have right now. And so we all have to come together. And that's why I work so hard with cities, with provinces, with states that I'm meeting with here, with businesses, to bring people together. Because what you can see is if you divide people, you're going to get nothing done.
Love it, love it. I'm going to give my business friend the last word in the 30 seconds that we have. You have gone above and beyond, above and beyond. You went to Davos and stood up with Al Gore and put your face in the world and challenged people. Why did you do that, and what came of that challenge you issued at Davos?
Well, that challenge is what I spoke about earlier, Van, where I issued a challenge to companies around the world to step up their commitment to science-based targets. And as I told you, I'm delighted that since then, 39% increase in the number of companies that have committed. The rate of people signing up went from 13 a month to 18 a month, and as I said, it's now 488. But one more commitment I'd like to make, because I issued a challenge to people, but we took on the challenge. You were kind enough to say we are 20 billion. It's not big in America, but we employ 200,000 people who are probably listening now. And what I'd like to do is use the platform you've given me to announce that as far as the Mahindra Group is concerned and all of our 100 companies, I am committing here today on behalf of them that we will be carbon neutral as a group by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement target. And I'd like to make that.
Wow. Well, that's called a mic drop moment. We can't drop our mics because they're attached to our faces, but if we could, I think he'd have dropped the mic. Give a round of applause to this incredible panel, and thank you for being here. Very good. Thank you. All righty.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Well, our next speaker is known in nearly every galaxy as an acting legend, but he will be the first to tell you that planet Earth is the only home we have. I'm very glad to introduce him as a tireless champion for conservation and an outspoken climate change activist. Please welcome the Executive Vice Chair of Conservation International and recent recipient of its prestigious Founders Award, Harrison Ford.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. You're here, I'm here, because we care. Not just for today, but we care passionately for the future. We know that we only have the possibility of avoiding a looming climate catastrophe if people like us refuse to give up. Conservation International has been working for 30 years to protect nature for people. I've been on their board for over 20 years. We've done some good work in that time, working with others, many of whom are in this room today. We've accomplished a lot, but all of that is at risk if we don't change the path that we're on today. The future of humanity is at stake. While you work to meet the challenge of climate change, I beg of you, don't forget nature. Because today, the destruction of nature accounts for more global emissions than all the cars and trucks in the world. We can put solar panels on every house, we can turn every car into an electric vehicle, but as long as Sumatra burns, we will have failed. So long as the Amazons, great forests, are slashed and burned, so long as the protected lands of tribal people, indigenous people, are allowed to be encroached upon, so long as wetlands and bog peats are destroyed, our climate goals will remain out of reach, and we will be shit out of time. If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Why? Because protecting and restoring forests, mangroves, wetlands, these huge, dense carbon sinks, represent at least 30% of what needs to be done to avoid catastrophic warming. It is, at this time, the only feasible solution for absorbing carbon on a global scale. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves. This is what we need to do. We need to include nature in every corporate, state, and national climate goal. Put in place the plans, the timetables to meet those goals. Invest in mangroves and tropical forests in the same way invest in renewable energy. Work to end the destruction of these ecosystems. Commit to the effort in the next decade to secure them for the future. Pursue research in reforestation like we pursue research in carbon capture and storage. Set a goal to cut costs and increase scale dramatically. Empower indigenous communities to use their knowledge, their history, their imaginations, our science to save their heritage and their lands. Respect and ensure their rights. Educate and elect leaders who believe in science and understand the importance of protecting nature. Stop, for God's sake, the denigration of science. Stop giving power to people who don't believe in science, or worse than that, pretend they don't believe in science for their own self-interest. They know who they are. We know who they are. We are all, rich or poor, powerful or powerless. We will all suffer the effects of climate change and ecosystem destruction, and we are facing what is quickly becoming the greatest moral crisis of our time, that those least responsible will bear the greatest costs. So never forget who you're fighting for. It's the fisherman in Colombia, the fisherman in Somalia who wonders where their next catch is coming from and wonders why the government can't protect them from a factory fishing from across the world. It's the mother in the Philippines who's worried that the next big storm is going to rip her infant out of her arms. It's the people right here in California, people on the East Coast, people in California who are fleeing from unprecedented fires. People on the East Coast are facing the worst storms in recorded history. It's our own country, our own community, our own families. This is the core truth. If we are to survive on this planet, the only home any of us will ever know, for our climate, for our security, for our future, we need nature. Now, more than ever. Because nature doesn't need people. People need nature. So let's turn off our phones, let's roll up our sleeves, and let's kick this monster's ass.
Hi, everybody. I wish I could be with all of you at this remarkable day, but I want to take a minute to thank all of you, business leaders, scientists, teachers, inventors, for all that you are doing to lead us forward on climate. With each year that goes by, we see a more intense and urgent preview of our future if the climate keeps changing faster than our efforts to address it. And this summer was no different. It makes me think of something Governor Jay Inslee once said. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and the last generation that can do something about it. That conviction is why I made climate change a priority while I was president. We more than doubled production of clean energy like wind and solar. We set the first ever nationwide standards to limit the amount of carbon pollution that power plants can dump into the air our kids breathe. We changed the way we consume energy, from the cars and trucks we drive to the homes and businesses in which we live and work. And at the same time, we led around the world, working with China and India and dozens of other countries to set ambitious climate targets. Those efforts led to the Paris Agreement, an agreement that will delay or avoid some of the worst consequences of climate change. Obviously, the United States is now the only country on Earth that doesn't belong to the Paris Agreement we helped forge. And that's a tough position to defend. But here's the thing. The Paris Agreement was never going to solve the climate crisis on its own. That's up to all of us. Presidents can set goals and priorities, but it's up to everyone else to do the work required to meet them. And that's why your leadership is so important. The 17 governors and 400 mayors who've committed to upholding the Paris Agreement. The climate trailblazers, activists, engineers, farmers, marine biologists, who are fighting climate change around the globe. Every single passionate, idealistic young person who's marching and organizing and demanding action because they know there's such a thing as being too late, and they're determined not to let that happen. They're determined to build a better future. You're about to meet some of these young people right now, and it should inspire you and spur you to action. Thanks so much, everybody. Take it away.
And now, please join me in welcoming Amita Lagum, Rizalat Khan, and Bernice Dapa.
Thank you. We are here today because we cannot wait any longer. As the ones who are going to inherit this planet, our generation has the biggest stake in this fight. The most to gain, the most to lose. Growing up, there was a stream in my village, Dure, northern part of Uganda. It was there that I learned to swim with friends, while mothers fished and fathers fished, or vice versa. The people of Acholi and other inhabitants of Dure village lived off of this stream. Now, 14 years later, my grandmother tells me that this stream that once was our lifeblood is now a hazard. Dry in the sunny seasons and a flood in the wet seasons. Climate change is not a far-fetched concept for my people. It is an absurd reality. We actually believe ourselves to be the protectors of the planet, custodians of the earth. It is with this burden I share with you today, not for the restoration of that stream, but for the lifeblood of future generations of the world.
We're confronting problems from different angles, and we're solving new problems with different issues. I grew up in Ghana, where bamboo is found in abundance. Years ago, I was looking at how I can make a difference in life. So I came up with a new initiative called Ghana Bamboo Bikes Initiative. For now, we've created employment for women and young people in our country. They are producing hundreds of bicycles every month. We're just not harvesting bamboo, but we are also cultivating bamboo to feed the industry and to also create another source of economic empowerment for farmers. As we can see, bamboo contains a lot of oxygen that balances the carbon dioxide. We also promoting sustainable cycling that reduces carbon emissions from the atmosphere. I'm just one of the young entrepreneurs around the globe trying to see how best we can find new solutions to champion climate change mitigations. Together, we make a progress. Thank you.
But we're on a clock, running out of time. I come from Bangladesh, a land of rivers. The river is powerful. It provides bounty, but it can also take it away in an instant, like it did for so many people last year, this year. When I was flying here, I looked down at the rivers crisscrossing the Sierra Nevada mountains. Many just narrow channels, unassuming. The landscape around them was harsh and barren, stricken by heat and drought. The current political times feel like that. We're surrounded by unforgiving mountains of obstacles. But the river, it persists. It flows with single-minded determination to reach the ocean, its mission. If one path is blocked, it finds other ways. It cuts through mountains, even when sometimes it only can chisel away. We must be like the river. Cut through the mountains of obstacles that we face on climate. There are many, but we know the solutions and we know what we have to do. We have heard that for the last 2.5 years. So we need to reach that ocean of hope with single-minded determination to preserve our only home. Let's be the river. Let's bend the curve in the next 24 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I know you're getting hungry, but first I wanted to tell you a few things. I wanted to tell you about a great feature that is part of the badges that you're wearing. It is a special feature on the badge that can help connect you with all of the other leaders here in the room. Now, on your lanyard, you have what is called a click button. And the click button, it relates to the app on your phone. And with that, when you click on it, you can connect with anybody here at the conference. So this enables you to connect with all the other leaders who are here. All you have to do is click. And I also want to highlight and truly commend the summit staff for their work in making this event sustainable. From the way you arrived to the way we're having our delicious lunch. All of it has been carefully planned, and it's helped us become the first conference in history to meet or even exceed the gold standard for sustainability for large events. Which is a pretty impressive thing. So now in just a moment, you can head down to the exhibition level for lunch, but I also want to remind you to make sure to decide which of the high-level thematic dialogues you want to attend, either here in the Moscone South or across the street at the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts Theater. There are some really great ones to choose from, including a special surprise that you won't find in the program. Alec Baldwin is going to be taping an episode of his podcast live with Jane Goodall. So grab your lunch and head over there if you want to check that out. But before that, please welcome a very, very special musical guest who will share 2 songs with us, the humanitarian and singer-songwriter Rocky Dewuni.
Let me see your hands, everybody. And let me see you rise. Please rise. It's been an amazing day. We are at a very important time in history. And we're going to be that generation that is going to do it, right? Are we going to be that generation that's going to do it? Let me see your hands in the air if you feel that. Whoa, whoa. I'll sing so rock your soul, rock your soul, baby. You know one day you're gonna be a star, baby. You know all I wanna do is rock your soul. Some may claim I'm just a ghetto superstar, baby. You know all I wanna do is rock your soul. Together we will build a community with love and harmony, away from the pettiness of jealousy. Yeah, and love will lead us every way. For one day all will fade away. We do the right, we should be okay. So I'll sing, baby. You know one day you're gonna be a star, baby. You know all I wanna do is rock your soul. They will sing, I'm a sufferer superstar, baby. You know all I wanna do is rock your soul. For time will reveal every hidden character. In the end, none of that will matter. Following the words of the Holy Master. When we are true, girl, breaks us through, girl. It takes two, girl. Me and you, yeah. Baby, you know one day you're gonna be a star. Baby, you know all I wanna do is rock your soul. They will say I'm a sufferer superstar. Baby, you know all I wanna do is rock your soul. I wanna rock. I wanna rock you so. I wanna rock so. I wanna rock you so every day and night. I wanna love you so. I wanna rock you so. Let me see your hands. So rock your soul. People keep on. We're gonna do this together, you know. We're gonna do this together. All of us, everybody. Thank you very much. How you feeling? Yes. We have to plant more trees, embrace clean cooking solutions, you know, do whatever it takes to win this, right? Are we in this together? Are you ready? All right.
One more time. It's simple. It's about our commitment. You know, we're meeting right here. We're making decisions that is going to impact generations, you know. But if we believe in it, we're going to manifest it. That's what it's about. It's the power of the human spirit to overcome every impediment that we face. So right about now, I want you all to sing with me. This is a mantra. This is a commitment. Hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright. That's all you gotta say. Hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, everybody go! One more time, one more time, one more time. Let me hear you say. I believe we can shine a light so bright. I believe in you, you believe in me, and all we have to say, we gotta say. Thank you very much. God bless us all. Let's make it happen. Yes. My name is Rocky Dawouni. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm Rajesh Mirchandani, your host, and in the next hour or so, and with your help, we'll be bringing the summit to the world and the world to the summit. We'll bring you all the news, interviews, we'll showcase some of the actions that people everywhere are taking to protect our planet. We'll also have some practical tips on how we can all step up and how we can tell our leaders that they have to step up too. Coming up on this show, we'll hear from the front lines of climate change with the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. We'll be talking with the scientist, Dr. Jane Goodall, about why we need to protect the world's forests, not just for wildlife, but also for humans. And we'll also be hearing from her about why activism, including protests around this summit, are important for climate action and for climate ambition as well. We'll also be hearing from plenty of young people from all around the world, and we'll have on this stage, we'll have teen TV star Aidan Gallagher, who's also an ambassador for the United Nations Environment Programme, and we'll be talking to him about why and how he is stepping up for climate action too. We have a live chef demonstration as well. If we take a look over there, we can see our chef over there. He's getting ready to teach us how we can all cook more sustainably. But you know what? Most important is that we don't want to be having this conversation just in these four walls. We want you to join in, and we know that many of you already are. So to tell us where you all are from and also how to get involved, let's throw it over to our social station and talk to our social media correspondent, Chandler Green. Chandler.
Thanks, Rajesh, and thank you to everyone who is tuning in right now. I'm looking online, and it's really exciting to see people watching from all over. So I'm going to give some shout out to some of our viewers. We have Kevin McCarthy from British Columbia, Canada. Thank you for watching. Val Vidal, who is an atmospheric scientist in Mexico. Cees Steendich, who is in the Netherlands right now. And all the way in Fiji, we have Thelma Young, who's joining us live here in San Francisco. So thank you all for tuning in live. We want you to be involved. You can join the conversation online by tweeting me at UN Foundation using the hashtag StepUp2018 and GCAS2018. Back to you, Rajesh.
Okay, Chandler, thank you very much. We'll be returning to Chandler on our social station throughout the show. We said that we're going to bring you all the news, so we're a few hours into the Global Climate Action Summit here on day one. We've already seen some announcements from businesses, from governments, from members of civil society. The whole event started off with some musical performances and the Mayor of San Francisco, our host city, London Breed, opening up and talking about bold climate action for the city, and talking about efforts to achieve 100% renewable energy and adopt an innovative infrastructure. Let's take a look at her.
By the year 2030, we are committing to 4 major initiatives here in San Francisco. Cutting our landfill waste in half, decarbonizing all new buildings, achieving 100% renewable energy, and continuing to issue more green bonds to finance critical infrastructure that's desperately needed to combat climate change. Today, thank you.
That was San Francisco Mayor London Breed talking about what the city here is doing. And before that, we heard a choir singing Michael Jackson's Earth Song to kick off the summit. Now, if you're following the summit on social media, you'll know there's a lot of conversation that's about the need to do more from all players. That's, in fact, what Step Up World is about. But business is a major constituent here at the summit, and we've heard some pledges from members of the business community. There's one from Starbucks, first of all. We heard a major announcement from Starbucks President and CEO Kevin Johnson. He's announced his goal to make Starbucks the #1 company in the world with a sustainable platform from origin to end product. Let's hear a little bit more about that.
Well, today we're announcing that, in addition to the journey that we've been on, we now have launched what we call a greener store framework. In addition to building stores with LEED criteria and LEED certification, we're now extending it to how we operate those stores. Things that really focus on renewable energy that's used in our stores, water stewardship, the things that we're doing to better manage and reduce waste. And it's all driven with the aspiration to be the #1 company in the world with a sustainable platform from origin, working with farmers, the entire supply chain, to the stores and the actual end product that we deliver. And so we're very excited about the opportunity that brings.
So that was Starbucks President and CEO Kevin Johnson. We also heard, again on the private sector front, from Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff, who together with Mission 2020, a non-profit organization, and 21 other major companies, announced a commitment named, fittingly, the Step Up Declaration. Let's hear from Mark about that.
I'm excited to announce today that Salesforce is partnering with Mission 2020 to create an alliance of 21 major technology companies just like us that are going to decarbonize and that will harness the power of the fourth industrial revolution to reduce emissions across all of our economic sectors. We're calling it the Step Up Declaration. The Step Up Declaration because we're stepping up with the tangible commitments to reach a climate turning point by 2020. And we want all of you, we want every company to join us.
Mark Benioff from Salesforce there on the plenary stage, which is literally just above us where we are here in the Step Up World studio. And the whole point of the Global Climate Action Summit, as I've been saying, is to bring together thousands of people from all walks of life. And one of the most prominent speakers that's here at the moment is Dr. Jane Goodall. Now, as many of you will know, over several decades, she's become famous for her work to understand and protect chimpanzees, humankind's closest relatives, one of them. She studied them in their natural forest homes, and that's given her a real appreciation of the importance of forests for both wildlife, for humans, and for the climate as well. She's here at the summit as a forest advocate and a UN messenger for peace, and I spoke to her earlier. Jane Goodall and Mr. H, it's a pleasure to have you both on the show with us. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. H. Now, Jane, you've served as a UN messenger for peace for the last 16 years, and of course, for many, many years, you have been at the leading edge of science and understanding chimpanzees, humankind's closest relative, and specifically in their tropical forest homes. But I want to ask you, how do you wrap all of those together? And then I think, you've advocated for peace and prosperity for people and planet. So how do you feel that climate action threatens peace? And how can bold climate action help us ensure a more peaceful, safe and prosperous world for everyone?
Well, first of all, we live on a planet with finite natural resources and various ecosystems. And the forest ecosystem is one of the most important. It's one of the great lungs of the world, along with the ocean. And it absorbs carbon dioxide, it releases oxygen, it provides many what they call services, although I don't think the forest plans it that way, but it prevents too much soil erosion, provides clean water. Mm-hmm. And in all of these ways, we need the forest desperately. And, there are various things going on in the planet which hinders our protection of the forest. One is poverty. Mm-hmm. If you're really poor, you've got to grow food, you're going to cut down the last trees because you have to, or to make charcoal. And in addition to that, the unsustainable lifestyles of so many other people. In some areas, we're using up the natural resources like forests quicker than nature can replenish them. And then, in addition to that, there's the release of carbon dioxide as the forests are destroyed. And the more that we degrade the environment, the more poverty, the more fighting there is. And so it ties in very much with, we'll never have world peace if we run out of water, for example.
Yeah, and that, everything you said is embodied by the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. Everything is linked, and climate underpins everything.
Yeah, and the rainforest teaches you how interconnected everything is, and you see that each little species has a role to play, however insignificant it may seem, and it plays its part in this great tapestry of life.
And was that a revelation for you when you were studying chimps, in forests? You suddenly realize this, or over a period of time, you begin to get an appreciation of the interconnectedness of everything in rainforests?
Yes, I think it came gradually, but something else, after I finally won the trust of the chimps and wasn't so worried about getting to understand them before the money ran out, then I began to feel, you know, there's also a sense of a great spiritual power in the forest, and I think it feeds our souls. It also protects biodiversity. It's home to so many different amazing species of animals, and then there are the forest trees, the medicinal plants, and for the indigenous people whose home the forest is in so many cases. There's all their spiritual places, their sacred places.
And you know, we've heard during the Global Climate Action Summit, we have heard from members of indigenous communities from around the world as well. And you know, you're bringing a message about forests to the summit, but I wanted to get an understanding from you of, you know, what have you seen that's actually told you that people are stepping up, not just to protect the forest, but to protect the climate more generally? What's encouraging you?
Well, for one thing, the demonstrations out here today, more and more people are becoming aware. And one of the things that's very inspirational, you know, we're bombarded by bad news of the harm we're doing to the planet, to the forest, and it's true. But at the same time, because I'm traveling 300 days a year everywhere, I'm meeting incredible people who are working really hard and inspiring others to protect the forest, like the indigenous people who risk their lives to protect their forests, but other people too, working to restore forests. I've found some incredible examples in China, for example. And so putting all these good news stories together, I feel is really important, because if you only hear doom and gloom, you give up hope. If we lose hope, especially if our young people lose hope, we may as well give up.
And so the activism that is surrounding this summit today, that is a really important voice for you in this growing global movement for greater climate action.
Absolutely. And you know, I'm spending an enormous amount of my time working on a youth program, our Roots and Shoots program, which began with 12 students, high school students in Tanzania in '91. It's now in nearly 80 countries. We have members from kindergarten, university, and everything in between. Main message, everything that we do, each one of us, every day, makes some impact. And we can choose what sort of impact we're going to make. So each group chooses 3 projects to make the world better. 1 to help people, 1 to help animals, 1 to help the environment. And running through that is a theme of we need to learn to live in harmony with the natural world, but also with each other. We need to learn to respect other people from other nations, other cultures, other religions. You know, we just need more respect.
And I think you may have answered this last question actually already, but it comes to us from social media, from Instagram, from Trevor Gowan in New York City. Lots of questions for you on social media, by the way, but here's just one of them. He just wants to know, you know, how can young people use their creativity to change the world and to step up for the planet?
Well, as young people get to understand the problems, our job is to empower them to feel that they can make a difference as individuals. That's what our program's all about. And we try to bring together the Roots and Shoots youth leaders, the older students, and put them together in a room. And it's absolutely amazing to see how filled with energy they are when they have the power to choose what they want to do. And of course, all around the planet, we have young people planting trees, planting mangroves to try and protect the coast from this rising ocean level due to climate change. And young people actually do understand that climate change is real.
They do.
It's not a Chinese hoax.
Absolutely.
And we can see it and feel it in the heat and the violence and more frequent hurricanes and tornadoes and so on.
All right, well, Dr. Goodall and Mr. H, it's been a pleasure to have you on Step Up World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Jane Goodall there. She was a big hit in the studio when she came in, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Also, coming here as a forest advocate, a scientist, and a UN messenger of peace, reminding us that the Global Climate Action Summit is designed to celebrate action taking place at all levels, regions, cities, states, businesses, communities, all levels below national governments. And by showcasing the growing global movement at these levels, we hope to spur governments themselves to do more. Now, here in the United States, there is a growing bipartisan coalition of state governors that's stepping up to accept the climate challenge. They're called the US Climate Alliance, and one of them is Hawaii's Governor, David Ige, who joins me now. Governor, great to have you on Step Up World. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Now, the summit's been hearing from leaders of island nations, and in fact, we'll have the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, on the show later on. Hawaii understands their experiences all too well, but as part of your plan to respond, you're aiming to make Hawaii the first US state to go 100% renewable in terms of energy. How are you going to do that?
Well, I think it's a couple of different things. We see the technology giving us many opportunities. We have an abundance of natural resources, so clearly we have access to solar, we have access to wind power, we have access to geothermal. We have a couple of pilots working on wave energy and generating energy from our ocean. So we're pretty confident that our natural resources will give us access to more than adequate generation. The challenge, as we know, is that many of those renewable energy sources is intermittent, and it's about being able to generate and capture the energy when it's available, storing it, and then delivering it to the home when the consumer wants it. That's the big challenge.
And that's great. It's going to be great for Hawaii in terms of making you kind of sustainable in your own energy needs.
Sure.
You're doing your part for the planet as well. How important is it that smaller economies like Hawaii, let's say, in a globe, compared to the globe, compared to the world, that you're contributing and that others should as well?
I do think that as an island community, we see the impacts of global warming more vividly each and every day. I came from a brush with Hurricane Olivia, Tropical Storm Olivia, and we are seeing more hurricanes and tropical storms through our islands. We've had more severe weather events in the last 2 years than we've had in hundreds of years. Severe rainstorms, excessive flooding. So I think as a community, we see the impact of global warming and then are more motivated to take action sooner rather than later. And I do think that that is the message that we get from island communities. I have been working with Okinawa and Jeju in Korea, Okinawa, Japan, as a trilateral partnership to share notes, to talk about the challenges we all face as island communities. And for the state of Hawaii, our commitment to clean renewable energy is more than just a commitment to energy. It really is about transforming our economy. We import oil to drive most of the electricity generated in islands today. That means that we send out of state $4 billion a year in an $83 billion economy. So significant portion leaves the state, creates jobs elsewhere.
I'm going to bring it right back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So part of our commitment to renewable energy is to keep that investment in our islands to create jobs here, and it creates a better environment for everyone. Yeah. And I don't think that anybody understands, how beautiful a place Hawaii is, but I think more importantly, how fragile it is. We have the most endangered species on the planet in terms of plant as well as animals, and we see the impacts of global warming on our native ecosystems and the tremendous impact that creates.
Okay, well, Governor David Ige of Hawaii, thank you for explaining all of that to us and inspiring us with your action as well on Step Up World. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Honored to be here.
Now, to say that Christiana Figueres was instrumental in making the Paris Agreement happen is not an exaggeration. At the time, she was the head of the UNFCCC, the UN's body guiding negotiations toward the climate accords. You probably know her, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. She helped bring a huge number of different voices to the table, including national and regional governments, mayors, businesses, faith communities, activists, and many others. Together, they reflected global ambition from all levels and spurred world leaders to make the deal. She now runs Mission 2020, which seeks to bend the curve on emissions by 2020 in order to protect the most vulnerable and help advance global progress for everyone. And she joined me earlier. Christiana Figueres, as the former head of the UNFCCC, that pretty much built the Paris Agreement, and now as the head of Mission 2020, what do you think is the message that this summit is sending out to world leaders and to the world?
I think the message that is going out is actually a two-part message. The first is it is absolutely clear that we have to address climate change, and it's very clear that in order to do so, we need to stay on course with respect to the direction, but increase the scale and the speed. So that's one message. But the other very, very heartening message is, in fact, that there are several sectors that are already on an exponential growth curve of progress. And so we already have evidence for the fact that it is possible to, in particular in this century where we have all the technology at our hands, to not have linear, but actually exponential progress. And that, I think, is a very heartening message. It's also a challenge, because what it means is progress as linear is very 5 minutes ago. We have to let that concept go and understand that we are now into progress and decarbonization exponentially, not in a linear fashion.
And progress is, you know, as a sum total, but also it's about progress in lots of different sectors as well.
It's lots of different sectors. It's lots of different stakeholders. So it's, you know, all the sectors going all the way from energy, transport, finance, buildings, land use, heavy industry. But it's also about all of the different levels, right? It's also about national governments, subnational governments, whether they be states or cities, provinces or regions. It's about the private sector. It's about the financial sector. So the fact is that there's no one that is actually exempt from responsibility or opportunity. And I think that's the piece that we often miss, because we're so used to saying, well, you know, this is a huge responsibility that we must all shoulder. Yes, but we can all step into this opportunity.
And in terms of kind of the actions that you've heard about or you know about anyway, what's given you any cause for optimism, or what are you encouraged by when you see examples of people stepping up?
I'm encouraged by the fact that we are really beginning to understand that decarbonizing our economy is not a detriment to the increase in economic growth if you're a country, or to your profits if you're a corporation. That we have really understood that in this century, companies need to bring all of these factors together. They need to bring basically people, planet, and profit if they want to be viable businesses. The same concept if you're a government, that you do have to understand that all of these components need to be there, and that governments and corporates are beginning to work together much closely.
In your work with Mission 2020, you know, your aim is to, help us bend the curve. That's it. Thank you. On emissions by 2020. Are we on target? What do you think?
Well, first of all, let's say that because the universe is wise, 2020 is the political moment that all countries have agreed to under the Paris Agreement, but it's also the science moment. It is the moment that has been determined by science as being the last opportunity that we have to revert the trend that is currently increasing to a trend that begins to decrease. So whether you see it from a political and policy point of view, or whether you see it from the science point of view, 2020 looms large. Are we on track? Well, yes and no. We are definitely on track on energy. We, I think, are getting on track with transportation and with green finance. We're certainly not on track with land use. Agriculture, restoration of lands, reforestation, conservation, all of that family of issues is not yet on track. Neither is heavy industry.
Okay, all right. So that's your call to action, right?
Indeed.
Step up. Step up. Okay, Christiana Figueres, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. I'm Chandler Green, social media correspondent with Step Up World. So I went on earlier and asked you all to tell us why you care about climate change. So here's some of the answers we got. Hayden Brown from the United States wrote, "It is our future. It isn't our leaders, but it's the younger generations. I'm 14, so climate change is my future." Connie Raquelme from Chile wrote to us saying, "Because climate change affects all, especially the most vulnerable communities." And Suraj Patel told us, "I don't want to face future kids asking me, why didn't you try? Wow, these are all strong messages, guys. Keep them coming. Tweet me at UN Foundation using the hashtag StepUpWorld and GCAS 2018. Back to you, Rajesh.
Okay, Chandler, thank you very much indeed. We will join you later on in the program as well. Great to hear some voices from around the world there. And, you know, here at the summit, some of the loudest voices who have been stepping up for greater climate action are mayors. There's about 4 dozen of them here at the summit. And remember, more than half the world's population now lives in urban areas. So cities have a crucial role to play in creating sustainable livelihoods for their residents. And cities are also where a lot of issues overlap with climate: poverty, health, food, transport, energy. So not only are they at the heart of the problem, but they're massively creative in finding solutions as well. And they want to do more and work better as well. As I said, loads of them here at the summit to share their solutions and ideas to build cities that are safer, healthier, and more livable for everyone. And our friends at C40 Cities, well, they got a group of mayors together to send us a few videos about how they are stepping up on climate action.
As the executive mayor of the city of Tshwane, my resolve to tackle climate change head-on is unwavering.
We fully support the Paris Agreement, and we are working on
transformative climate action,
green solutions that tackle climate change and improve the quality of life for our citizens.
The environmental education of the younger generation.
La reducción, reutilización y reciclado de la basura.
And the goal of net zero carbon buildings is increasingly within our grasp.
Tokyo will support C40's activity through striving toward a zero-emission Tokyo that produces no CO2 emissions.
Ensuring all new buildings are carbon neutral by 2030.
De Buenos Aires nos comprometimos a lograr una ciudad más libre de emisiones de gases contaminantes para el 2050.
To create a CO2 neutral city, that's our political mission, and that's already what we're trying to do.
I've also committed to ensuring that the city's climate action is inclusive, fair and equitable, enhancing action on community-led projects that achieve major benefits for all of us.
We want to share our best ideas and solutions. We must go from great solutions locally to brilliant advantages globally.
That's the reason why we're traveling to San Francisco, to exchange our experiences, to work strongly into the direction of fighting against climate change.
Participation at the Global Climate Action Summit will provide the opportunity for me to share the African perspective and draw aspirations from other regions.
I'm traveling to San Francisco with this message. Only through the engagement of actors at all levels, international, national, local and individual, we will be able to counter climate change successfully.
We look forward to our participation in GCAS, as it is a unique opportunity to work hand by hand with other cities as we continue the journey toward making the world a better place for generations to come.
As Lord Mayor of Copenhagen, I'm determined to act, but we cannot do it alone.
As Mayor of Cape Town, I am determined to act, but we can't do it alone.
I am sending this message all of you.
Let's work together.
Sigamos trabajando juntos para cuidar nuestro planeta.
There we heard just a small selection of all the mayors around the world who are getting together to do more on climate action. Politicians taking steps, stepping up. And we've heard a lot of the conversations on social today about the need for politicians to do more. We heard from mayors there, but many leaders of developing countries are actually leading by example as well. Barbados is one of them. Earlier, I spoke to the island nation's Prime Minister, its first female Prime Minister, Mia Mottley. Let's take a listen to that interview. Prime Minister Mottley, welcome to Step Up World.
Thank you.
You almost couldn't join us in person for the summit because of extreme weather, hurricanes bearing down through the Caribbean and the east coast of the US, and we send our thoughts out to the people affected. But how much does it remind you or make you think of the fragility of the island of Barbados?
Well, as I said, it's real. For us, I had to call a meeting on Sunday evening with all of the government agencies to prepare. On Monday evening, I only got clearance from our Met Office that I could travel. And therefore, when I hear people speak in speculative terms, I smile because they're not feeling it. We are on the front line of the adjustment, even though we are really the least among the apostles in terms of contributing to climate change. And it's not just the hurricanes, it's our coral reefs, our coastal economies, our droughts. So this is real, and we need action now, not just on behalf of our governments, but our individuals, because many hands make light work.
And, you know, this is Step Up World, and this is the Global Climate Action Summit, talking about action at the level that's below national governments.
That's right.
You're obviously a world leader. So how encouraged are you? What are your thoughts about this growing movement for climate action at all levels?
Well, I think that this is where it's ultimately going to make the defining difference at the level of people power. And that's what I said earlier this morning, that it's up to every individual who can do that little thing to save water, to save energy, to save the oceans, to save the world. We forget as governments sometimes that our actions in terms of policy are intended to change how people behave. And it's in that individual change of behavior that we will get the transformation. So I think that our duties are both here in terms of policy and legislation and treaties and allocation of funding, but it's also very much here at the level of people and getting people to make that individual difference from the smallest child to the oldest person.
And you're leading by example. On the stage, you made an announcement about being fossil-free. Just recap what that was.
Yes.
You're stepping up.
Yes, no, as a country, we've just come to government and we've indicated that by 2030, we want to be fossil fuel-free as a country, because for us it's real, and it's good morally, it's about justice, but it's also good economics for us. So that I think that if we can do it, it's not going to be easy, but we feel we can do it through the combined efforts of all of the players in our country to change the habits from the heavy reliance on fossil fuels. And also, we've also made, which I didn't announce, a commitment that from the 1st of April 2019, that we ban all single-use plastics and also styrofoam containers. Our maritime area, our oceans are 400 times the size of our land. So what happens in the oceans matters to us.
Okay, breaking news there on Step Up World. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados.
Thank you very
Pleasure
much.
to talk to you.
And let's hope that everyone steps up.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So just in case you missed it in that interview with Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley, she gave us a bit of breaking news that they're also announcing a ban on single-use plastics. In a few minutes, we're going to be hearing from a youth advocate for whom plastics is also a major issue as well. That's the teen TV star Aidan Gallagher. But before that, let's hear from some more young people around the world, because we know that protecting the environment is a really, really big issue for young people. It's their future we're deciding on after all. The UN's youth envoy for the Secretary General, Jayathma Wickramanayake, well, she issued a call to action on social media for young people to share how they're taking on climate change today. And a lot of you guys sent us your videos already, so we're really grateful for that. Let's check out some of them now.
Take a short video of how you are tackling climate change in your community, in your city. Tell us what inspires you, what drives you to take action against climate change. Tell us why young people are uniquely powerful in taking climate change action.
I am Amira, an organizer from Puerto Rico.
I'm Ashley Graham, needlework craft artist and marketing manager in San Francisco, California.
I'm Jamie Margolin. I'm a 16-year-old high school student and the founder and executive director of Zero Hour.
This is JL Algo, Science Policy Associate of the Climate Reality Project Philippines, a proud Filipino and citizen of this earth.
My name is Celestina Carroll from Reno, Nevada.
مرحبا أنا اسمي حسين العباسي من الأردن.
I'm Yeshna, a law student from Mauritius.
My name is Bashwa Tony. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm from Ghana.
This is why the youth has the most important and powerful role in taking climate action. Not only do we have the creative and innovative skills and the enthusiastic attitude to creating solutions to the climate crisis.
TV show, Nikki, Ricky, Dickie and Dawn, you played Nikki, and is now starring as the character called Number 5 in the Netflix show The Umbrella Academy, which sounds intriguing. Aidan, you're also a youth advocate for the UN Environment Programme, and you're speaking here at the summit. So welcome to Step Up World.
Thanks for having me.
I want to first understand from you, what is the connection to climate change for you that drove you to speak out on behalf of the UN Environment Programme, and what do you hope to achieve in this role?
Well, for me, it started with surfing and a love of the ocean. Wow. And from there, I began to research environmental initiatives, which led to associations with different organizations and eventually UNEP.
Wow, okay, so you're kind of avid surfer, so you're a love of the ocean. What did you learn, from surfing? What did you kind of feel about it? What really made you think, well, I've got to do something to save this?
Well, the first thing that sort of interested me and that intrigued me was that you can't go surfing on a day that it rains because all the pollutants from the land are washed down into the waters. I never knew that. Nobody had ever told me that, but it's a common surfing thing, and once you learn it, it's like, why is there so much pollution? So I started researching it. I wanted to get involved. I wanted to tell more people, and I wanted to find solutions. So I just went from there. It started with a love of the ocean.
And you're not alone. Certainly amongst young people, climate change or the environment resonates very, very much with a lot of young people. Why do you think that is?
Well, as someone representing youth, I know that we're going to be affected the most by climate change. So I want to make sure that the world we're inheriting is one we can survive in. So it's extremely important that we all know and understand this topic.
And, we are talking about climate change and the environment. We're also talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And, I'm wondering how much, you come at it from the point of view of oceans, but how much are you aware of the other issues that climate change affects, things like hunger, poverty, gender equality? How much does that drive you too?
Well, one of the great things about today's society is we have the advantage of social media. We have this huge stream of information coming in all at once. So any important topics, anything you run through, I scroll through, I find important issues, and I redistribute it through my social media. So I think that's a great way we can all learn new information.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll come to social media in a second, because we did tell people on social media that you were going to be joining us, and there were a lot of questions for you. So 1 second from now, we'll get one of those questions. But I just want to ask you, first of all, what kind of power do you think young people have to drive change to protect the planet? And what is your call to action for people watching? What do you want them to do to step up?
Well, today the youth have more power in their hands than they've ever had in the history of the world. You have the ability to share an environmental message in your pocket. So there is no excuse. Anyone can make a difference. So I think we have that as a huge advantage, and it's a way that we can all learn about these issues and learn simple solutions. If you make it too complicated, the youth will get lost in it, so you need to make sure that they understand it and they understand how it's affecting them and how they can solve it.
Okay, on that same point, I think let's get a question from social media. Let's take it over to Chandler, our social media correspondent.
Yes, Aiden, so we have a question in from Katie Putnam in Raleigh, North Carolina. She wants to know, what is your message for other young people who want to make a difference?
I think social media is obviously the easiest outlet that you can affect change, but also dietary, that's a huge impact. I learned that the animal agriculture business actually is, it's responsible for more than half of climate change. So on a personal level, you need to do your part, but also on a social level, you need to make sure people understand it.
And you're a vegan, right?
Yes.
Right, because of that?
A few years now, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, listen, Aiden, it's been great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here.
Thank you very much for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you.
We must do all we can to avert the devastating climate change-fueled tragedies. At the same time, we can and must address global air pollution challenges, both outdoor and indoor, that are driving climate change and damaging our health. One of the biggest issues I see that must be addressed is how people cook. Did you know 3 billion people depend on open fires and stoves that burn heavily polluting fuels like wood, charcoal, and cow dung to cook their food? Cooking this way kills nearly 4 million people per year and is a key driver of climate change. A woman preparing a meal for her family shouldn't have to worry about whether she's harming her and her children's health while she's cooking. We're making progress, but much more must be done to address this global crisis. The challenge is not small. I've been there. I've been cooking with women all around the world, and my profession relies on cook stoves. To me, it's amazing to see that we can be ending hunger and poverty at the same time that we are fighting climate change. But we can solve our air pollution and climate challenges together with cleaner energy, climate-friendly agriculture, improved disaster preparedness, and better access to clean cooking. Now it's time to step up, to take action, and work together to take on climate change today.
Now, what we eat and how we prepare our food are issues right at the heart of climate change. If you think about things like soil health, use of water, use of pesticides, and food wastage. Right here in San Francisco, there's a restaurant called The Perennial. Its executive chef and co-owner is Anthony Myant. Hi, Anthony. Great to see you. He's channeling his passion for fighting climate change into cooking, and we're delighted to have you with us, Anthony. Now, there's a couple of stories going on here. There's two stories. The first is the bread. And then secondly, we're going to talk about food wastage. So tell us, this isn't just a normal loaf of bread. Why is that?
So this bread is made with kernza, which is a perennial grain that is newly developed by the Land Institute in Kansas. They've been doing natural breeding for about 15 years with a perennial wheatgrass to make it basically competitive with food, with annual wheat, and to make kind of a new whole way of farming that restores prairies that used to be perennial polycultures.
So perennial, what do you mean exactly by perennial when it comes to agriculture?
So that's the really important part, is that compared to annual wheat, which you plant every year, and in which case you plow up the ground every year, perennial plants just live from year to year. So it's really like farming with nature and kind of going back to natural systems that used to be in place before we started farming conventionally.
And the impact on climate change is?
Massive. It would be the same kind of concept as reforestation, except underground and with microbiology.
Okay, so that's the bread. And then also, you brought some ingredients. Just talk us through the ingredients you've got and tell us what you're going to do.
Sure, so I just have some fennel tops, typically discarded, but super delicious and fragrant, some fennel pollen, and I'm just going to make a quick fennel top salsa verde with some olive oil.
And the point is that we would probably throw that stuff away, the fennel tops.
Yeah, usually that ends up in the trash, but there's no reason for that.
All right, excellent, Anthony. Okay, I'm looking forward to doing the crucial test, which is the taste test later on. I'm going to leave you to get on with it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Anthony. We'll be back to you later on. Okay, so that was Anthony Myant. We're going to be tasting that recipe he's making very soon. Before that, you saw a video from our friend, Chef Jose Andres, celebrity chef. He's also an ambassador for the Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves, and he was telling us about clean cooking and how he believes we all need to step up our action to tackle climate change. We find ourselves in San Francisco, as we've been talking about a lot. It's inspired, the fact that the Global Climate Action Summit is here has inspired hundreds of other events around the city and around the world for about the last week. There were art installations to tree plantings to a march that brought more than 30,000 people onto the streets calling for bolder ambition. These events have helped turn the Global Climate Action Summit from a moment into a movement to inspire action across all sectors. Let's check out a little bit of what's been happening in San Francisco. So that's a little flavour of what has been going on around the city of San Francisco in the last few days. As many of you will know on social media today, much of the conversation around the summit is about the need for politicians and companies to do much more, complaints that they're not doing enough. We're going to hear now from the host of the summit, California Governor Jerry Brown. Remember, where we are. California is one of the largest economies in the world. Under Jerry Brown as governor, he's pledged that the state will cut greenhouse gas emissions to 40% below 1990 levels through things like clean transport and renewable energy. Earlier, I spoke to Governor Brown to talk to him about, how everyone everywhere can do more, and also to ask him what this summit hopes to achieve. Governor Brown, this summit showcases actions by regional and state governments, cities, businesses, communities, all others, what we call subnational action. How big a difference do you believe that all those actions can make to reducing global emissions?
They can make quite a lot of difference. We're making a major move on meeting the Paris commitments just at the subnational level. So, but it's big, very important, and everyone has to be part of climate change, climate action to forestall climate change. But of course, it's not enough. We need the national governments, we need science, we need research. We need a mobilization that exceeds anything to date. But if you look back from where we were 5 years ago, we've made tremendous progress, but it has to be accelerated.
And then, of course, after the Global Climate Action Summit, in a couple of weeks will be the UN General Assembly and Climate Week, and then as we heard the UN Secretary General just a few days ago announce he'll be hosting a very high-level summit himself in 2019 at the level of heads of state. What do you hope this summit hands off to all those other moments that are at the national level?
Well, first of all, climate change, while it is an existential threat, is not experienced or perceived in the way other more immediate threats are. So this summit is a way to make more immediate the long-term and growing threat of climate change. So just the awareness, the educational impact is very big. Then the commitments that are made by states, provinces, universities, businesses, Starbucks, and all these other companies that are here. All of that is part of what we do, and then it has to build, because to get to zero emissions by 2045, which we have to get as close as we can, that's going to take this summit and this never-ending building momentum to inspire more climate action.
Now, under your leadership in California, you have pledged to cut the state's greenhouse gas emissions to, I believe, 40% below 1990 levels by 2030.
2030, yes.
Trying to expand renewable energy, cleaner transport. At the same time, California has a very, very big, globally significant economy. What has convinced you that tackling climate change is good for California's economy? Why is California better off by protecting the planet?
Well, for one thing, the transition to clean energy is the pathway of economic prosperity and economic success. But you can't look to the 19th century to coal mines as your economic driver. You have to look to information, to solar, to battery technology, to smart grids, to efficient buildings, residential and commercial. So the economy is moving toward a green economy, a climate-compatible framework for economic activity. So if you're not doing that, you're going to be left behind. Number two, if we don't do that, and by we, I mean not just you and I, but the whole world, then the costs will be staggering. And the hardships of 100 years ago will be multiplied many times. So we're interested in driving down costs through innovation, and we're also interested in avoiding costs because of catastrophic global warming. So on both accounts, this is the wave of the future.
What about for businesses? We've seen that more and more businesses are kind of understanding the importance of sustainability in their supply chains and the way they do business. Why do you think they have seen the economic benefits, or what are the economic benefits that they've seen?
Well, they've seen the benefits because the science is clear. On the current path, we hit catastrophe. You hit 2, 3, 4 degrees centigrade increase. It's going to happen, whether it's 50 years or 75. The unique quality of climate change is it's not this city, this building changing, it's the entire atmosphere surrounding planet Earth. So you can't turn back. And knowing this to be the case, we have to take action. And that action will be the result of business. Business will have to do things. If they're contributing to the problem, they'll be stopped. Eventually, the political will be so strong that any contrary player will be prevented by force of law. So business knows they got to get with it. 5 years ago, they could deny it better. Even today, there are many businesses in denial. There's an article in the Investor Daily or some one of these business publications said California is destroying itself through this summit and through our goal for zero emissions. So there's still a very substantial body of opinion, including key business people who think climate action is crazy. Now, of course, we think they're crazy, and luckily the majority of businesses are following, I know to be the scientifically correct path forward.
And consumers are getting on board with that as well. So for people watching this, especially young people around the world, what is the one thing that you want them to do to step up?
Well, I want them, first of all, to learn about climate change. This is not just like avoiding a car accident or avoiding an infectious disease. Those are limited, very concrete. Climate change affects the atmosphere that surrounds the Earth and makes life possible. So we have to understand this unprecedented threat to all human creatures, all living creatures. So understand and then learn what one can do, living a more carbon-free lifestyle. And that's happening. People are moving from cars to bikes, finding the way they conduct themselves, what they do, what they buy, what they consume. So everyone's got to get on board, but we all are somewhat bit players in this large drama that we need the leaders of the world. And we're not there yet. If you take the American defense budget of $715 billion for defense, if you look at the $1 trillion global arms trade that is designed to kill people, now they may say it's defense, but it's certainly defense through killing men, women, and children and destroying the environment. That's going on at $1 trillion. If we could reduce that, just cut it by 25%, divert it toward financing important climate action, particularly in the third world, would all be better off.
Okay.
So the individual, learn about it, conduct your own life accordingly, which climate-friendly manner, but then also realize we're in this global threat that the global leaders, whether it's the global leader Russia or America or China or India, Brazil, South Africa, these big guys have to step up, and they're not stepping up enough.
Okay.
Some are doing more, some are doing nothing, some are outright hostile, like Mr. Trump.
Okay.
But
all right.
we've got a long way to go.
We've got to leave it there. But Governor Brown, thank you very much for joining us.
Good. Glad to do it.
Here in San Francisco, California Governor Jerry Brown at the Global Climate Action Summit. Now, as part of our mission to bring the summit to the world and the world to the summit, we're showcasing incredible climate solutions that people have been sending us from different places. Earlier this year, my organization, the UN Foundation, launched our Eye on Climate campaign on Instagram, which asked people to send in images of climate solutions. We started by asking some professional photographers. We're going to meet one of them shortly. But then we asked all of you as well, and we received more than 700 pictures. Thank you for those. Keep them coming in. We put together a video of some of them. Check it out. That's our Eye on Climate campaign. Check it out on Instagram, and please send us your videos of climate solutions as well. The last picture you saw there was by our next guest, Christina Mittermeier. Now, for 25 years, she's been using the power of images to tell a story. She's a conservationist. She's a National Geographic photographer. She founded the prestigious International League of Conservation Photographers as a platform for photographers who are working on environmental issues. And she also co-founded the non-profit Sea Legacy to protect our oceans through storytelling. Oceans is, of course, something we've been hearing quite a lot about today. And in 2018, National Geographic named her as one of their Adventurers of the Year. She's speaking here at the summit, and I caught up with her earlier. Christina Mittermeier, you've spent the past 25 years documenting remote tribal communities and their connection to nature. Is there one story, one episode that really made you realize the power of photography to inspire action? I'd read something about you covering the Kayapo people in the Brazilian Amazon.
Absolutely. When you fly to the remote villages in the Amazon, people like the Kayapo, you fly over unbroken Amazonian rainforest for hours. And when you look down from a small airplane, you can see the vast territories that indigenous people hold stewardship over. When you look at the global map, indigenous people hold 17% of all the carbon on the planet in storage. So if we find a way through photography to tell the story of that stewardship, we can empower indigenous people to do what they've been doing for thousands of years.
So storytelling, but what about, to inspire action? I mean, well, storytelling is one thing. And as a former journalist, I always understood that the role of the storyteller is to expose the problem, if you like, and then someone else's role to make the change. But how do you try and go one step further and be that change or inspire that change?
For 25 years of doing this, for the longest time, I try to be a journalist. I try to be unbiased. And in the front lines of the natural world, where I've spent most of my career, seeing the devastation that's happening, I chose that I needed to be an active journalist. And I decided to take it one step further. The way that we do it today is through social media. I am able, through my social media channels, to have a conversation with thousands, if not millions of people every day. And the way that we inspire action is by getting people to stand up for the kind of planet that we want to live in, just to speak up.
Now, your new book, Amaze, is about how to navigate a sustainable existence. It includes this idea of enoughness, how a deeper connection with the planet could help individuals feel a sense of fulfillment. Just explain a little bit about enoughness. How do you live that in your own life?
It was spending time with the Kayapo people when it first dawned on me that remote communities don't have money. They just have never had it. So it forced me to start thinking about my own relationship with money, the way that I compare myself to others based on how much I make and what kind of job I have, where do I live. And I started realizing that it doesn't matter where it is, indigenous communities have this sense of fulfillment, of being enough because they belong to a community, because they observe their traditions, they have pride in their language, their customs, their song, whatever it is. And I started thinking, is there a lesson here that we can learn for ourselves? Instead of trying to measure our happiness through stuff and material wealth, try to dig deeper into the other aspects of life that make life worth living. And that is having a deeper relationship with each other and with nature, doing purposeful work that makes you want to get up in the morning to do what you do, and just being generous and kind. And what I like about enoughness is that it's the solution for too muchness. And it's something that is a personal metric that we all can practice, just like we practice yoga.
Okay, that's very inspiring. Very quickly before we go, we're going to take it over to the social media station and get our Chandler, our social media correspondent, to give you a question that's come to us for you from social media.
Yes, so we have a question from Instagram. Maria Mendez wants to know, do you see evidence of climate change affecting ecosystems in all of your travels?
Over the past 25 years, climate change has become like a slow-moving tsunami. We see it happening in slow motion, and it's happening everywhere. If you go to a place like the Arctic, it's very evident. The ice is becoming unstable. It's dangerous to walk on the ice. But in other places like the Amazon, just the precipitation patterns are changing. In places like India and Africa, what used to be a predictable rainfall is now unpredictable and uncertain. We're seeing it everywhere in small and big measures.
Okay, Christina Mittermeier, it's been really, really interesting talking with you. Thank you for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you for having me, and let's step it up.
Okay, so we spoke to our chef earlier on. It's time to do the crucial test, which is the taste test. Anthony, I'm back. So just to remind me what we have here.
So we have some Kernza sourdough bread and fennel top salsa verde.
So this is the bread that's made with a perennial grain, so it's much better for climate change. And then this is salsa verde made with fennel tops that people would normally throw away. Maybe you want to slice? Want to share with us?
Of course, yeah, cheers.
Wow, that's actually really, really tasty. That's really, really good. Okay, I could actually carry on eating that, but I actually have a show to close here. Anthony, thank you very much indeed. Excuse me for talking while I'm eating, but I need to tell you, that's about all we have time for today on Step Up World. Thank you so much for watching and for all your comments and questions, and thanks to all our guests that we've had on the show here today, backstage here at the Moscone Center in San Francisco during the Global Climate Action Summit. Great bread. We'll be back here tomorrow for the second day of the summit, once starting before the main stage action happens, and then again for another full hour picking up after it finishes. So check our social for the times, and also please do watch this show again on Facebook Watch. It's going to be living there now. And we'll be pushing out a lot of the content on social as well. We want as many people to know what's been going on here. We want as many people to know about the huge and exciting global movement that there is around the world for greater climate action. It's time to do more for our planet. It's time to step up world. I'm Rajesh Mirchandani. Thanks very much for watching.
So, one of the things I keep saying is innovation is a function of constraint. this is all about stepping up and scaling up. So how do we scale up? Where are the partnerships, the collaborations, or the other ingredients that we need? Zwide, what do you say from Malawi?
For me, I think it's who are the major players, and I see that I'm very passionate that we see, and perhaps we are not very good at that. It's very important that we have more women and the youth. More women and the youth. In my country, the people that go out and fetch firewood, collect water are the women and the girls. But when it comes to leadership, to taking up leadership positions, it's normally men. So I think for me, really, if we want to fight this war against climate change, we must put women and youth up front, and they must take up leadership positions.
Well said. Thank you, Zwide. Judith, your thoughts on that?
Well, it's very briefly. I think something that Winnie Byanyima said earlier really struck home for me about how the challenge is political as much as technological. And while technology is going to have a part to play, it's not going to be as important as bringing together a number of forces, a little bit of research, and we've lost a lot of infrastructure and investment in research on these new practices, farmer-to-farmer communication, good government regulations and programs. It's a number of things, I think, that have to be there in order to scale up these new practices. Farmers are ready to innovate. They want to do their part, and they can have a huge role with 40% of the land mass on the planet in agriculture and ranches. But these practices are difficult to implement on farms. They're very site-specific, and many farmers can't take those steps all by themselves. So I think we're going to need to bring together a
what would help you most in your region of the world?
I think we need to, what we're seeing is similarities between countries in terms of the problems that farmers are facing. So I think the most important thing is that, we are learning across countries. Actually, even 2 days ago, visiting Sonamo, we found that even here we have the same problem that farmers face in that part of the world. So this inter-country learning and learning between farmers is, for me, is definitely the way to go.
Farmer-to-farmer networks are an age-old and very effective, successful way of getting these practices on the ground. Would you please join me in thanking this outstanding panel that in a very short period of time covered some really good topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now,
please welcome the founder and chairman of Food Shot Global, Victor Friedberg.
I thought I got to introduce you.
I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak to you here today. This is such an inspiring and important summit. Thank you to Governor Brown for the invitation. Hopefully some of you had the opportunity last night at SF MoMA to hear the governor's brevet speech. I don't know about you, but that was almost like the Gettysburg Address for climate change. So he's a personal hero of mine, so I'm thrilled to be here. A little bit about myself and my personal journey to come here today. In 2012, I ate a peach at the Central Market in Valencia, Spain, that changed the course of my life. That peach was unlike anything I'd ever tasted, and I wondered why. What I saw was that the food system was going to change, and change dramatically over the next 10 years, to better align to a future in which healthy, sustainable, and democratized were going to be the primary drivers of the food system. Through a venture fund I co-founded in 2013 called S2G Ventures, I developed and put into practice what I called systems investing, which in its most simple form is investing in the food system from soil to shelf. At S2G, I led some of the most exciting, innovative, and groundbreaking companies in the sector, like Beyond Meat, Ripple, and Appeal Science, just to name a few. Now, venture capital is an amazingly powerful tool for change. But the coming challenges in the food system are global in scale and so complex and deeply interdependent that they will require new tools, which are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder, which I'm excited to announce here today, the launching of a new nonprofit organization I'm founding called Food Shot Global. Food Shot Global's mission is to transform the food system into one that's more healthy, sustainable, and equitable. Our first mandate is to start with the problems first. We want to focus exclusively on big, global-scale problems, moonshots for better food. Now, challenges have a very positive counterpoint, which is big change equals big opportunity for impact and returns. Over the last 18 months, we've developed a number of core areas of interest for our Food Shot Global challenges, the first of which I'll be announcing here today. Our second mandate is to solve these issues through collaboration, as no one fund, bank, venture fund, university, nonprofit organization, foundation, or NGO alone can make the changes we need. This is going to need to be a collaborative, global effort, which is why I'm honored to be launching with such an amazing group of world-class founding partners, including Rabobank, Generation Investment Management, Mars, the Innovation Institute for Food and Health at UC Davis, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Walton Family Foundation through a new vehicle called the Builders Initiative, the Stone Barnes Center for Food and Agriculture, and the venture fund Armonia, as well as our resource partners, the Nature Conservancy, ACRE, the Foundation for Food and Agriculture, the Foundation for Food and Agriculture, the PATH Foundation, and the Soil Health Institute. And we're honored to have Rajiv Singh, the former CEO of Rabobank America, to announce today our first inaugural Food Shot Global Challenge, which is Innovating Soil 3.0. Now, why soil? Of all of the challenges in food coming our way, why start with soil? Well, first, it is the essential resource for growing food, and it is systemically deteriorating at accelerating and alarming rates. Any future that imagines 10 billion people eating healthily, equitably, and sustainably will require soil, healthy soil. And soil is the nexus, the inflection point between agriculture and climate change. As we all know, 30% of GHG emissions comes from the agricultural sector, but some supporting data is also illuminating. 25% of the world's agricultural soil have degraded to the point where they're no longer reliable for agriculture. 10 million hectares of cropland are lost each year to soil erosion. I've been told that translates into 30 football fields of soil lost every minute. For every 0.1 meter of soil eroded, yields are reduced 4%. There's a 10% loss of yield for every 1 degree rise in temperature. And we burn 10 calories of fossil fuel for every 1 edible calorie. That's just not sustainable. But the system problems are even deeper than that. Soil is the nexus not only between agriculture and climate change, but agriculture, climate change, and nutrition. In 2050, when population is estimated to be 10 billion people, and unfortunately, there are some estimates for CO2 concentrations to be at 500 ppm. Nutritional levels for protein, zinc, and for iron are estimated to reduce 3 to 17% in otherwise stable crops such as wheat and rice. The Harvard study, which is the basis for those projections, identifies these future nutritional impacts at 550 ppm. 2 billion people will be deficient in at least one essential nutrient. 1.4 billion women and children under 5 will be at a higher risk for iron deficiency. 122 million people will be protein deficient, and 175 million people will be zinc deficient. Staggering projections with profound future implications for human health, food security, and thus for geopolitical security. Well, let's not realize that future. Let's not treat soil as either a victim of or even an antagonist to the tragedy of climate change. Instead, let's treat soil as a potential hero. We need to build a new soil operating system, Soil 3.0, in which investments and advances in genetics, biology, chemistry, machine learning, predictive analytics, visualization, and robotics will allow soil to not only sustain 10 billion people, but sustain the planet. So here's my call to action. If you are a researcher, entrepreneur, change agent, please become a candidate for Food Shot Global. Foodshot.org just went live. Or if you know a candidate that you feel would be helped by Food Shot Global, please send them our way. Or if you're an organization who'd like to join us and our partners, please come find Sarah and I. We are so honored to be invited to launch Food Shot Global here with you today and to join our fellow delegates to support the 30 by 30 challenge goals. This is an important framework. Food Shot will do its part to use them to guide our mission to transform agriculture from now a major contributor to climate change to one of
farming before that. I'm really excited to have this next panel join us on Farm to Every Fork, Healthy Eating and Food Waste. Please welcome to the stage Ted Monk, who is Vice President of Sustainability and Corporate Responsibility for Sodexo, and Stephen Satterfield, Executive Chef and co-owner of Miller Union in Atlanta, Georgia. We regret that Mayor Ted Wheeler from the city of Portland was called back to the city this morning, so it will be the three of us carrying on this great conversation. So it's ironic that we know we get these emissions from farming and raising this food, and we also know that wasted food creates 8% of global emissions. But what's more heartbreaking is the calculations, to the extent that we can be precise, say that about 30% of the food that we put these resources in to grow goes to waste. So Ted,
yeah,
what can we do about that? What are some of the things that Sodexo is looking at for your piece of this conversation?
Thank you. So we're a very large company operating in 80 countries, providing food services in universities, hospitals, corporations. We serve millions of meals every day. This is food waste, and the prevention of food waste has been something that's been on our corporate agenda for many years now. I think it really all crystallized with UN Sustainable Development Goal 12.3. So what are we doing? I think the approach we've taken is, first of all, building the awareness. We've talked about this earlier, that you really have to win the hearts and minds of people who are actually preparing and serving the food. And before you can start doing anything with tracking and mechanisms, you've really got to help people understand the extent of the problem. So we've spent a lot of time on behavior change, with creating that awareness with our employees, but also with with our customers as well. So the second part of that is to look at our processes. The third part is to figure out the metrics, and that's a really important part of it. And we partnered with a company called LeanPath to do that. And I'm not sharing any kind of secrets here, but wherever we've implemented the food waste tracking technology, we see reductions in food waste of about 38%. So this is, you talk to the employees at an account, you explain why food waste is important, you build in the tracking technology, and once they start to see that they can have an impact, then it builds upon itself. So 38% is a huge number. And then finally, we establish collaborations with organizations in NGOs like ReFed, WWF, those kinds of organizations.
Great. So Steve, in a restaurant like yours, I mean, we have kitchens all around the world. What do you do? You're one kitchen. Tell me about your approach on this.
Right. So Miller Union is, we have under 50 employees. We serve a much smaller amount of people per day. But we're a busy restaurant. And so we've always operated as a green business. We opened with a composting program from the moment that we opened our doors. So that's something that's been really important to me, to divert food from landfills, knowing that restaurants are big culprits in food waste that goes into landfills. But some of the other things that we do as of the past 5 years or so, we've started analyzing our waste streams and figuring out what part of the food that is going into waste that could be repurposed in some way. And we have sort of a 3-tier system as we track our potential waste. And that is, if there's enough of something that we can turn it into a flavorful dish for a special or a menu item, then we will do that as our first tier, because that's a way we can generate money and actually change our bottom line and make our food cost a better percentage. Other options are feeding the staff. We do feed our team twice a day, lunch and dinner. And so we can look at those things where maybe they wouldn't be at the caliber of what we would serve to the guest, for that's paying for an experience, but it's still nutritious and delicious and can be easily assembled for the team. And some of that can be like overripe fruit or wilted lettuce or whatever, and we can make it taste great. And then the last tier is, okay, maybe we have so much of this that we can't really, save all of our fall squash peels, so we're going to put that in the compost, and we're okay with that. And so that's just sort of how we analyze the waste.
That's great. So was there a surprise in this learning process? It sounds something on this journey of this is being wasted, how can we redo this, that surprised you that maybe was more difficult or easier than you thought it would be? How about for you, Steve?
I think that the best way to approach that is to get the whole culinary team involved. So make it a personal challenge for each individual. Like, you know, hey, think about something that we can do with all these fennel fronds or, you know, these squash seeds. And it's fun to see people's creativity come to life. And if they have some kind of culinary training, it's a great challenge to try to make something great tasting out of it. And so we do lots of experiments, a lot of times on the vegetable side, because I think there's a lot of vegetable waste that is underutilized. And I don't look at it as waste, I look at it as food until it goes into garbage, then it's waste. So there's a lot of possibility there.
Okay, how about for your company?
Yeah, the number one item of waste is vegetables. We track it. You would expect that maybe to be the case. It's a lower value item. I think the thing that's not surprised us, but we've worked hard on is changing people's mindset that food is a resource. There are inputs to it. It isn't something that you can just discard if you don't like it. And when you start to work on getting people to understand that it's a resource, then people, I think, start to behave differently. I'm not pretending it's easy. We have good days in our journey and not so good days.
Yeah.
But we were talking about a great example, a real quick one. National Geographic is a customer of ours in Washington, D.C. They make smoothies. They had 4 pounds of pulp every day, and someone suddenly said, well, why are we throwing this away? And so they figured out that if they dried this pulp out and they made it into pulp chips, they could sell it. So something that was waste was converted into something that was revenue. And I think, Stephen, that's what you talk about is how do you stop thinking about food as something that's disposable? It's okay to throw it away to something that has value.
Well, and the real problem with food waste in general is a cultural problem. And the fact that we don't value food the way we used to is the reason why food is so easily disposable.
That's a great point. So quickly, how are you going to scale up? Do you have an announcement you'd like to give us?
Well, a couple of great things that I've been working on. I do a lot of work with the James Beard Foundation and their impact program. And I served on a steering committee with several other chefs and food professionals to advise on a culinary school curriculum. And it's a food waste curriculum for instructors. And the instructors can view this. And actually, the first 500 instructors to sign up were able to access all the information for free. We did a series of videos and talks and recipes. And then also the James Beard Foundation in October is publishing a new book called Waste Not. And it has contributions from chefs from nominees and finalists from the James Beard Awards, and it's a really fantastic book, and I'm one of the contributors.
That's great. I wish you had them with you. I could get an autographed copy. Yeah. For Ted, I'm going to ask a hard question now. You know, diet, what we eat, it's so much about who we are, how we interact with our family and our friends, build community, and that's if we're lucky that we have access to good, healthy food 2 or 3 times a day. But how do we bring in this conversation about changing diets? How do we do that without offending people or leaving someone out of that conversation, an opportunity to do something about it?
Yeah, it's a really, really big topic. So after food waste, the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the food production are the next major area. I think with the approach we've taken, and we've seen this trend much more over the last 3 years, obviously, is towards more plant-rich diets. We're not advocating that everyone should become vegetarian or vegan. What we are advocating and have been advocating for a while is educating our consumers about the health benefits of a plant-rich diet versus more animal protein. So instead of meat being the center of the plate, maybe plants become the center of the plate and meat is the accompaniment to it. That resonates really well in our university business, but it also resonates really well in our corporate services business and even in the K-12 business. In the K-12 market, kids are very attuned to this right now. We shouldn't stereotype and believe this only applies to people in the 18 to 35 age range. So we've worked very hard and we've developed loads of new recipes, etc. If I may,
please do.
So I'm happy this afternoon to announce
cool, as in it's cool to do this, Food Pledge. And the premise behind it is that companies who sign up and organizations who sign up to the Cool Food Pledge are saying that they will reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from the food they serve by 25% by 2030. Already, and it hasn't been launched until today, organizations representing the sale of 50 million meals a year have already indicated their intention to sign up to the Cool Food Pledge. Cool Food Pledge. It's on the WRI website.
How about that?
And we're thrilled to be able to support it with the customers that we have. What I like about it, three things. It aligns to our corporate responsibility commitments. One, to provide healthier lifestyle choices. Secondly, importantly, to reduce our Scope 3 emissions by 34%. Wow. So this has a huge impact in reducing our Scope 3 emissions. And then thirdly, it's a way of measuring. It goes back to what we were talking about food waste. Yes. It's great to have all these intentions about changing to a more plant-rich diet, but if you can't measure something, you can't advance the implementation, and that's how you scale it up through the measurement.
So do you see that reflection of more interest in what I'm eating, the diet selections, weighing in more at the restaurant scene as well? How do you look at that?
Sure. Well, I would say we've always had a strong emphasis on the fruit and vegetable side and the grain side, and the way I've always looked at building a plate is really starting from the vegetables and really figuring out what that part is going to be first and then what protein would pair with it if it's going to have a protein on the plate. And it's sort of counterintuitive than the way chefs used to think about food, but I think now there's been a cultural shift where with farm to table and seasonality and working with local growers, and there's a lot more attention to that. And so as a result, we have a higher vegetable component to our plates than some other restaurants, and it skews it in the right direction. We also focus on having a much smaller portion of meat, so generally 5 to 6 ounces at dinner and 3 to 4 at lunch.
Okay, so we've touched on preventing food waste, and what can we do? Is there the opportunity for recovery, because there's so many health laws and other things that sometimes get in the way of that? Do you have a couple quick thoughts on that?
I think one important thing that hasn't been touched on is just how we purchase. If we keep a really tight lock on how we're purchasing, then we won't over-order, and then we have better predictability of how we're going to use everything. It's the same thing that applies to the home consumer. Buying smaller amounts and more frequency is going to really help with reducing waste. If you go to a large chain and stock up on everything and get a month's worth of food, you're probably going to waste some of that.
And clearly, each consumer has a role to play here, right?
Yeah, I mean, but on recovery, I mean, this is obviously the second stage in the EPA inverted triangle. So we're focused primarily on the prevention of food waste, but there will always be some food which is overproduced in any large-scale food service operation. It's just a matter of scale, and that happens. So if it can't be repurposed within the account, then we have to find ways to connect it with the community.
Okay.
And that's really the next stage, is figuring out, encouraging and empowering the managers to say, okay, I will find those non-profits in my community where I can connect that food. Now, the Emerson Act really provides the legal framework to be able to do that. People sometimes say, oh, I can't donate food because it's going to be dangerous. I'm going to get sued. There are protections in place, and there's never been a case where anybody that we can document has suffered.
I think this is a really important opportunity for even broadening the kind of collaborations that we're doing or that we're used to doing, is to really think creatively about that. And since the mayor couldn't be here, I think what we do at the city, local government level, as well as the state level, is an important partner.
generation is important in our fight against greenhouse gases. We are committed to phasing out coal in power generation. Connecticut, Hawaii, New York joined Canada and Mexico in the Powering Past Coal Alliance to resolve to phase out traditional and avoid new coal power stations without operational carbon capture and storage. We are committed to reducing short-lived climate pollutants. Canada, Mexico accepts the short-lived climate pollutant challenge issued by the U.S. Climate Alliance, and each agree to develop and implement ambitious short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategies, working together to make progress in this important area. We are committed to sequestering carbon in natural and working lands all across America and North America. Canada, Mexico, and the Alliance resolve to manage natural and working lands to be a net sink of carbon, to protect and increase carbon storage capacity, and to integrate priority actions and pathways into greenhouse gas mitigation plans by 2020, an aggressive goal to ensure that we manage natural and working lands efficiently and effectively. We are committed to increasing coastal resilience. Canada, Mexico, and the Alliance commit to increasing economic and social ecological resilience of coastal communities and marine ecosystems. We understand that marine ecosystems are an important part in our fight against greenhouse gases. And finally, the Alliance is committed to promote opportunities to use the social cost of carbon. Canada, Mexico joined a partnership between the U.S. Climate Alliance, Resources for the Future, and Climate Impact Lab in order to share information related to scientific progress, to update the metric and promote opportunities to use the social cost of carbon appropriately across a wide range of policy applications. As you can see, the U.S. Climate Alliance continues the leadership of America in fighting greenhouse gas emissions and capturing carbon across North American continent. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Malloy. I'm the governor of Connecticut, and I'm here because I'm a member of the Alliance. Connecticut has joined because we need to stand up and, quite frankly, make it very clear that the United States can honor our international agreements with or without this president's approval, and that's what we're setting about to do. And as Governor Ige has spelled out, we have very specific goals and ways to get to where we need to get to. And that's been exercised in state after state, in all of the states that are arrayed before you and our other partners in the Alliance. We understand that what we want to see for our children and our grandchildren, I'm recently a grandfather, is reachable, is doable. But I also have to add that if man is going to destroy our fellow man, it's either going to be by nuclear proliferation or by the fact that we ignore the simple reality that our environment is getting warmer. It is going to overwhelm us. We're approaching a point much more rapidly than perhaps we had thought earlier of a tipping point, and we simply need to do everything within our individual powers and joining our states together to make sure that we turn bad policy back, or at least that we hold our own until someone will develop better policy on a national basis. And that's why these states and others have banded together to make sure that we do things like push forward in making sure that we decarbonize our transportation system. So much of what we could accomplish over the next 10 years would be simply accomplished if we could have longer battery life, and we're near that. We can convince more people to be invested in these vehicles, and if we can ultimately make them available to everyone, and quite frankly, create an environment in which you'd be embarrassed not to have an electric vehicle. That's got to be our goal. and certainly understanding alternative energy sources and making those more affordable, which is one of the things the Alliance is working on, is extremely important. We've done that in Connecticut. And then finally, we need to blow up this argument that somehow, in some way, doing the right thing for our environment is going to cost us jobs. It is just the opposite. In my own state of Connecticut, where we've added, and we're a small state, where we've added about 94,000 jobs in the last 7.5 years, 22,000 of those jobs are related to what we're talking about at this conference today. This is doable. And we don't need leadership in Washington to make it happen. What we need is leadership in governors' offices, in attorney generals' offices, and mayoral offices. What we need is a rise up of our general population that says, we understand that we are a generation of people who have a choice to make. Will we leave this world a better place for our having lived in it? Or will we, during our time on this earth, destroy it? The time is now. The alliance is made. We know what's right and what needs to be done. And no one knows that better than my good friend Jerry Brown, the next speaker.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. The point is we've got 17 governors. You see the ones that are before you, but we are a very unified, coordinated group. What's amazing to me, as I think back when my first effort started dealing with climate and air pollution, how far we've come on a topic that in many ways is very abstract, very diffuse, and it affects everybody. So how does any one small group get a piece of it and start acting? Very difficult subject. This summit is advancing the cause so that more and more people are aware, get it, and resolve to take whatever action they can. So yes, we need the federal government, we need the President of the United States, but in the meantime, we're going to build the momentum, take concrete actions, as all these different states are. California is, Connecticut, Washington, Hawaii, and many other states that are committed. So it's a good day, it's an important day, we've got a lot to do, and so all I can say is let's get at it.
Wondering about the criticism of President Trump and Republicans. Governor, you said that there would be, after November, there might be some more governors that will join this alliance. You have a couple of Republicans, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Republican. I'm wondering if any of you are concerned that the criticism of this president and the Republican Party could keep some other Republican governors away from what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, there are going to be more governors who will embrace this. You can just count on that and take that to the bank, because the American people have already spoken that they've had a belly full of climate denial coming out of the White House. And they've made that very clear in elections already today across the United States. So we are extremely confident that the next conference we have, you're going to see more governors support this U.S. Climate Alliance. Now, as far as what individual governors do, look, they determine their own destiny. The vast majority of them, unfortunately, have decided to be in the same disastrous sinking ship as Donald Trump. And we think that's very unfortunate. And we think after this election results is seen this next Tuesday, there might be an attitude adjustment, that perhaps people, including the Republican Party, should think more about Teddy Roosevelt as a gold standard rather than Donald Trump. And when they do that, we're going to have a more bipartisan solution. And we would welcome a bipartisan solution. We welcome anyone who can bring an idea to the table. Right now, there seems to be some difference in the ratios. We'd like that to improve, but here's the ratio is going to improve. We're going to have more people who understand science who are going to fight climate change and not be in bed with the fossil fuel industry. That's going to happen this November.
Restate the question again.
Curious if you are at all concerned or think about the fact that the criticism of President Trump and Republicans more generally could keep other Republicans from joining your alliance.
Well, look, we're in a world of criticism. Trump tweets about California and even about me sometimes. He said, I want 500 people to come to California, and He said he might even come himself. So look, we're in a toxic political environment. The fact is climate change is a real issue. Some Republicans are coming along. California had one of its most important climate laws passed solely because Republicans supported it. We had 7 Republican votes. And by the way, they didn't come because I asked them. They came and said they want to do something about climate change. This election will help move us toward that day when climate and climate change is not a partisan issue. Right now, it's a doctrinal part of the Republican platform, but that will be temporary. It will change, I'm confident. November should be a good step in that direction, and I would say in the next 5 years, half the Republicans will be climate action people if we keep at the same pace as we're doing now.
We are covering a lot of ground here, which is exciting. We now have a really special announcement from Rebecca Moore, who is the head of Google Earth, Earth Engine, and Outreach at Google. So, Rebecca, I'd like to welcome you to the stage. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
It's going to be a little bit of a change of pace. The question we're going to look at is how can we harness the power of technology, big data, machine learning, geospatial analytics, and put that in service of the cities who are trying to create clean, healthy cities of the future. So we're going to do a whirlwind tour. We're looking here at Las Vegas, which was the fastest growing city over the past 3 decades. It's interesting, you can see while Las Vegas is growing, Lake Mead is shrinking. Another phenomenon that we built using our Earth Engine platform is looking at, this is off the coast of Cape Cod, and you can see the shifting sands of Cape Cod. Cities are having to adapt to these geologic changes that are happening on the planet. This is a city in Peru that you can see is moving away from the river as it is meandering. Using our Google Earth Engine technology, we basically built this 3-decade time lapse of the planet from detailed satellite imagery. So every place on the planet is now published. And you can see these phenomena such as retreating glaciers and irrigation in the desert, deforestation in the Amazon. The key thing about building that global planetary time-lapse is that we had to analyze 5 million satellite images over that 32-year period. It was more than 3 quadrillion pixels, but because we ran it on 66,000 computers in parallel, we could build that new data product in a few days, and on a single computer, it would have taken 300 years. So again, just wanted to give you a sense of the big data that we're able to work with in the Google Cloud. So my team is now putting this technology in service of sustainability projects with partners around the world. For example, monitoring deforestation, mapping global surface water changes over time, tracking fishing activity for sustainability. Let's just dive a little bit into that. We will come to transport. So we're looking here at trawlers in China on the day that 1-month annual moratorium is lifted for fishing. You can see there's a lot of boats. You zoom out, you see a lot more boats. You zoom out. It's a bad day to be a fish when that moratorium opens up. But what's happening globally has not been known. It's been invisible, what's been happening on the high seas, how much fishing is happening and where is it happening. And that challenge is important because 20% of the seafood that we eat is either illegal, unreported, or unregulated. So we worked to build a platform, a project called Global Fishing Watch, and you're seeing here now the first global picture of fishing activity. And once you have that data set, you can ask certain questions of it. For example, what we're looking at here is what is the effect of a marine protected area that was put in place in Kiribati? You see that square in the center. We're looking at it before and after the marine protections went into effect. So you can do virtual monitoring on this big data from space. And this is very helpful to the countries that do not have the capacity to have big navies, you know. Indonesia has become the first country to really adopt this significantly because seafood is so important to them. And Minister Susi of the Marine and Fisheries is kind of heroic because there's so much invasion of their fishing waters that she has taken to blowing up ships that are illegally fishing in their waters, after giving warning and so on. But yeah, she's quite impressive. And you know, she's making great use of this big data, these analytics, the insights that we're deriving that enables Indonesia to understand what's going on. It can also be used for solution. So the government of Mexico is using it to plan a new protected area. Fishermen objected to the creation of the area, but once we showed that only that tiny area, less than 4% of the fishing was going to be taken, they were fine with it. So it can help map solutions. Let's talk about air quality. Fred Krupp of EDF came to us in 2013 and said, hey, you guys are driving everywhere with Street View. Why not turn your cars into mobile environmental sensors? So we did that. We drove, we set that up. We've driven virtually all the streets of Oakland. This is a map of black carbon. With this data, we showed that within a single street, you can have a 5 times difference in air quality and air pollution. Hyper-local, street-level understanding of air pollution. We gave that data to Kaiser Permanente. They compared it to 6 years of health records, more than 40,000 people in Oakland, and they found a link between that street-level air pollution and heart problems for the elderly. We've now driven more than 100,000 miles in California, collecting more than 250 million air quality measurements, so LA and so on. And again, we're making all this data public, open, and free to the cities, to scientists, to health workers, and so on. And yesterday we announced that we're now adding 50 new Street View cars to this fleet. We're driving cities now all over the world, collecting air quality data. For example, we announced we're doing this with Copenhagen. It's not just ground level air quality data. There's fantastic data now coming from space, and we're bringing that into our platform. And here we're looking at, you can see for California, for example, NO2 in LA from air pollution and the wildfires in Northern California. So the last point here is what we just announced this week now, based on these kinds of projects and learnings that we've gathered. We announced this week with the Global Covenant of Mayors our new Environmental Insights platform that is turning Google Maps data, this type of data, into actionable insights for the cities for building emissions, transportation emissions, and solar energy potential. We've got 5 pilot cities. Here we're looking at Melbourne, building emissions, transportation emissions, and we actually give you lightweight scenario modeling, so you can look at what if you replace some number of cars with cycling trips, how would that lower your emissions? And then for the solar data, we have very high quality solar potential for every roof in these cities. Here we're modeling every 10 centimeters square over 10 minutes of every day for the entire year. What is the solar potential of those roofs? And then turning that into data. What is the solar potential for your city? The city of San Jose, this is my last slide, actually used this data to have the ambition to become the first gigawatt city, renewable energy city in the world, is my understanding. And this is, we think, the power of this kind of data. So we're very excited to put this in the hands of our first cities. If you're interested in getting data for your city, please let us know, let GCOM know. It's just the start. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
So exciting.
Thank you. And welcome everyone to this Climate Safe Communities for All, the Cities Delivering the Paris Agreement session. And first, before I start, just a word of thanks to our great friends at the City Foundation who made possible that lovely little video that you just saw. This looks like a room of friends, so it'll be no surprise when I say that the transition to a low-carbon, resilient economy is already well underway, and it's being led in the great cities of the world. And I'm really proud to be announcannouncing today in this session that 73 cities, representing over 425 million citizens, have now committed to C40's Deadline 2020 initiative. That means to develop inclusive climate action plans, to strengthen resilience, and to become carbon neutral by 2050 in alignment with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. And the collective impact of what these cities will deliver is really impressive. Their new commitments that they're making as part of this Deadline 2020 programme will deliver additional avoided emissions of over 12 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. That's equivalent to the annual emissions of the United States, the European Union, and Russia combined. Yeah, it deserves some applause. And I think here what we're seeing from led by cities is that their commitments will provide significant support for higher ambition at the national level also. If you think about it, cities committed to emissions neutrality represent around 60% of GDP in Brazil and China, 19% in the United States, 27% in France, 49% in South Africa, and 55% in South Korea. So these cities are really the driving forces of many of their national economies. And what we're seeing in these cities that have signed this pledge is a demonstration in an action that the path to future economic development does not require higher emissions. Indeed, we announced earlier this morning that 27 C40 cities have already peaked their emissions whilst their populations and economies have been growing, ahead of the global target that overall world emissions need to peak by 2020. So this bold leadership is really critical, but it's not enough for just the biggest cities in the world to be committed to science-based action. And I'm also really pleased to be able to report that the Deadline 2020 framework for carbon neutrality will now spread beyond C40 members thanks to a partnership with WWF One Planet City Challenge. So beginning in 2019, all cities accepting that challenge, small or large, all across the globe, will be evaluated against alignment with constraining maximum global temperature rise to 1.5 degree and will be guided towards the biggest impact reductions. So in addition to cities committing to Deadline 2020 today, we celebrate also the 2018 Global One Planet City Challenge winner, the Swedish university town of Uppsala, for their ambitious commitment and actions to cut net community CO2 emissions 100% no later than 2050. So it really shows a small city can be a very big leader. And I'm also honoured to recognise our C40 member, Jakarta, for gaining special mention on WWF's We Love Cities public engagement platform for gathering over 7,000 votes and suggestions to support their sustainability journey. So congratulations to Uppsala, Jakarta, and WWF's other 20 national One Planet City Challenge winners. And thanks very much to WWF for this partnership, which will help us to engage hundreds and hundreds more cities. So now, in a moment, we're going to have a photo opportunity for the mayors and leaders that have made this Deadline 2020 commitment and a signing ceremony. But first, it's my really great pleasure to welcome the Mayor of Cape Town, a member also of the Global Covenant of Mayors Board, and one of the staunchest members of C40, one of the real leaders on climate change in the world, Patricia de Lille. Mayor de Lille, the stage is yours.
some very ambitious milestones. And that's why Cape Town was an early supporter of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, and why I serve on the board. And through the Global Covenant of Mayors, 9,100 cities around the world, representing 800 million citizens, have committed to develop a citywide climate action plan. If fully realized, these commitments would account for the reduction of more than 60 gigatons of carbon from now until 2050. We need to work together to set clear targets. We also need to hold our members to a high standard through Deadline 2020 and provide leadership to other fellow members. Now, how can we move from commitment to action? In May this year, Cape Town joined the C40 Climate Action Planning Africa program. All 11 of the African members of this programs, including Cape Town, are committed to implementing climate action plans compatible with the Paris Agreement, carbon neutral cities by 2050. Because that is what the science tells us we need to do to protect all our futures. For Cape Town, this means enhancing the city's existing 2040 goals and sustainable energy and climate action plan to meet the new levels of ambition by the end of 2020, and increasing our climate adaptation actions, some of the projects and initiatives which are already contributing towards the journey that include taking the national energy regulator and entities to court to fight for the right of South African municipalities to buy and own renewable energy generation, to actively support PV rooftop installations through tariffs and promotion, retrofitting all city-owned buildings and traffic lights with energy-efficient technology, and also developing waste-to-energy projects. Developing an electric vehicle framework to guide future electric vehicle transitions, including charging station protocols, tariff structures for charging and municipal fleet electric vehicle transmissions. The city is also in the process of procuring 11 electric buses as a pilot project. Also, our newly spatial development framework, which aims to curb urban sprawl by focusing on inward growth and transit-orientated development and development of intensification, diversification, inclusivity, are covered by high-density land use. And this aims to massively reduce Cape Town's carbon footprint, bringing poorer Cape Townians closer to jobs and improve public transport viability and accessibility. Climate change means our city is getting drier. Cape Town has just come through the worst drought in 100 years. Our citizens have been enormously successful in reducing our water consumption by more than 55%. We are now busy making our city more water resilient in the future and maintaining our water efficiency. Efforts will, however, have to hugely be ramped out for all of us to reach our ambitious targets. To reach net zero emissions, a strong case will need to be made highlighting the multiple benefits of a decarbonized electricity supply, rapidly shifting to the next generation mobility, accelerating building efficiency, and eliminating waste. Working with colleagues from around the world who already have such plans in place is a crucial part of our journey. We are seeing that the technologies are becoming increasingly available, finance is increasingly accessible, and policies are being tried and tested. The C40's Focus Acceleration Report identified just 12 key opportunities that could deliver 90% healthier. Together we can create a healthier, more sustainable and equitable future for all, and now is the time to act. Let's make sure that next time we come together, we can show clearly how we are delivering on our ambitious commitments made here today. I thank you and God bless.
Stay on stage, because we're going to stay on stage for the first. So we're now going to move to a quick photo opportunity and a signing ceremony to recognise the mayors who've made this incredible commitment under Deadline 2020. We have to do this quite fast because we have so many mayors that have made that commitment. So I'm going to call out the names. We have first the Mayor of Accra, Mayor Sowa, and some applause, please, as they come on stage. Representing the Mayor of Boston, Carl Spector, representing Buenos Aires, Juan Filgueira, Lord Mayor Jensen of Copenhagen, Mayor Gumedi of Durban, Secretary Wong of Hong Kong, Nico de Jager representing Johannesburg, Deputy Mayor Shirley Rodriguez from London, Mayor Garcetti of Los Angeles, Mayor Gutierrez of Medellin, Secretary Muller, Mexico City, Mayor Sala of Milan, representing the Mayor of New York City, Dan Zarilli, representing the Mayor of Oslo, Martin Jastrup, the Deputy Mayor, Blaoul of Paris, Mayor Wheeler of Portland, Mayor Rodas of Quito, Jose Pinochet representing the Mayor of Santiago, Councillor Brink representing the Mayor of Schwani, Mayor Robertson of Vancouver, representing the Mayor of Washington, D.C., Tommy Wells, and representing the Mayor of Uppsala, Deputy Mayor Gardfell. And hopefully Mayor DeLille is also back on stage. Great. We can have our first photo opportunity. So this first group of mayors are mayors that made the commitment to Deadline 2020 a year ago at COP23. These are the early adopters. They're in. Okay, if you could stay on stage, please, mayors, because we're now going to welcome a second group of mayors that have the next 42 mayors that have signed the Deadline 2020 commitment. I think I need to move around. And they are going to sign the declaration as they come up on stage. So please, first, we have the Vice Governor of Abidjan. No? Well, that's my order. I'm going to read out these names. You come on and start signing, because otherwise we're never going to work this out. So if you could just please start taking the stage and start doing the signing. I'm going to tell you everyone who's coming onto the stage at some point. The Mayor of Abidjan, representing the city of Amman, Nisreen Al-Araj. Mayor Cahill of Beverly. Deputy Director Zhu of Chengdu. I seem to be reading out names that are not here, but they've all signed it. Mayor Kokon of Dakar. The Secretary General of Dubai, who I know is here, our good friend, see? Mayor of Dakar.
Yeah, Mayor of Dakar.
Thank you. And if you'd like to take the podium to sign, thank you. Representing Guadalajara, Mario Silva. Vice Chair Hung of Hanoi. Mayor Wertzner of Heidelberg. Mayor Caldwell, Honolulu. Mayor Turner of Houston. Secretary General of Dubai, I can see you at the front there, if you'd like to take to the podium. I think I better slow down. Right, sorry. Well, are we all going to fit on the stage? I hope so. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we have just about caught up. So we will now go back. Secretary General of Dubai, and representing Mayor Turner, Mayor of Houston. Montreal, very good. Yeah, thanks. Okay. And representing next will be representing the Mayor of Montreal, Marique Cloutier. Hi. And Mayor Burns of Mosier. Representing the Mayor of Philadelphia, Christine Knapp. Not Mayor Peduto. Okay. Representing the Mayor of Sao Paulo, Rodrigo Ravina. Hello. Hey, great to see you again. Hi. At least I know you. And the Mayor of Salt Lake City, Mayor Biskupski. Hey. Great to see you. Hi, John. It is fun. And representing our host city mayor, the Mayor of San Francisco, it's Tyrone Jewell. Hi. I hope so. And the Mayor of Santa Monica, Mayor Winterer. And next up will be representing the Mayor of Seattle, Jessica Finn Coven. Well, you got a big shout. Hi, great to see you again. And then we will have the Deputy Mayor of Seoul, Boyoung Hwang. Hey, hello, great to see you. Hi. And representing the Mayor of Sydney, the Chief Executive of Sydney, Monica Baroni. And representing the Governor of Tokyo, Narumi Seno. No? Oh, now there we go. Not representing the Mayor of Tokyo, representing the Mayor of Yokohama, which was at the bottom of my list, Shuei Okuno. Thank you, sorry. That is everyone. And last but very much not least, the Mayor of Warsaw. A bit closer. Great. Have you got all the shots you need? Okay, very quickly. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. So everyone, please stay in the room. We're now going to move to our next session, which is Green Healthy Streets. Thank you very much.